In those days, the time arrived when the God of Israel resolved to bring judgment upon Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who had been raised from obscurity to kingship over the 10 tribes that separated from the house of David. Jeroboam had been nothing in the land, yet he had been lifted up and established as ruler over the greater part of the kingdom once united under King David and King Solomon. But after receiving authority, he turned aside from the worship of the God who had granted him power. He established molten images in the form of calves, set them in sanctuaries, and persuaded the people to bow before them, leading the nation into practices contrary to the laws delivered through Moses. At that time, a son of Jeroboam lay gravely ill. The child's name was Abijah. Seeing the danger that threatened the boy's life, Jeroboam commanded his wife to disguise herself. She was to lay aside the garments of royalty and clothe herself as an ordinary woman, so that she might not be recognized. He sent her to the city of Shiloh, where the prophet Ahijah dwelt. This prophet was the very man who had once foretold that Jeroboam would become king over Israel. Jeroboam instructed his wife to approach Ahijah as though she were a stranger and inquire whether the child would recover from his illness. Obedient to her husband's command, she changed her attire and journeyed to Shiloh. Ahijah was now advanced in years, and his eyesight had grown dim with age. Yet before she entered his house, the God of Israel revealed to the prophet that the wife of Jeroboam was coming and declared what message he was to deliver. As she crossed the threshold, still disguised, the prophet called out to her, declaring that she was the wife of Jeroboam and that there was no concealment from God. He spoke plainly, saying that the Lord had raised Jeroboam from insignificance, had torn the kingdom from the house of David, and had given it into his hand. Yet Jeroboam had not remembered these benefits. He had abandoned the worship of the true God, fashioned idols of molten metal, and led the people into error. Therefore, judgment would come. The Lord declared that Jeroboam and all his house would be cast down. None of his lineage would remain. A future king, appointed by divine will, would rise and remove every survivor of Jeroboam's family. The people themselves would not escape consequence. Because they followed their king's corruption and worshipped the images he made, they would be driven from their land and scattered beyond the river Euphrates, the great river marking the eastern boundary of the known lands. As for the child Abijah, the prophet declared that when the mother returned to the city, the boy would die at the very moment she entered. Yet unlike the rest of Jeroboam's house, this child would be mourned by the people and buried with honor, for he alone among Jeroboam's family was found to possess goodness before the Lord. Hearing these words, the woman departed in anguish. She hurried along the road toward her city, knowing that each step brought her closer to the fulfillment of the prophecy. Yet she was compelled to hasten, for she bore a message to the king. As she entered the city gates, the child breathed his last. The words of the prophet were accomplished exactly as spoken. She reported all that had occurred to Jeroboam. But Jeroboam did not humble himself. He did not turn from his ways. Instead, he gathered a vast army and prepared for war against Abijah, the son of Rehoboam, who ruled over the 2 tribes of Judah and Benjamin in the southern kingdom. Rehoboam had been the son of King Solomon, and upon his death the kingdom had divided. Abijah had succeeded his father Rehoboam and now reigned in Jerusalem. Jeroboam despised Abijah because of his youth, supposing that a young king would be easily overcome. When Abijah learned of Jeroboam's approach, he did not yield to fear. Though young in years, he showed firmness of mind. He assembled an army from the 2 tribes under his authority and met Jeroboam in battle near Mount Zemaraim, a height in the hill country of Ephraim. There the 2 forces prepared for conflict. The army of Abijah numbered 400,000 men trained for war. The army of Jeroboam was twice that number. As the armies stood arranged in battle formation, Abijah ascended to an elevated place. He signaled with his hand and called for silence among both his own soldiers and those of Jeroboam, desiring that they hear his words before the clash of arms began. When quiet had fallen, Abijah addressed them. He reminded them that the God of Israel had granted the kingdom to David and to his descendants forever. This covenant with David was known among the people. Yet many had abandoned the house of David and joined themselves to Jeroboam, once a servant under King Solomon. They now stood ready to fight against the dynasty established by divine decree. Abijah declared that Jeroboam held the greater part of the kingdom unjustly and that his possession would not endure. Judgment awaited him for leading the people into transgression. He accused Jeroboam of persuading the nation to forsake the commandments and to worship the golden calves placed upon high places, elevated sites where unauthorized altars had been built. He reminded the assembly that when Rehoboam first reigned, he had been young and inexperienced, and though he spoke harshly under the influence of unwise advisers, this did not justify rebellion against the lawful king. For the sake of King Solomon, who had enriched and strengthened the nation, they ought to have shown patience and forgiveness. Instead, they withdrew not merely from a young ruler, but from the covenant and laws established by their God. Abijah questioned the confidence of Jeroboam's army. Was there hope in the golden calves, fashioned by human hands? Was it in the multitude of their soldiers? He declared that no army, however large, could prevail when its cause was unjust. True strength lay in righteousness and faithful obedience to God. He affirmed that his own people had maintained the proper worship, serving the God who was not made of corruptible material and who was not the invention of any king, but who was the maker and sustainer of all things, the beginning and the end. He urged them even then to reconsider, to abandon the path of war, to remember the laws of their nation, and to reflect upon the blessings they had once enjoyed under rightful rule. The words that were just spoken were the speech of Abijah, king of the southern kingdom of Judah. Abijah was the son of Rehoboam, and Rehoboam himself was the son of Solomon, the famous king of Israel who had built the great temple in Jerusalem. Abijah now stood before a vast gathering of soldiers and people, strengthening their resolve in a time of danger. He spoke to them about faithfulness to God and about courage in the face of overwhelming opposition. But while Abijah was still speaking, events were already unfolding beyond his sight. Jeroboam, the ruler of the northern kingdom of Israel, a kingdom formed after the division of the united monarchy, secretly sent part of his army to move quietly around the battlefield. Jeroboam's soldiers advanced unnoticed and surrounded portions of Abijah's forces from behind. The maneuver was carefully planned so that the army of Judah would suddenly find itself enclosed on several sides. When Abijah's soldiers realized that enemies stood both before and behind them, fear spread through the ranks. Their confidence weakened, and many believed defeat was certain. Seeing the fear of his men, Abijah spoke again, urging them not to trust in numbers or military position, but to place their hope in God. He declared that although they appeared surrounded, they were not abandoned. At once the soldiers turned together in prayer, calling for divine help. The priests, who were religious officials responsible for sacred rituals and for maintaining worship according to the law given to Israel, lifted their trumpets and sounded them loudly. The trumpet blast was not only a signal for battle, but also a sacred act, symbolizing an appeal to God's intervention. The army shouted as one voice and charged forward against their enemies. According to the history handed down, God broke the courage of Jeroboam's army. Their strength failed and confusion overtook them. The forces under Abijah gained the advantage, and what followed became known as one of the most devastating defeats ever recorded in ancient warfare. The account declares that 500,000 soldiers of Jeroboam's army were slain, a number said to surpass the losses remembered in wars among both the Greeks, who were known for their organized city-states and armies, and the peoples commonly called barbarians by ancient writers, meaning foreign nations outside Greek culture. The army of Judah captured fortified cities, seizing strongholds that had once resisted conquest. Among the cities taken were Bethel, an ancient religious center associated with early patriarchal traditions, and Jeshanah, along with their surrounding towns. These places were stripped of wealth and supplies, demonstrating the total collapse of Jeroboam's military power. After this crushing defeat, Jeroboam never regained his former strength during the lifetime of Abijah. Yet Abijah himself did not live long afterward. His reign lasted only 3 years. When he died, he was buried in Jerusalem, the capital city established by King David and regarded as the spiritual and political center of Judah. He was laid in the burial places of his ancestors, the royal sepulchres of the house of David. Abijah left behind a large royal family. He had 22 sons and 16 daughters, born through 14 wives, reflecting the royal custom of forming political alliances and strengthening dynastic continuity through many marriages. After his death, his son Asa became king. Asa's mother was named Micaiah. Under Asa's early rule, the land experienced peace for 10 years, a period of stability following years of conflict. This concludes the account preserved concerning Abijah, son of Rehoboam and grandson of Solomon. Meanwhile, Jeroboam, king over the 10 tribes that formed the northern kingdom of Israel, ruled for 22 years before his death. After him came his son Nadab, who began to reign during the 2nd year of Asa's rule in Judah. Nadab governed only 2 years, and his conduct resembled that of his father, continuing practices described as impious and wicked because they departed from the religious laws centered on the worship of God in Jerusalem. During his short reign, Nadab led a military expedition against Gibbethon, a city belonging to the Philistines, an ancient coastal people frequently at war with Israel. He laid siege to the city, intending to capture it. But while the campaign continued, a conspiracy formed within his own ranks. A man named Baasha, the son of Ahijah and once counted among Nadab's associates, plotted against him. Baasha assassinated Nadab during the siege and seized the throne for himself. After taking power, Baasha destroyed the entire household of Jeroboam, eliminating potential rivals and fulfilling a prophecy previously declared against Jeroboam's dynasty. The tradition states that members of Jeroboam's family who died within cities were left unburied and devoured by dogs, while those who died in open fields were consumed by birds. Such descriptions signified complete dishonor in ancient Near Eastern culture, where proper burial was considered essential. Thus, the fall of Jeroboam's house was interpreted as punishment for his impiety and actions against divine law. At this time, Asa ruled in Jerusalem. Asa was remembered as a king of strong character who sought to govern according to religious law. He devoted himself to reforms, removing practices considered corrupt and purifying the kingdom from religious and moral offenses. His efforts aimed to restore obedience to the covenant traditions of Israel. Asa organized a powerful army drawn from the tribes loyal to Judah. From the tribe of Judah came 300,000 soldiers equipped with shields and spears. From the tribe of Benjamin came 250,000 warriors skilled with shields and bows. Together, they formed a disciplined and prepared force. After Asa had ruled peacefully for 10 years, a new threat arose. Zerah, king of Ethiopia, meaning the region south of Egypt, often associated with the ancient kingdom of Cush, advanced against Judah with an enormous army. The account records 900,000 infantry soldiers, 100,000 horsemen, and 300 chariots, representing one of the largest invading forces described in this history. Zerah advanced as far as Mareshah, a city belonging to the territory of Judah. Asa marched out to meet him. The armies faced each other in the valley called Zephathah, near Mareshah. Seeing the vast size of the Ethiopian forces, Asa prayed openly to God. He declared that his confidence rested not in military strength but in divine assistance, saying that God alone could make the smaller. Yet even after hearing in advance of the calamities awaiting him and his descendants, Baasha refused to change his ways. He did not abandon his wrongdoing, nor did he show restraint. Instead, his behavior grew steadily worse until the day of his death. He showed no remorse for his past actions and made no effort to seek forgiveness from God. Like a man who, once committed to a task, labors more fiercely the closer he draws to the end, Baasha pressed forward in evil with greater determination. When the prophet warned him of the coming destruction of his family and the ruin of his royal house, punishments counted among the greatest possible evils, Baasha acted as though these threats were desirable rather than dreadful. He behaved as if he were competing in wickedness, exerting more effort each day to excel in it. In the final stage of his reign, Baasha led his army against an important city called Ramah, located about 40 furlongs, roughly 8 kilometers from Jerusalem. After capturing Ramah, he fortified it and planned to station a permanent garrison there. From this stronghold, his soldiers were meant to launch attacks and cause continual harm to the kingdom ruled by Asa. These actions alarmed Asa. He feared the damage that an enemy force stationed so close to his territory could inflict. Reflecting on the danger posed by the garrison at Ramah, Asa sent envoys to the king ruling the people of Damascus, the Arameans, whose capital city was Damascus. Asa sent gifts of gold and silver and reminded him that friendship and alliance had existed between their nations since the days of their ancestors. The king of Damascus accepted the payment, agreed to a treaty with Asa, and broke his previous understanding with Baasha. He then dispatched his military commanders to attack the cities under Baasha's control. These forces carried out raids, burning some cities and plundering others, including Ijon, Dan, and Abelmaim, along with many more. When Baasha heard of these assaults, he abandoned his work of strengthening Ramah and hurried back to defend his own territories from devastation. Asa then took the building materials that Baasha had gathered for fortifying Ramah and used them to strengthen 2 strategic cities of his own kingdom. One was Geba and the other Mizpah. From that point onward, Baasha was unable to resume his attacks against Asa. Soon after, Baasha died and was buried in Tirzah. His son Elah succeeded him as king. Elah ruled for 2 years. During that time, while he was staying at the house of his steward Arza, he was betrayed and killed by Zimri, a commander who controlled half of the royal army. Zimri persuaded certain cavalry soldiers under his authority to strike Elah. The king was unprotected at the moment of the attack, lacking both his guards and his senior officers, because the main army was engaged in the siege of Gibbethon, a city belonging to the Philistines, long-standing rivals of Israel. After killing Elah, Zimri seized the kingship. In fulfillment of Jehu's prophecy, he exterminated the entire household of Baasha. Thus, Baasha's family line was completely erased because of his impiety, just as had happened earlier to the house of Jeroboam. However, the Israelite army that was still besieging Gibbethon soon learned of the king's death and of Zimri's claim to the throne. In response, they proclaimed their general Omri as king. Omri withdrew the army from Gibbethon and marched to Tirzah, where the royal palace stood. He attacked the city and captured it by force. When Zimri realized that the city could no longer be defended, he fled into the innermost part of the palace. There he set the palace on fire and perished in the flames, ending his reign after only 7 days. Following this, the people of Israel were divided. One faction supported Tibni as king, while the other supported Omri. Eventually, the supporters of Omri prevailed, Tibni was defeated, and Omri became the undisputed ruler over all the Israelites. This occurred in the 30th year of the reign of Asa. Omri ruled for 12 years in total. For 6 of those years, he governed from Tirzah, and for the remaining years from a city he built on a mountain purchased from a man named Samarer. Omri named the city Samaria, though in the Hebrew tongue it was called Samarian, after the former owner of the land. Omri proved no better than the kings before him. Indeed, his conduct was worse. All these rulers sought ways to turn the people away from God through continual wrongdoing. Because of this, God allowed them to destroy one another, ensuring that no royal family endured for long. Omri eventually died in Samaria, and his son Ahab succeeded him on the throne. Through these events, the pattern of divine involvement in human affairs becomes clear. God shows care for humanity, favoring those who act rightly and opposing those who persist in evil, cutting them off completely. Many kings of Israel, along with their families, were swiftly and violently removed because of their sins. In contrast, Asa, king in Jerusalem over the 2 tribes, received a long life marked by stability and blessing because of his devotion and justice. He reigned for 41 years and died peacefully. After his death, his son Jehoshaphat, born to Asa and his wife Azubah, took control of the kingdom. He was widely recognized as a ruler who followed the example of David, his ancestor, showing both courage and faithfulness in his conduct. In the northern kingdom of Israel, whose capital city was Samaria, there reigned a king named Ahab. Samaria was the royal city established as the seat of government for the kings of Israel after the division of the united monarchy that had once been ruled by King David and King Solomon. Ahab held the government for 22 years. During that time, he did not correct the corrupt practices of the kings who had ruled before him. Instead, he preserved their wrongful customs and added new inventions of his own that increased the nation's guilt. He followed the pattern of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the first king of the divided northern kingdom. Jeroboam had set up golden calves, also described as heifers, at Bethel and at Dan, so that the people might worship them instead of going to Jerusalem, the city where the temple of the Lord stood in the southern kingdom of Judah. This act had been regarded as a great transgression, because it turned the people from the worship of the one true God of Israel to the worship of images. Ahab not only continued this practice, but also multiplied other strange and unreasonable objects of worship. His offenses were not limited to imitation. He exceeded his predecessors in boldness and in impiety. Ahab took to wife Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, who was king of the Tyrians and the Sidonians. The Tyrians were the inhabitants of Tyre, and the Sidonians were the inhabitants of Sidon. Both cities were powerful centers in the region known as Phoenicia, situated along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Ethbaal was a ruler of that maritime people. Jezebel, being raised among them, brought with her the religion of her own nation. Through her influence, Ahab learned to worship her gods. Jezebel was a woman of strong activity and bold character. She gave herself over to practices that were described as impure and reckless. She built in Samaria a temple dedicated to the god whom the people of Tyre called Belus. Belus was regarded among them as a chief deity. In addition to building this temple, she planted a grove consisting of many kinds of trees, which was associated with the worship of that god. She appointed priests to serve in that temple and established prophets who were not true servants of the God of Israel, but false prophets devoted to the worship of Belus. King Ahab himself surrounded his court with many such persons. In these actions he surpassed in wickedness all the kings who had ruled Israel before him. At that time there lived a prophet of the Almighty God named Elijah. He was from Thesbon, a region in the land of Gilead, which lay to the east of the Jordan River. Elijah came before King Ahab and declared to him a message from God. He said that the Lord would send neither rain nor dew upon the land for a period of years, except at his word. He confirmed this declaration with an oath. After delivering the message, he departed from the presence of the king and withdrew to the southern regions. He took up his dwelling beside a brook, from which he drank water. As for food, ravens brought him sustenance each day. In this manner he was maintained during the beginning of the drought. But as the rain did not fall, the brook itself dried up for lack of water. Then, by command of God, Elijah went to Zarephath. Zarephath was a city situated between Sidon and Tyre, not far from either, in the territory associated with the Phoenician cities. God had told him that there he would find a widow who would sustain him. As Elijah approached the city, he saw a woman gathering sticks with her own hands. God made known to him that this was the widow who was to provide for him. He greeted her and asked her to bring him a little water to drink. As she went to fetch it, he called after her and requested also a loaf of bread. The widow answered him with an oath. She said that she had nothing at home except a single handful of meal and a small quantity of oil. She was gathering sticks so that she might prepare a small cake for herself and her son. After they had eaten it, she believed they would perish in the famine because they had no more provisions. Elijah told her to take courage and to hope for better things. He instructed her first to make a small cake for him and bring it to him. He declared that the vessel of meal would not be emptied, nor would the cruse of oil fail, until the Lord sent rain upon the earth. The woman obeyed his word. She prepared the cake and gave a portion to the prophet, and she and her son ate also. The meal and the oil did not fail throughout the time of the drought, until rain returned. A record of this drought was later mentioned by Menander, who wrote an account of the acts of Ethbal, king of the Tyrians. Menander stated that during the reign of Ethbal, there was no rain from the month called Hyperboretmus until the same month in the following year. He added that when supplications were made, there were great thunders. Menander also recorded that Ethbal built the city of Botries in Phoenicia and the city of Auza in Libya. By referring to this period of drought under Ethbal, Menander was describing the same lack of rain that occurred in the days of King Ahab, since Ethbal reigned over the Tyrians at that time. After some time, the son of the widow who had sustained Elijah fell into a severe illness. His sickness grew worse until he ceased to breathe and appeared to be dead. The mother came to Elijah in distress. She wept and struck her breast with her hands. She cried out that he had come to remind her of her sins and that, because of this, her son had died. Elijah told her not to despair and asked her to give him the child. She delivered her son into his hands. Elijah carried the child to the upper room where he lodged and laid him upon the bed. He prayed to God, saying that it did not seem fitting that the woman who had given him shelter and sustenance should be repaid by the loss of her son. He asked that the soul of the child might return to him and that he might live again. God showed mercy to the mother and granted the request of the prophet. The child revived and came to life again beyond expectation. Elijah restored him to his mother. She expressed her gratitude and declared that she was convinced that God spoke truly through him. After a time, Elijah went again to King Ahab, according to the will of God, to announce that rain was about to come. The famine had spread throughout the entire land. There was not only a shortage of food for human beings, but the ground itself failed to produce sufficient vegetation for horses and other animals because of the prolonged drought. King Ahab summoned Obadiah, who was steward over his cattle. A steward was an official entrusted with the management of the king's property and livestock. Ahab instructed him to go through the land to the springs of water and to the brooks in search of any grass or herbs that might be found. If any could be discovered, they were to cut it down and preserve it for the animals. The king had also sent messengers throughout the habitable earth in search of Elijah, but they had not found him. He decided that he and Obadiah would travel through the land, dividing the routes between them. The king would take one way, and Obadiah would take another. Previously, when Queen Jezebel had put many of the prophets of the Lord to death in her effort to suppress the worship of the God of Israel, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hidden them. He concealed them in caves, 50 in one place and 50 in another, and sustained them with bread and water at great risk to himself. As Obadiah traveled alone, he encountered Elijah. At first, he did not recognize him. When Elijah made himself known, Obadiah showed him reverence. Elijah instructed him to go and tell King Ahab that he was present and ready to meet him. Obadiah answered with fear. He asked what offense he had committed that Elijah would send him to a king who had sought to kill him and had searched everywhere for him. He explained that Ahab had sent men into every nation and kingdom to look for Elijah. When any kingdom declared that he was not there, Ahab required an oath to confirm that they had not found him. Obadiah feared that if he reported Elijah's presence and then Elijah disappeared again by the power of God, the king would not find him and would put Obadiah to death. He pleaded that he had faithfully served the Lord, reminding Elijah that when Jezebel had slain the prophets, he had hidden 100 of them and provided them with bread and water. He urged Elijah to consider his safety, but Elijah told him not to be afraid. He assured him with an oath that he would present himself before King Ahab that very day. When Obadiah, a chief officer in the court of King Ahab of Israel, had informed the king that the prophet Elijah had appeared, Ahab went out to meet him. Ahab was the ruler of the northern kingdom of Israel, the son of King Omri, and husband to Queen Jezebel, a princess from Sidon who had brought with her the worship of foreign deities. The land had long suffered under a severe drought, which had come after Elijah declared that no rain would fall except at his word. When Ahab saw Elijah, He spoke in anger and accused him of being the man who troubled Israel and the cause of the famine that afflicted the people of the Hebrews. That nation descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But Elijah answered without fear or flattery. He declared that it was not he who had brought distress upon the nation, but Ahab and his own household. The prophets of Baal chose a bull, prepared it, and called upon their God from morning until midday. They cried aloud, but no voice answered. No fire descended. Elijah mocked them, suggesting that perhaps their God was occupied, traveling, or asleep, and must be awakened. The prophets intensified their efforts, shouting louder and cutting themselves with swords and lances according to their ritual customs. Yet still there was no response. When it was time for Elijah to act, he called the people to come closer so that they might observe carefully and see that no hidden fire was used. He took 12 stones, representing the 12 tribes of Israel, descended from the 12 sons of Jacob, whose name had been changed to Israel. With these stones, he rebuilt an altar dedicated to the God of Israel. He dug a deep trench around it. He arranged the wood, laid the pieces of the bull upon it, and then ordered that 4 large containers be filled with water from a nearby spring and poured over the offering. This was done repeatedly until the altar was soaked and the trench filled with water. Then Elijah prayed, calling upon the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to reveal his power to a people who had long wandered in error. At once, in the sight of the entire assembly, fire descended from heaven. It consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and even the water in the trench, leaving the place dry. When the people saw this, they fell upon their faces and proclaimed that the God of Israel was the great and only true God. They declared that the others were nothing but inventions born from human imagination and error. At Elijah's command, they seized the prophets of Baal and put them to death. Elijah then told King Ahab to eat and drink without fear, for rain would soon come. Ahab returned toward his residence, but Elijah ascended to the highest point of Mount Carmel. There he bowed to the ground and instructed his servant to look toward the sea for any sign of a cloud, for until then the sky had remained clear. The servant went and looked, returning several times with a report that nothing was visible. On the 7th attempt, he reported seeing a small dark cloud rising from the sea, no larger than a man's hand. Upon hearing this, Elijah sent word to Ahab to return quickly to the city of Jezreel before the rain began. Jezreel was a royal city situated in the territory belonging to the tribe of Issachar. Soon the sky grew dark with clouds. A strong wind arose, and heavy rain fell upon the earth, ending the long drought. Empowered by divine strength, Elijah ran before the chariot of Ahab all the way to Jezreel. When Queen Jezebel learned what Elijah had done, how he had demonstrated power on Mount Carmel and slain the prophets whom she supported, she was filled with anger. She sent messengers to Elijah, threatening that he would suffer the same fate as her prophets. Fear seized him, and he fled southward to the city of Beersheba, located at the southern boundary of the territory of the tribe of Judah, near the land of Edom. There he left his servant and went alone into the wilderness. In his distress, he prayed that he might die, saying that he was no better than his ancestors who had gone before him, and that he did not desire to live beyond them. Exhausted, he lay down beneath a tree and slept. When he awoke, he found food and water provided for him. After eating and regaining strength, he journeyed to Mount Sinai, also known as Mount Horeb, the mountain where Moses had received the law from God. There he found a cave and stayed within it. A voice came to him, asking why he had come and why he had left the city. Elijah answered that he had acted zealously for the God of Israel, had slain the prophets of foreign gods, and had sought to restore the people to true worship. Yet now the queen sought his life. The voice instructed him to stand outside the cave on the following day. When he did so, there was an earthquake, and he witnessed a blazing fire. After these events, a stillness came, and a divine voice assured him not to be troubled. None of his enemies would have power over him. A command was then given to the prophet Elijah by a divine voice. Elijah was a prophet among the Hebrews, meaning he was regarded as a messenger chosen to speak the will of God to kings and people. The command instructed him to return to the land of Israel and to appoint new leaders whose actions would shape the future of the nation. He was told first to anoint Jehu, the son of Nimshi, to become king over the people of Israel. Anointing was a sacred ceremony in which oil was poured upon a person as a sign that he had been chosen for authority by divine approval. Jehu would later become an instrument of judgment against rulers who had turned away from the laws of God. Elijah was also commanded to appoint Hazael, a man from Damascus, to rule over the Syrians. Damascus was the principal city of the Aramean kingdom of Syria, a powerful neighbor frequently involved in wars with Israel. In addition, Elijah was ordered to appoint Elisha from the town of Abel to become a prophet who would continue Elijah's work after him. The message declared that punishment would come upon the impious people. Some would fall by the sword of Hazael, and others by the actions of Jehu. After receiving these instructions, Elijah returned into the land of the Hebrews. There he found Elisha, the son of Shaphat, working in the fields. Elisha was plowing the ground together with other laborers, guiding 12 pairs of oxen used for agriculture, a sign that his family possessed substantial land and resources. Elijah approached him and placed his own garment upon him. This act symbolized the transfer of prophetic calling and authority. Immediately, Elisha began to prophesy, showing that he had accepted the role. He left behind the oxen and his work and followed Elijah. Before departing fully, he asked permission to say farewell to his parents. Elijah allowed him to do so. After taking leave of his family, Elisha returned and joined Elijah permanently, becoming his disciple and servant throughout the remainder of Elijah's life. In this way, the succession of prophetic leadership was established. At that time, there lived a man named Naboth in the city called Jezreel, sometimes referred to as Azar. Jezreel was a royal city in the northern kingdom of Israel, where King Ahab maintained a palace. Naboth owned a vineyard located next to land belonging to King Ahab. Because the vineyard lay so near the royal property, Ahab desired to acquire it. He offered Naboth payment at any price Naboth might choose, proposing to unite the vineyard with his own land to form a larger estate. The king even offered to exchange it for another field if Naboth preferred. But Naboth refused. He explained that the land had come to him as an inheritance from his father. According to the ancient laws of Israel, ancestral land was considered a sacred family possession that should not be permanently sold outside the family line. Therefore, Naboth chose to preserve his inheritance rather than accept wealth or royal favor. King Ahab reacted with deep resentment. Though he was king, he felt wronged because he could not obtain another man's property. He withdrew to his residence, refused food, and neglected his usual care. His wife Jezebel, the queen, noticed his distress and questioned him about the reason for his behavior. Jezebel was a princess from Phoenicia who had married Ahab and had introduced foreign religious practices into Israel. Ahab told her about Naboth's refusal and complained that even after speaking gently, in a manner he considered humble for a king, he had failed to gain the vineyard. Jezebel urged him not to remain troubled and told him to resume his normal life, promising that she herself would secure the vineyard. She then wrote letters in Ahab's name to the leaders and elders of Jezreel, the local authorities responsible for administering justice. In these letters, she commanded them to proclaim a public fast, which was a religious gathering usually called during times of crisis or accusation. Naboth was to be placed in a prominent position among the people, as though he were honored. Then 2 or more men were to accuse him publicly of blasphemy against God and against the king, crimes punishable by death under the law. After the accusation, the people were instructed to stone him, executing him according to judicial custom. The leaders followed the queen's instructions. False witnesses accused Naboth, and he was condemned and executed by stoning. After his death, Jezebel informed Ahab that Naboth was dead and that he could now take possession of the vineyard without payment. Ahab rose immediately and went to claim the property. But the act provoked divine anger. Elijah the prophet was sent to confront the king at the very vineyard that had belonged to Naboth. When Elijah met Ahab, the king spoke as though resigned, saying that the prophet could do with him as he wished, recognizing that his wrongdoing had been exposed. Elijah declared judgment upon him. He announced that in the same place where dogs had consumed Naboth's body, the blood of Ahab and the blood of Jezebel would also be shed. Furthermore, Elijah foretold that Ahab's entire family would perish because the king had committed grave injustice, killing an innocent citizen and violating the laws of his own nation. Hearing this, Ahab became deeply sorrowful. He put on. At the same period, another danger arose. Ben-Hadad, the son of Hadad, ruled as king over Syria, whose capital was Damascus. Gathering forces from his own territories, he also secured alliances with 32 subordinate kings from regions beyond the Euphrates River, an area containing many smaller kingdoms that often served as military allies. With this vast coalition, he launched an expedition against Ahab and the kingdom of Israel. Ahab recognized that his army was far smaller than that of Ben-Hadad. Instead of meeting the enemy immediately in open battle, he ordered that people and resources throughout the countryside be secured within fortified cities. He himself remained inside Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom, whose walls were strong and difficult to breach. Ben-Hadad advanced and surrounded Samaria, laying siege to the city. He sent a herald requesting that Ahab receive ambassadors who would deliver his demands. Ahab allowed the envoys to enter. They declared that all Ahab possessed, his wealth, his wives, and his children, belonged to Ben-Hadad. If Ahab accepted these terms and allowed the Syrian king to take whatever he desired, the siege would be lifted. Ahab answered that both he and all he owned were at Ben-Hadad's disposal. The ambassadors returned with this message, but Ben-Hadad sent them again with harsher demands. Since Ahab admitted everything belonged to him, Ben-Hadad said he would send officials the following day to search not only the royal palace, but also the houses of Ahab's friends and relatives. Whatever they judged valuable would be taken away, while the rest would remain. This second demand alarmed Ahab. He assembled the elders and people of Israel into a public gathering and explained the situation. He told them that he had been willing, for the safety of the nation, to surrender his own possessions, even his family. But now the Syrian king intended to invade their private homes and seize whatever he desired, clearly seeking a pretext for war. Ahab declared that he would act according to the decision of the people. The assembled multitude advised him to reject the demands entirely and prepare for battle. Strengthened by their support, Ahab sent word back through the ambassadors. He stated that he had been willing to accept the first conditions for peace, but he could not agree to the second demands. With this reply delivered, the ambassadors were dismissed. When Ben-Hadad, ruler of the Syrians, heard the reply that had been sent to him, he was filled with anger. For the third time, he sent messengers to Ahab, king over the Israelites. Through these ambassadors, he delivered a threat, declaring that his army was so vast that it could raise an embankment higher than the walls of the city Ahab trusted for defense. He claimed that each soldier would need only to carry a single handful of earth to achieve this, boasting of the overwhelming number of his forces and seeking to terrify his opponent through intimidation rather than battle. Ahab answered with restraint and firmness. He sent back word that a man should not boast merely because he has put on armor, but only after he has removed it in victory. When the ambassadors returned, they found Ben-Hadad feasting with the 32 kings who served him as allied rulers. They reported Ahab's response, and Ben-Hadad immediately issued orders to tighten the siege, commanding his forces to surround the city completely, raise defensive works, and press the attack by every possible method. As these preparations were carried out, Ahab and the people with him were gripped by deep anxiety. Yet at that moment, a prophet came to Ahab. This prophet, a messenger who spoke on behalf of God, declared that God had promised to deliver the vast multitudes of the enemy into Ahab's hands. When Ahab asked by whose means such a victory would come, the prophet replied that it would be accomplished by the sons of the princes, young men drawn from the noble families of Israel, inexperienced in warfare, yet acting under Ahab's command as their leader. Ahab summoned these sons of the princes and counted them. They numbered 232 men. When Ahab learned that the king of Syria had given himself over to feasting and rest, he opened the gates of the city and sent these young nobles out first. When the sentinels informed Ben-Hadad of this movement, he dispatched troops to intercept them, ordering that whether they came out for peace or for battle, they were to be captured alive and brought before him. Behind the city walls, Ahab kept another force prepared. The sons of the princes attacked the outer guard of the Syrian camp, killing many and driving the rest back in disorder. Seeing that the enemy line had been broken, Ahab sent out the remainder of his army. They fell suddenly upon the Syrians, who were taken completely by surprise. The Syrians had not expected an assault, and many of them were unprepared, overcome by disorder and excess. In their panic, they abandoned their armor as they fled from the camp. Even Ben-Hadad himself escaped only with difficulty, fleeing on horseback. Ahab pursued the fleeing enemy for a considerable distance. He plundered the Syrian camp, which held great wealth, including large quantities of gold and silver. He also captured the chariots and horses of Ben-Hadad. Afterward, he returned to the city. Yet the prophet warned him that he must keep his army ready, for the king of Syria would return the following year to renew the war. Ahab, therefore, began careful preparations. When Ben-Hadad had saved himself and gathered what remained of his army, he consulted with his advisers about how to wage war again against Israel. They counseled him not to fight on the hills, claiming that the God of Israel was powerful in such places, which they believed was the reason for their recent defeat. They advised instead that battle should be joined on the plains, where they expected victory. They further urged him to dismiss the allied kings he had brought with him, while retaining their troops, appointing captains in place of kings, and raising a new army from his own territory to replace those who had fallen, along with new horses and chariots. Ben-Hadad accepted this advice and reorganized his forces accordingly. At the beginning of spring, Ben-Hadad led his army once more against the Israelites. He came to a city called Aphek, situated in a broad plain, and there he encamped. Ahab also advanced with his army and camped opposite him. Though Ahab's forces were small in number compared to the enemy, the prophet again came to him and declared that God would grant him victory, in order to show that divine power was not limited to mountains alone, but ruled equally over plains. This directly opposed the belief held by the Syrians. For 7 days, the two armies remained facing one another without engagement. On the 7th day, the Syrians came out and formed their ranks for battle. Ahab brought out his army as well. When the fighting began, the Israelites fought with determination. They routed the enemy, pursued them, and struck them down. Many Syrians were killed by their own chariots and by one another in the chaos of retreat. Only a small number escaped back into the city of Aphek, and even these were crushed when the walls collapsed upon them, killing 27,000. In the field of battle, a further 100,000 Syrians were slain. Ben-Hadad fled with a few of his most loyal servants and hid himself in an underground chamber. His companions told him that the kings of Israel were known to be merciful rulers and that he might seek deliverance by humble supplication. With his consent, they went to Ahab wearing sackcloth, with ropes placed upon their heads, a customary sign of submission among the Syrians. They pleaded that Ben-Hadad's life be spared and promised that he would remain a servant to Ahab. Ahab responded that he was glad Ben-Hadad was still alive and unharmed. He promised to treat him with the kindness a man would show to his own brother. After giving solemn assurances under oath, Ahab's men brought Ben-Hadad out of his hiding place and led him to Ahab, who was seated in his chariot. Ben-Hadad bowed before him. Ahab took him by the hand, lifted him into the chariot, and spoke words of encouragement, assuring him that no harm would come to him. Ben-Hadad expressed gratitude and pledged to remember Ahab's mercy throughout his life. He promised to restore to Israel the cities that earlier Syrian kings had taken, and to grant Ahab the right to enter Damascus, the Syrian capital, just as Ahab's forefathers had been permitted to enter Samaria. They confirmed their agreement with sworn oaths. Ahab gave Ben-Hadad many gifts and sent him back to his own kingdom. Thus ended this stage of the war that Ben-Hadad waged against Ahab and the people of Israel. There came forward a certain prophet whose name was Micaiah. He approached one of the men of Israel and commanded him to strike him upon the head. He declared that by doing this he would act in obedience to the command of God. The man refused to strike him. Because he disobeyed what had been spoken as a divine command, the prophet foretold that a lion would meet him and destroy him. It happened as the prophet had said. The man encountered a lion and was slain. After this event, the prophet Micaiah went to another man and gave him the same command that he should strike him. This second man obeyed. He struck the prophet and wounded his skull. Micaiah then bound up his head so that his appearance was altered, and he went to King Ahab. Standing before the king, he presented himself as though he were a soldier in Ahab's army. He told the king that he had been entrusted with the custody of a prisoner. According to his account, an officer had delivered that prisoner into his charge and had declared that if the prisoner escaped, the life of the guard would be required in his place. The prisoner, he said, had run away, and now he feared that he would be put to death because of it. King Ahab answered that such a man would justly die, since he had allowed the captive to escape. At that moment, the prophet removed the covering from his head. The king recognized him as Micaiah, the prophet. This action had been a deliberate device, intended as a preparation for the message that followed. Micaiah then declared that God would punish Ahab because he had allowed Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, who had spoken blasphemous words against the God of Israel, to escape without due punishment. The prophet declared that Ahab himself would die through the means of that same king, and that the people of Israel would fall by the army of Syria. When Ahab heard these words, he was filled with anger against the prophet. He commanded that Micaiah should be taken and put into prison, and that he should remain there. Yet although he gave this order in anger, he was inwardly troubled and confused by what had been spoken. With these thoughts weighing upon him, he returned to his own house. At this point, attention turns to Jehoshaphat, the king of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the capital city of the southern kingdom of Judah, the kingdom that remained under the descendants of King David after the division of the united monarchy. Jehoshaphat had strengthened his kingdom. He placed garrisons, that is, bodies of stationed soldiers, in the cities belonging to his territories. He fortified not only the cities within the inherited lands of Judah, but also those cities that had been taken from the tribe of Ephraim by his grandfather Abijah, during the time when Jeroboam ruled over the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom. Jehoshaphat prospered because he sought to act with righteousness and reverence toward God. He made it his aim each day to do what would be pleasing and acceptable in the sight of the God of Israel. Because of this, he received favor. The kings of the neighboring nations honored him and sent him gifts. Through these tributes and through the stability of his rule, his riches increased greatly, and his reputation rose to a high level of honor. In the 3rd year of his reign, Jehoshaphat gathered together the rulers of the land and the priests. He commanded them to travel throughout the cities of his kingdom and to teach the people the laws given through Moses. Moses had been the leader and lawgiver of Israel in ancient times, and the laws attributed to him formed the foundation of the religious and civil life of the nation. Jehoshaphat required that the people should observe these laws carefully and devote themselves to the worship of God. The people received this instruction with eagerness. They were deeply committed to keeping the laws and were attentive to the worship of God. The surrounding nations continued in peace with Jehoshaphat. The Philistines, a neighboring people who had often been enemies of Israel in earlier generations, paid him their appointed tribute. The Arabians supplied him each year with 360 lambs and 360 young goats. In this way, his wealth and resources increased. He fortified many great cities, strengthening them against possible attack. He also prepared a large army with weapons ready for defense. From the tribe of Judah, there were 300,000 armed men, and their chief commander was Adnah. Another commander, named John, was chief over 200,000 men. From the tribe of Benjamin, there were 200,000 archers under their chief. There was also a commander named Jehozabad, who led 180,000 armed men. These forces were prepared for the service of the king, in addition to the soldiers stationed in the fortified cities. Jehoshaphat established a marriage alliance between his house and that of Ahab. He gave his son Jehoram in marriage to Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab, who was king over the 10 tribes of Israel in the north. After some time, Jehoshaphat went down to Samaria to visit Ahab. Samaria was the capital of the northern kingdom. Ahab received him courteously and provided generously for the army that accompanied him. There was abundance of grain, wine, and animals prepared for food. During this visit, Ahab requested that Jehoshaphat join him in a military expedition against the king of Syria. The city in question was Ramoth in Gilead, a city east of the Jordan River. It had belonged to Ahab's father, but it had been taken by the father of the Syrian king. Ahab desired to recover it. Jehoshaphat agreed to assist him, and he summoned his forces from Jerusalem to Samaria. The two kings went out of the city, and each sat upon his own throne, giving orders to his respective army. Jehoshaphat then requested that they consult a prophet of God before undertaking the campaign. At that time, there had been peace between Ahab and the king of Syria for 3 years, counting from the time when Ahab had previously taken the Syrian king captive and then released him. In response, Ahab gathered about 400 prophets who were associated with his court. He asked them whether God would grant him victory if he went up against Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, and whether he would be able to recover the city. These prophets encouraged him. They declared that he would defeat the king of Syria and bring him again under his power. Jehoshaphat, however, perceived from their manner and words that they were not true prophets of the Lord. He asked whether there was not another prophet, one who served the true God of Israel, from whom they might obtain a more certain answer concerning the future. Ahab replied that there was indeed such a prophet, but that he hated him. He explained that this man had foretold evil concerning him and had declared that he would be defeated and killed by the king of Syria. For this reason, Ahab had placed him in prison. The prophet's name was Micaiah, the son of Imlah. He declared that whatever God revealed to him, that alone he would proclaim, whether it pleased the king or not. When Micaiah stood before Ahab, the king placed him under oath, commanding him to speak nothing but the truth. Then Micaiah declared what had been shown to him. He said that he had seen the people of Israel scattered upon the mountains, fleeing and pursued by the army of the Syrians, as sheep are scattered when their shepherd is struck down. He explained that this vision meant that the people would return safely to their homes, but that their king would fall in battle. After hearing this, Ahab turned to Jehoshaphat, the king of the southern kingdom of Judah, whose capital was Jerusalem, and reminded him that Micaiah always prophesied disaster concerning him. Micaiah replied that a king ought to listen to every word spoken by God, whether favorable or severe. He declared that the other prophets who promised victory were false, and that by encouraging war, they were leading Ahab toward death. Ahab hesitated, uncertain within himself. At that moment, Zedekiah, one of the prophets who had predicted success, stepped forward. He urged Ahab not to listen to Micaiah, insisting that Micaiah did not speak truth. As proof, he referred to the prophet Elijah, whom he described as more established in foretelling future events. Elijah had declared that dogs would lick the blood of Ahab in the city of Jezreel, specifically in the field that had belonged to Naboth, the man who had been falsely accused and stoned to death so that Ahab might seize his vineyard. Zedekiah argued that if Ahab were to die far from Jezreel, as Micaiah suggested, then Micaiah must be contradicting Elijah and therefore speaking falsely. To further demonstrate his confidence, Zedekiah struck Micaiah and challenged him, saying that if Micaiah truly possessed the Spirit of God, he should be able to harm him in return, just as the prophet known as Jadon had once caused the hand of King Jeroboam to wither when the king attempted to seize him. When no harm came to Zedekiah after striking Micaiah, Ahab took courage. It seemed to him that the favorable prophets might indeed be correct. Thus he prepared to march against the king of Syria. Yet it may be understood that destiny pressed heavily upon him, inclining him to believe what was pleasing rather than what was true, so that the appointed end might overtake him. Zedekiah also fashioned horns of iron and declared that these were signs given by God, symbolizing that Ahab would push and overthrow all Syria. But Micaiah responded that Zedekiah would soon hide himself from chamber to chamber in fear, seeking to escape punishment for his falsehood. Then Ahab commanded that Micaiah be taken away and delivered to Ammon, the governor of the city, and that he be kept in confinement and given nothing but bread and water until the king returned in peace. After this, Ahab and Jehoshaphat gathered their forces and marched to Ramoth in Gilead, a fortified city east of the Jordan River. When Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, learned of their advance, he assembled his army and encamped near Ramoth to oppose them. Before the battle, Ahab and Jehoshaphat agreed upon a plan. Ahab would lay aside his royal garments and enter the battle in disguise, while Jehoshaphat would wear the royal attire and stand openly before the army. By this stratagem, Ahab hoped to prove false the prophecy that he would fall in battle. However, the design did not prevent what had been foretold. Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, had instructed his commanders to fight against no one except the king of Israel. When the Syrian forces engaged the Israelites and saw Jehoshaphat standing prominently, they believed him to be Ahab and surrounded him. But when they drew near and recognized that he was not the king of Israel, they withdrew from him. Throughout the long day of battle, from morning until evening, the Syrians prevailed, yet they killed no one deliberately, for they sought only Ahab. As they searched for him and could not distinguish him among the soldiers, a young nobleman in the Syrian army named Naaman drew his bow at random and released an arrow toward the enemy lines. The arrow struck Ahab through the joints of his breastplate, piercing into his lungs. Though grievously wounded, Ahab ordered that his injury be kept secret, lest the army lose courage and flee. He instructed the driver of his chariot to turn back and carry him out of the battle, for he was mortally hurt. Yet he remained upright in his chariot until the sun set, enduring the pain. At evening he grew faint and died. When night fell, the Syrian army withdrew to their camp. A proclamation was made throughout the Israelite camp that Ahab was dead, and the soldiers returned to their homes. The body of Ahab was taken to Samaria, the capital city of the northern kingdom, and buried there. When his chariot was washed at the fountain of Jezreel, the water was stained with his blood. Dogs came and licked the blood, fulfilling the word spoken earlier by the prophet Elijah. That same fountain continued afterward to be used by harlots who washed themselves there. Thus Elijah's prophecy was accomplished in Jezreel, while Micaiah's word was fulfilled in that Ahab died at Ramoth in Gilead. Since the events foretold by both prophets came to pass, it becomes evident that the word declared in the name of God stands firm. It also shows that human beings often give greater weight to what is pleasing than to what is true. Ahab, by trusting those who promised him success and rejecting the warning of defeat, was led to his death. After him, his son Ahaziah ascended the throne of Israel. Certain explanations were later added by historians to clarify events already described in the history. One note concerns the execution of Joab. Joab had been the commander of the army under King David, the second king of the United Kingdom of Israel. Joab was put to death for murder even though he had taken refuge at the altar of God, a place considered sacred and traditionally associated with protection. This action followed the law of Moses, the legal and religious code given to the Israelites through Moses during their journey after leaving Egypt. In the book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 14, the law declares that if a man deliberately kills another through deceit, he must be taken even from the altar itself and executed. Therefore, Joab's punishment was understood not as a violation of sanctuary, but as obedience to divine law, which placed justice above ritual protection. Another explanation concerns the construction of the walls of Jerusalem shortly after the death of King David. Jerusalem was the political and religious capital established by David and later expanded by his son Solomon. The reference connects this construction with the closing words of Psalm 51, a prayer traditionally attributed to David, in which he asks God to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. This suggests that at the time of David's death, the city's fortifications were unfinished or incomplete. Later building projects strengthened the city, confirming that David's prayer reflected an actual historical need for reconstruction and defense. A further note compares the daily provisions supplied to the royal court of King Solomon with those provided centuries later to Nehemiah, who served as governor of Judah after the Jewish people returned from exile in Babylon. Solomon's court required vast quantities of food each day, reflecting the wealth and administrative scale of a royal monarchy. By contrast, Nehemiah governed during a period when the nation was poor and rebuilding. Nehemiah personally supported more than 150 important men daily at his own expense, while supervising the rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls. According to the record in the book of Nehemiah, chapter 5, verse 18, the food prepared each day included 1 ox, 6 selected sheep, birds for food, and supplies of wine every 10 days. Despite these expenses, Nehemiah refused to collect the official allowance normally granted to governors because the people were already burdened by hardship. The note further explains that Nehemiah's standard allowance amounted to 40 shekels of silver each day, a sum that did not reach 45 units of currency daily, nor 1,800 yearly by later calculation. Earlier leaders of Israel, such as the judges or the prophet Samuel, appear not to have received such public financial support. The heavy expense of maintaining royal courts began only when Israel adopted monarchy, fulfilling the warning recorded in the first book of Samuel, chapter 8, verses 11 through 18, where it was foretold that kings would require resources from the people to sustain their administrations. Another explanation discusses writings attributed to King Solomon concerning conjurations and mystical practices. Some later collections claim to preserve fragments of such works. However, scholars argue that these writings should not be considered part of the divine wisdom granted to Solomon in his youth. Instead, they were believed to reflect foreign religious influences that entered Solomon's life through marriages to women from surrounding nations who practiced idolatry. According to later interpretation, these practices resembled forms of magic and superstition mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 19, verses 13 through 20. The discussion also refers to an unusual plant called bara, described elsewhere as having magical associations. The account is compared with a statement attributed to Jesus in the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 12, verse 27, concerning accusations about casting out demons, illustrating debates about spiritual authority in later religious tradition. Another note explains the letters exchanged between King Solomon of Israel and King Hiram of Tyre. Hiram ruled the Phoenician city of Tyre, a powerful maritime trading center located along the Mediterranean coast. These letters concerned cooperation in building the temple in Jerusalem, including the supply of timber and skilled craftsmen. The correspondence appears in the first book of Kings, chapter 5, verses 3 through 9, and in the second book of Chronicles, chapter 2, verses 3 through 16. The historian presents the letters in his own wording while preserving their meaning. A final explanation concerns the geographical description of Tyre. One historical account states that Tyre was an island city at the time of Hiram's correspondence with Solomon. However, this detail does not appear in other surviving records, including the biblical books of Kings and Chronicles or later historical writings by Eusebius, an early Christian historian. The difference suggests that the description may have been an interpretive addition rather than a confirmed historical fact. Investigations into the city's history indicate that the physical condition of Tyre changed over time, sometimes existing partly on the mainland and at other periods as an island settlement connected with maritime defenses. These explanatory notes were preserved to help readers understand the historical laws, political systems, religious debates, and geographical circumstances connected with the events already described. The result of careful investigation into this matter, together with later clarifications, may be set forth in this way. The strongest and most reliable testimonies indicate that Ptolemies, also known as Old Tyre, was originally the most ancient and smaller fortified city called Tyre, located on the mainland rather than in the sea. This early Tyre is the same city mentioned in the book of Joshua, where it appears in the record of territorial boundaries during the settlement of the land of Canaan. In that account, found in Joshua chapter 19, verse 29, the city lay within territory contested by the Israelites. According to these testimonies, the original inhabitants of this mainland city, the Phoenicians, also known earlier as Canaanites, were driven out by Joshua, the leader of the Israelites after Moses. These inhabitants withdrew from the mainland city into a larger island lying a short distance offshore in the Mediterranean Sea. At that time, this island was connected to the mainland by a narrow strip of land or natural causeway, located at what are now known as the remains of Ptolemies, directly opposite the great water reservoirs traditionally called the cisterns of Solomon. These cisterns, which bore Solomon's name, supplied fresh water, and it is likely that water was conveyed to the island city through pipes laid along this narrow neck of land. Because of this connection, the island city was, in strict geographical terms, not a true island but a peninsula. It possessed cultivated fields and surrounding villages, as described by the prophet Ezekiel in his 26th chapter, verse 6, and it was protected by defensive walls, as mentioned by the prophet Amos in the 1st chapter, verse 10. For many generations, however, this city did not enjoy the same fame or influence as Sidon, another prominent Phoenician center. Josephus further states that the cherubim, the sacred winged figures placed within the inner sanctuary, were made of solid gold and measured 5 cubits in height. However, the Hebrew scriptures preserved in the Book of Kings state that these figures were carved from olive wood, while the Greek translation, known as the Septuagint, describes them as made from cypress wood, both accounts agreeing that they stood 10 cubits high and were overlaid with gold. This suggests that the number recorded by Josephus may have been copied incorrectly, and that he originally intended to record the same height of 10 cubits. Concerning the 2 famous pillars erected at the entrance of the temple, known as Jachin and Boaz, their height is consistently recorded as 18 cubits in the books of Kings and Jeremiah. A different measurement of 35 cubits appears in the book of Chronicles, but this figure stands in contradiction to established principles of architecture and to the majority of ancient records. Finally, the large circular basins known as lavers, each measuring 4 cubits in diameter and 4 cubits in height, are said in both the biblical text and in Josephus to have held 40 baths of water. Given their size, this capacity appears smaller than expected. The exact source of the discrepancy is uncertain. It is possible that Josephus faithfully followed manuscript copies that had already suffered corruption. Yet the figure of 40 baths may indeed be accurate, since these lavers were mounted on wheeled bases and moved by the Levites around the courts of the priests for ritual washings. Had they held much more water, their weight would have made such movement impossible. In explaining certain matters concerning the sacred structures of ancient Israel, the historian Flavius Josephus, a Jewish priest and writer of the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ, provides a clarification about the expressions right hand and left hand as used in describing the tabernacle and later the temple in Jerusalem. By the tabernacle is meant the portable sanctuary constructed in the days of Moses, the leader and lawgiver of Israel after the Exodus from Egypt. By the temple is meant the permanent house built in Jerusalem by King Solomon, son of King David. Josephus explains that when he speaks of the right hand, he does not refer to the right side of a person facing outward, but rather to the right as it would appear to someone approaching from the east gate of the courts and walking westward toward the sanctuary itself. In that orientation, what he calls the right hand would correspond to the south side of the structure, which would appear on the left hand of a modern observer imagining himself walking in from the east. Conversely, what he calls the left hand would correspond to the north side, which would appear on the right to such an observer. From this explanation, it follows that the pillar named Jachin, which is described as standing on the right hand of the temple, was situated on the southern side of the entrance. The other pillar, named Boaz, stood on the northern side. These 2 pillars were prominent features at the entrance of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. Josephus also makes reference to the golden plate worn upon the forehead of the high priest. The high priest was the chief religious officer in the temple, descended from Aaron, the brother of Moses. This golden plate bore an inscription signifying holiness to the Lord. Josephus notes that this plate was still in existence in his own day and remained so for at least a century or two afterward. When Josephus describes the courts of the temple, he states that the floor of the outermost court, often called the court of the Gentiles because it was accessible to non-Jews, was raised with great labor, so as to be level or nearly level with the inner court. By the inner court, he refers to the court of the priests, where the altar of burnt offering stood and where the priests performed their sacred duties. However, this statement must be understood in a general sense. Both Josephus and other ancient sources agree that there were gradations in elevation within the temple complex. The court of the priests stood several cubits higher than the middle court, known as the court of Israel, where the male Israelites assembled. The court of Israel itself was elevated above the outermost court, yet lower than the court of the priests. Thus, there was a series of ascending levels as one moved inward toward the sanctuary. Concerning the construction of the temple under King Solomon, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, known as the Septuagint, records that timber and stones were prepared for 3 years before the building began, as stated in the first book of Kings, chapter 5, verse 18. Although the present Hebrew text and the account of Josephus do not explicitly mention the number 3 in connection with the preparation period, they both affirm that the actual construction of the temple did not commence until the 4th year of Solomon's reign. They also speak of the gathering and preparation of materials beforehand. There is therefore no compelling reason to reject the number given in the Septuagint. It is reasonable to understand that 3 years were devoted to preparation before the work of building itself began. Josephus further recounts the solemn transfer of the Ark of the Covenant from Mount Zion to Mount Moriah. The Ark of the Covenant was the sacred chest constructed in the time of Moses, containing the tablets of the law. Mount Zion was the hill in Jerusalem associated with the city of David, while Mount Moriah was the hill upon which Solomon built the temple. The distance between these two elevations was nearly 3/4 of a mile. This removal of the ark from one distinct mount to another demonstrates that Mount Zion and Mount Moriah were not the same mountain, though some later traditions treated them as if they were essentially one. In describing Solomon's palace, Josephus mentions architectural ornaments of what he calls the Corinthian order. The Corinthian order is one of the classical styles of architecture known from the ancient Greek and Roman world, distinguished by elaborate decorative capitals on columns. The reference may appear prophetic, since the most highly ornamental form of the Corinthian order is often considered to have reached maturity later in history. Josephus elsewhere, in his account of the war between the Romans and the Jews, states that one of the gates of the temple rebuilt under King Herod was constructed according to the principles of the Corinthian order. King Herod, known as Herod the Great, ruled Judea under Roman authority in the 1st century before the birth of Jesus Christ and undertook a grand reconstruction of the temple in Jerusalem. Although it may be that some features of Greek and Roman architectural orders were influenced by earlier structures, such as Solomon's temple, it is not entirely certain how ancient the fully developed Corinthian style was in the time of Solomon. Even with the description given by Josephus in addition to the biblical account, the exact structural arrangement of Solomon's palace remains difficult to reconstruct with precision. Yet one notable observation can be made. Josephus states that the first building of the palace measured 100 cubits in length and 50 cubits in breadth. These dimensions correspond to the area of the court of the tabernacle constructed under Moses. That area was equivalent to half of an Egyptian arura or acre, a unit of land measurement used in ancient Egypt. Josephus also discusses the meaning of the title Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the designation given to the kings of Egypt, much as king or emperor is used in other lands. The interpretation that Pharaoh signifies a royal title rather than a personal name appears to be correct. However, Josephus adds that no king of Egypt was called Pharaoh after the time of the Egyptian ruler, who was father-in-law to King Solomon. This assertion does not align easily with other scriptural records, which refer to rulers such as Pharaoh Necho, mentioned in the 2nd book of Kings, chapter 23, verse 29, and Pharaoh Hophra, mentioned in the book of the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 44, verse 30. The name Pharaoh continues to appear in the prophetic writings as a designation for Egyptian kings. Indeed, Josephus himself, in his later work concerning the war between the Romans and the Jews, refers to a king named Necho, also called Pharaoh. In the Hebrew Scriptures, the name Necho appears in connection with events during the reign of King Josiah of Judah. Certain writers once claimed that this rare and valuable plant grew only in Judea. However, this assertion is incorrect. The balsam was known not only in Judea, but also in Egypt and in Arabia, particularly in Sabia, the very region over which this queen ruled. If she came from Sabia, it is entirely consistent that she could have brought such a gift to Solomon, especially if the plant was then most abundant in her own land. It would have been considered a royal offering, worthy of a king renowned for wisdom and splendor. Some have pointed to passages in the book of Genesis, chapter 37, verse 25, and chapter 43, verse 11, where merchants carried balm from the region of Gilead, and where Jacob sent balm as a gift to the governor of Egypt. Yet the substance referred to in those passages is more accurately understood as turpentine, the resin drawn from the terebinth tree, similar to what later generations have called the turpentine of Chios or Cyprus. The Hebrew term used there has often been translated as balm or balsam, but it more precisely denotes the turpentine of Gilead, as also mentioned in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 8, verse 22. Therefore, these earlier references do not prove that the rare balsam of later fame was native only to Judea. There is also mention of the gardens and waterworks associated with King Solomon. About 6 miles from Jerusalem lay a place called Etham. It is recorded that Solomon often rode there in royal procession. In the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 2, verses 5 and 6, Solomon speaks of making gardens and orchards, planting trees of every kind of fruit, and constructing pools of water to irrigate the groves. These descriptions may very well refer to the cultivated grounds at Etham. In the Song of Songs, also known as the Canticles, chapter 4, verse 12, Solomon compares his beloved to a garden enclosed, a spring shut up, and a fountain sealed. Some have thought that this poetic language alludes to the finest portions of those royal gardens, whose reservoirs and channels were renowned. Travelers in later centuries have reported that portions of these water systems remained visible. Whether Etham has any connection to the rivers of Etham mentioned in Psalm 74, verse 15, in the Greek translation known as the Septuagint, where certain waters were dried up in ancient times, cannot be determined with certainty, though it has been suggested. Concerning Solomon's household, it is recorded that he had 700 wives who were daughters of noble families, and 300 concubines who were women of lower rank. Together, they numbered 1,000 women. In Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 28, Solomon remarks that among 1,000 he had not found one woman worthy in the sense he sought. Many understand this statement as referring to that very number within his royal household. Some have judged Solomon harshly for the artistic works associated with the temple and his throne. He made cherubim, figures representing heavenly beings, and constructed 12 great oxen of bronze to support the large basin known as the Molten Sea. Yet these designs followed patterns that had been given earlier to his father, King David, who had received them by divine inspiration. While no specific command had been given concerning the lions that adorned Solomon's throne, there is no clear evidence that he violated the law of Moses in making them. Later religious teachers, particularly among the Pharisees and certain rabbinical authorities, extended the second commandment to forbid the creation of any image whatsoever, even without intention of worship. However, it is unlikely that Solomon understood the commandment in that manner, nor is it evident that such an interpretation was required by the original law. Likewise, the law of Moses had forbidden the establishment of any altar for sacrifice other than the one at the tabernacle. Yet when the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh built an altar by the Jordan River, as recorded in the book of Joshua, chapter 22, they did so not for offerings, but as a memorial. They were not condemned, because their purpose was not to institute rival worship, but to bear witness to their shared heritage. In the same way, Solomon's works of craftsmanship and royal symbolism cannot be judged as violations merely because they included carved or cast figures, when their purpose was not idolatry, but ornament and representation within the framework of the worship of the God of Israel. Later writers added explanations to clarify certain moments in the history of the kings of Israel and Judah, especially concerning the reign of King Solomon and the events that followed after him. One explanation concerns the beginning of Solomon's decline. Solomon, the son of King David and ruler of the United Kingdom of Israel, had once been celebrated for wisdom and devotion to God. However, the period of trouble in his reign appears to have begun when a man named Hadad, also called Ader, began to oppose him. Hadad had been born many years earlier, during the reign of David, at least 20 or 30 years before Solomon became king. Since Hadad began troubling Solomon during Solomon's lifetime as king, this suggests that Solomon's moral decline started relatively early in his reign and lasted for many years. The record of Solomon having many wives and concubines, relationships often formed through political alliances with foreign nations, also supports the idea that his departure for religious faithfulness developed gradually and continued for a long period, possibly beginning before Solomon had reached 50 years of age. Another explanation discusses Jeroboam, who later became the first king of the northern kingdom of Israel after the united monarchy divided. During Solomon's reign, after Solomon had completed 20 years of great building projects, including the temple in Jerusalem and his royal palace, Jeroboam was still described as a young man. These building works were completed around the 24th year of Solomon's reign, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 9, verse 24, and the second book of Chronicles, chapter 8, verse 11. The fact that Jeroboam was still called young at this time indicates that Solomon's wrongdoing had already grown serious and widely known while he was still relatively early in his later life. This observation strengthens the argument that Solomon's disobedience began early and persisted for many years, a condition also reflected in later wisdom writings traditionally associated with reflections on his life. Another note explains the meaning of the term scorpions, which appears in descriptions of punishments threatened by kings. The word does not refer to the small animal known for its sting. Instead, it likely described either a thorny plant, such as a furze bush, or more probably a severe type of whip designed with sharp projections, intended to inflict harsher correction than ordinary lashes. Thus, the term symbolized intensified punishment rather than an encounter with animals. A geographical explanation is also provided concerning the sources of the Jordan River. The Jordan River was the principal river of the land of Israel and held great religious and political importance. Some traditions described two sources, called the Lesser Jordan and the Greater Jordan. One possibility is that separate springs existed near places later called Dan and Jor before joining together. Another explanation, considered more probable, describes a single spring beginning at a lake named Fiala. The water was believed first to sink underground, then rise again near Mount Panium, flowing through a lake known as Semiconitis before entering the Sea of Galilee. Along part of this course, it was called the Lesser Jordan. The exact geography remained uncertain even among ancient historians. What is more certain is that King Jeroboam established one of his golden calves, objects of worship set up in opposition to the temple in Jerusalem, near the point where the smaller stream joined the greater flow of the Jordan, close to a place called Daphne. This act formed part of Jeroboam's religious system intended to prevent his people from traveling to Jerusalem for worship. Another explanation concerns the story of a true prophet from Judah who confronted Jeroboam, as well as a false prophet living in Bethel. Bethel was one of the religious centers established by Jeroboam for alternative worship. According to one historical copy, the true prophet's name was Jadon, also called Adonias in certain ancient writings known as the Apostolic Constitutions. This name is missing in other surviving versions of the story. In some accounts, the revelation of the prophet's death was strangely said to have been given to the false prophet rather than to the true prophet himself. The more detailed version preserved here includes arguments used by the false prophet to persuade Jeroboam to continue in idolatry. arguments described as persuasive and carefully constructed, though other surviving texts omit these details entirely. Because ancient manuscripts differ, it is uncertain whether these fuller explanations came from an older historical source or from another early record that has since been lost. Another historical clarification addresses the Egyptian king Shishak, who invaded Judah during the reign of Rehoboam, Solomon's son. Some later writers attempted to identify Shishak with a famous Egyptian conqueror named Sesostris. However, ancient historical traditions do not support this identification. Evidence suggests that Sesostris lived many centuries earlier than Shishak. The historian whose work preserves these notes did not consider them the same person, maintaining the distinction between the two rulers based on chronological records. A final note introduces a reference to the Greek historian Herodotus, who lived in the 5th century before the Common Era and wrote extensive histories about Egypt and surrounding nations. In a passage quoted by later historians, Herodotus described geographical and historical conditions relating to Egypt, and the quotation was preserved in copies of his work known in later generations. The citation demonstrates how historians compared Hebrew records with Greek historical writings in an effort to understand events through multiple traditions. In the writings of the ancient Greek historian Herodotus, it is stated that the Phoenicians and the Syrians living in the land of Palestine received the practice of circumcision from the Egyptians. By Syrians in this context, Herodotus is generally understood to mean the Jewish people. However, this claim does not agree with the historical and religious records preserved by the Jews themselves. The Jewish tradition clearly records that circumcision was received not from Egypt, but from Abraham, the forefather of the Jewish nation. This covenantal act was established by God with Abraham and his descendants, as recorded in the book of Genesis, chapter 17, verses 9 through 14, and reaffirmed in later teachings recorded in the Gospel according to John, chapter 7, verses 22 and 23. From this evidence, it also appears likely that the Egyptian priests themselves practiced circumcision independently, rather than being its originators. It is therefore reasonable to suppose that Herodotus, observing that the Jews had lived for many generations in Egypt and departed from that land already circumcised, mistakenly concluded that they had learned this practice from the Egyptians and had continued it without interruption. This misunderstanding reflects his limited knowledge of Jewish history. Manetho, a renowned Egyptian priest and chronologer who possessed far deeper knowledge of his own nation's records, repeatedly criticized Herodotus for errors concerning Egyptian affairs. Likewise, Josephus frequently points out Herodotus's mistakes in his historical works. Indeed, Herodotus shows little familiarity with the Jewish people at all. He never mentions them by name, and nearly everything he says regarding their land, their customs, or their coastal cities proves unreliable. He refers to only 2 maritime cities, Catatus and Genesis, yet there is no solid evidence that such cities ever existed along the Jewish coast. In another passage preserved by Josephus, there appears a strange expression suggesting that God was his own workmanship, or that he created himself. Such language runs contrary to reason and to the beliefs later articulated by universal Christianity. It is more likely that the intended meaning was that God was uncreated and without origin, not fashioned by any other being. The historical record also recounts a catastrophic and unparalleled event, the slaughter of 500,000 men from the 10 tribes of Israel. These tribes had fallen into idolatry and rebellion, abandoning the worship and laws they had received. This immense loss of life revealed, in unmistakable terms, the severity of divine displeasure toward their actions. Those who survived were forcefully warned not to continue in rebellion. At the same time, this devastation created a temporary balance of power between the 10 tribes and the 2 southern tribes of Judah and Benjamin. Without such an event, the persistently rebellious 10 tribes would likely have overwhelmed the 2 tribes, which were more often free from idolatry and revolt. There is no compelling reason to doubt the accuracy of this extraordinary number, given the exceptional circumstances under which it occurred. It is also necessary to clarify that the land called Cush in these records does not refer to Ethiopia, as is often assumed, but to a region of Arabia. This distinction is supported by the scholarly work of Samuel Bochet, who carefully examined ancient geographical references. In the Hebrew text of the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 15, verses 3 through 6, there exists a significant textual error. The passage is written as though it refers to past events, when in fact it properly applies to future times. Because of this error, the passage was misinterpreted by Isaac Newton, who relied on the faulty wording in his analysis. The city called Abel-maim, also referred to by Josephus as Abel-lane, lay within the land of Israel near the border of Damascus. Scholars have identified it as the same place later known as Abel or Ahila, from which the region of Abilene took its name. Tradition holds that this city was named after Abel, who was slain unjustly and buried there. This connection sheds light on the words spoken by Jesus, who foretold judgment upon Jerusalem for shedding righteous blood, from Abel to Zechariah, as recorded in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. These words were understood as a warning of the destruction later brought upon Judea by Titus and the Roman army. There is also a discrepancy in the surviving copies of Josephus concerning the duration of a great drought. In some versions, it is said to have ended after a short time, while in the book of 1 Kings, chapter 18, verse 1, it is said to have lasted many days, implying several years. Both Jesus and James affirm that this drought endured for 3 years and 6 months, as recorded in the Gospels and the epistle attributed to James. Josephus appears to mean that in the account of the contest between the prophets of the Lord and the prophets devoted to Baal, it is observed that certain rites performed in that scene were not unique among the nations of the ancient world. A learned commentator, Mr. Spanheim, calls attention to a parallel in the worship of Mitra, who was honored as a god among the Persians. In the ceremonies dedicated to Mitra, the priests were accustomed to cut themselves as part of their religious devotion. This practice corresponds to what was done by the priests of Baal, the deity worshipped among the Phoenicians, including the people of Tyre and Sidon. When those priests invoked Baal, they gashed themselves according to their custom, believing that such acts would move their god to respond. Thus, similar expressions of extreme ritual devotion were found in different regions and under different names of worship. In another matter concerning the history of Naboth, a correction is proposed regarding certain names. Where the text reads Azar, some scholars, including Hudson and Coxius, suggest that the correct reading should be Issachar, meaning a man of the tribe of Issachar. The tribe of Issachar was one of the 12 tribes of Israel, descended from Issachar, the son of Jacob. Jezreel, the city associated with Naboth, belonged to the territory of that tribe. Likewise, where the name Ur appears, it is proposed, following a manuscript and the testimony of the Hebrew Scriptures, that the correct reading should be Jezreel. Jezreel was the city in which Naboth lived and where the events of his vineyard took place. This clarification aligns the historical account with the known geography and tribal divisions of ancient Israel. There is also mention of a custom of mourning and supplication that continued among the Jewish people long after the ancient events described. Jerome, an early Christian scholar who lived in the 4th and early 5th centuries after the birth of Jesus Christ, observed that the Jews in his own day would weep, clothe themselves in sackcloth, sit in ashes, and go barefoot on occasions of deep sorrow or national distress. Sackcloth was a coarse garment worn as a sign of humiliation and repentance. Ashes were placed upon the head as a symbol of grief. Spanheim adds that a similar gesture of humility was seen when Bernice stood barefoot before the tribunal of Florus. Bernice was a woman of royal lineage connected with the Herodian family, and Florus was a Roman governor of Judea during the period leading up to the Great Jewish Revolt against Rome in the year 66 after the birth of Jesus Christ. In that moment of danger, she appeared barefoot as a sign of earnest supplication. Comparable acts are recorded in earlier sacred history. In the second book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 30, King David ascended the Mount of Olives barefoot while fleeing from his son Absalom. Josephus also recounts this in his Antiquities of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 9, Section 2. Such actions were outward signs of inward distress and urgent appeal. Attention is also given to the meaning of the word naked in ancient writings. Mr. Reland observes that naked does not always signify a complete absence of clothing. In many contexts, it refers to the absence of customary armor, outer garments, or official robes. The Roman poet Virgil, for example, instructs the farmer to plow naked and to sow naked, meaning without heavy outer garments. Josephus, in Book 4 of his Antiquities, Chapter 3, Section 2, writes that God gave the Israelites the security of armor when they were naked, that is, when they were without defensive equipment. In the present account, he states that Ahab fell upon the Syrians when they were naked and drunk, which implies that they were unprepared and without armor. In Book 11 of his Antiquities, Chapter 5, Section 8, Josephus records that Nehemiah ordered the builders of the walls of Jerusalem to keep their armor ready so that the enemy might not attack them naked, meaning unarmed. The Hebrew Scriptures use the term in the same manner. In the first book of Samuel, chapter 19, verse 24, it is said that King Saul lay down naked among the prophets, which need not mean entirely unclothed, but rather without his royal garments. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 20, verses 2 and 3, the prophet Isaiah is said to have walked naked and barefoot as a sign. In the Gospel according to John, chapter 21, verse 7, the Apostle Peter is described as naked before he put on his fisher's coat, meaning that he was without his outer garment. Likewise, in the second book of Samuel, chapter 6, verses 14 and 20, Michal reproached King David for uncovering himself while dancing before the Ark of the Covenant. Yet the text plainly states that David was girded with a linen ephod, which was a sacred garment associated with priestly or Levitical service. He had laid aside his royal robes and clothed himself in garments appropriate for sacred celebration. Thus, the term naked in such passages indicates a removal of customary attire rather than total absence of clothing. In recounting the battle in which the walls of Aphek fell, Josephus records that 2 myriads and 7,000 men were slain by the collapse of the walls. A myriad signifies 10,000, so 2 myriads and 7,000 equals 27,000. This number agrees with the figures found in other textual copies of the account. At first, some might suspect that Josephus did not originally intend so large a number, because he refers to those slain as few. It might seem unlikely that the fall of a wall could kill 27,000 men. However, when it is considered that Josephus next states that 10 other myriads, meaning 100,000, were slain in the battle itself, then 27,000 would indeed be comparatively few in relation to 100,000. Moreover, the original texts do not say that a single wall fell, but that the walls, meaning the entire defensive walls of the city, collapsed. With this understanding, the number 27,000 is consistent and credible, and it is reasonable to accept that Josephus transmitted the correct figure. Finally, there is mention of the custom among the Syrians of approaching a conqueror with ropes or halters upon their heads or around their necks when they sought mercy. It was an outward sign that they placed themselves at the mercy of the one who had power over them. Such expressions of supplication were not confined to ancient Syria, but have appeared in various forms in later ages as well. It is worthy of careful notice that in the historical record preserved by Flavius Josephus, the Jewish historian of the 1st century after Christ, the prophet who had previously announced severe judgment upon a disobedient man, whose death by a lion soon followed exactly as foretold, is identified as Micaiah, the son of Imlah. This same Micaiah appears again as the prophet who stood before King Ahab of Israel and declared that he would fall in battle. In the first book of Kings, chapter 22, verses 8 and 18, Ahab openly complained about this man, saying that he hated him because he never prophesied good concerning him, but only evil. In that same chapter, Micaiah once more declared disaster against Ahab, and the events unfolded precisely as he had spoken. There is no sufficient reason to suppose that these accounts refer to different individuals. The character, the message, and the outcome agree so closely that it is most reasonable to understand them as describing one and the same prophet. A further matter stands out in this history, and indeed throughout many accounts contained in the books of the Old Testament. During the period known as the Jewish theocracy, which was the era in which the nation of Israel was governed directly under the authority of the God of Israel as their supreme ruler, God acted not only as their sovereign king, but also as the supreme commander of their armies. In this system, the people were expected to render absolute obedience to him, just as subjects obey an earthly monarch and soldiers obey a military general. They were often commanded to act without being informed of the full reasons behind the commands. Their duty was submission and trust, acknowledging that their supreme king governed with authority that surpassed human understanding. The arguments presented by Zedekiah, one of the prophets who encouraged King Ahab to go to war, deserve attention as well. Zedekiah attempted to persuade Ahab not to believe Micaiah. His reasoning appeared convincing. He pointed to the earlier prophecy of Elijah concerning the manner of Ahab's death, arguing that Micaiah's words seemed inconsistent with it. These arguments were plausible enough to influence judgment. However, they're not found in some other surviving copies of the sacred texts, and therefore it cannot now be determined from what source Josephus received this detailed reasoning. It may have come from a manuscript preserved in the temple at Jerusalem, from another ancient historical record, or from traditional explanatory notes that circulated in earlier times. That some form of persuasive objection was raised against Micaiah is highly probable. Otherwise, Jehoshaphat, the king of the southern kingdom of Judah, who is generally known for his piety and caution regarding prophetic counsel, would hardly have agreed to join Ahab in such a dangerous military campaign. The detail concerning the royal garments worn before the battle at Ramoth in Gilead also carries great significance. According to Josephus, Jehoshaphat put on the royal robes that properly belonged to Ahab, king of Israel, so that he might appear to be Ahab in the eyes of the enemy. Meanwhile, Ahab removed his royal attire and entered the battle without distinctive garments, hoping to conceal his identity and thereby escape the fate foretold by Micaiah. This interpretation sheds light upon the narrative. Ahab intended that the Syrian forces, under the command of King Ben-Hadad of Syria, would mistake Jehoshaphat for him and direct their attack against the king of Judah instead. In this way, Ahab hoped to disprove the prophecy that he would fall in battle. Yet the outcome was entirely different from his expectation. Jehoshaphat, though endangered, survived. Ahab, though disguised, was struck down by an arrow and died. The contrast between the preservation of Jehoshaphat, who was regarded as a righteous ruler, and the death of Ahab, who had repeatedly acted in defiance of divine instruction, displayed a clear distinction made by divine providence. From these events arises a profound reflection concerning divine governance and the certainty of prophecy. When warnings are spoken in the name of God, and when future events are revealed through prophetic declaration, their fulfillment is not uncertain. Wicked rulers may attempt to evade what has been announced. They may devise plans, adopt disguises, or seek counsel that promises favorable outcomes. Yet, without repentance, such efforts do not overturn the decree. Instead, providence often permits them to trust in misleading assurances, guiding them by their own desires into the very circumstances that bring about the foretold judgment. In this way, their actions demonstrate the reliability of the divine word. King Ahab, by preferring those who promise success and rejecting the one who spoke truth, moves steadily toward the end that had been declared. The narrative now proceeds into a new period of history. The following account encompasses 157 years, beginning with the death of King Ahab of Israel and continuing until the captivity of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom, when they were carried away from their land. When Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, returned to Jerusalem after assisting Ahab, the king of the northern kingdom of Israel, in war against Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, he was met on the road by a prophet named Jehu. A prophet, in the tradition of Israel, was regarded as one chosen to speak divine judgment and instruction. Jehu confronted the king openly and rebuked him. He declared that Ahab was an impious and wicked ruler, one who had turned away from the laws of God, and that Jehoshaphat had acted wrongly by supporting him in battle. Because of this alliance, Jehoshaphat had displeased God. Yet Jehu also announced that the king had been spared from destruction because of his own good character and sincere devotion. Hearing these words, Jehoshaphat turned immediately to acts of thanksgiving. He offered sacrifices according to the religious customs of Israel, acknowledging divine mercy. Afterward, he traveled throughout all the lands under his authority, moving from city to city among the people of Judah. He instructed them carefully in the laws given by God through Moses, the great lawgiver who had led the Israelites out of Egypt and established their covenantal system of worship and justice. Jehoshaphat also taught them the proper manner of religious worship, urging faithfulness to the commandments. Seeking to strengthen justice within the kingdom, he appointed judges in every city. These judges were officials responsible for resolving disputes and maintaining order according to divine law. The king gave them strict instructions. They were to care above all for justice. They were not to accept bribes, nor to favor wealthy individuals or persons of noble birth. Instead, they were to judge fairly, remembering that God observed every hidden action and intention. After personally instructing officials throughout the territories belonging to the tribes loyal to Judah, Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem. There he established a higher court composed of priests, Levites, and leading members of the people. The priests were religious authorities responsible for temple service, while the Levites were members of the tribes set apart for religious duties and instruction. These judges were commanded to decide cases with careful attention and righteousness. Difficult disputes from other cities were to be brought to Jerusalem, where judgments would be issued with special care, since Jerusalem contained both the temple of God and the royal residence. Over this judicial body Jehoshaphat placed Amariah, the priest, and Zebediah, a leader from the tribe of Judah, assigning them authority to oversee these matters. At about the same time, new danger arose. The Moabites and the Ammonites, neighboring peoples east of the Jordan River who were often in conflict with Israel, formed an alliance against Jehoshaphat. They were joined by a large force of Arabians. This combined army advanced and established their camp at a place called Engedi. Engedi lay near the lake known as Asphaltitis, later called the Dead Sea, about 300 furlongs, or roughly 37 miles, from Jerusalem. The region was known for producing excellent palm trees and a valuable resin called apabalsamum, used in medicine and trade. News reached Jehoshaphat that the enemy had crossed the waters and invaded territory belonging to his kingdom. The report filled him with fear. In response, he summoned the people of Jerusalem to gather in the temple, the sacred structure built for worship of God. Standing before the temple, he prayed publicly, asking God for strength and power against the invaders. He reminded God that those who had built the temple had prayed that it would stand as a place of protection and that God would defend the city against aggressors. He declared that the enemies had come to seize the land given to Israel as an inheritance. As he finished praying, the king wept, and the assembled people, together with their wives and children, also prayed earnestly. At that moment, a prophet named Jahaziel came forward into the center of the assembly. Speaking loudly to both king and people, he announced that God had heard their prayers and would fight on their behalf. He instructed the king to lead the army out the following day. They would find the enemy between Jerusalem and the ascent of Engedi, at a place called the Eminence. Yet they were told they would not need to fight. They were only to stand and witness how God would defeat their enemies. When the prophet finished speaking, the king and the people fell to the ground in worship and gratitude. The Levites began singing hymns of praise with musical instruments, continuing their worship as an expression of faith in the promised deliverance. At dawn the next day, Jehoshaphat led the people toward the wilderness near the city of Tekoa. There he addressed them, urging them to trust the prophet's message. He instructed them not to prepare for battle in the usual manner. Instead, the priests were placed at the front with trumpets, and the Levites followed with singers offering praise, giving thanks as though victory had already been granted. The people accepted the king's plan and proceeded as he directed. According to the account, God caused confusion and terror to arise among the allied armies of the Ammonites and their companions. In their disorder, they turned against one another, mistaking allies for enemies, and destroyed themselves. Not a single survivor remained from that vast army. When Jehoshaphat and his forces looked upon the valley where the enemy camp had stood, they saw it filled with the fallen. The king rejoiced at what was understood as divine intervention, for victory had been granted without battle or effort from his own army. He permitted his soldiers to gather the spoils left behind in the enemy camp. They collected wealth and goods for 3 days, so great was the abundance. On the 4th day, all the people assembled in a valley where they blessed God for the victory. Because of this act of thanksgiving, the place received the name Valley of Baracha. From that time forward, Jehoshaphat lived in great honor and prosperity, known for righteousness and devotion to God. He maintained peaceful relations with the son of Ahab, who ruled the northern kingdom of Israel after his father. Together they attempted a commercial enterprise, building ships intended to sail to Pontus, a region along the southern coast of the Black Sea, and to trading cities in Thrace, a region in southeastern Europe known for commerce. However, the venture failed when the ships were destroyed because of their size and poor handling. After this loss, Jehoshaphat abandoned further involvement in maritime trade. And this is the account preserved concerning Jehoshaphat, king of Jerusalem. After these events, Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, took the throne of the kingdom of Israel and established his royal residence in Samaria, the chief city of the northern tribes. In character and conduct, Ahaziah proved himself to be a wicked ruler. He followed closely the ways of both his father Ahab and his mother Jezebel, and also imitated Jeroboam, who was the first to transgress openly and to lead the people of Israel into deception and false worship. In the 2nd year of Ahaziah's reign, a serious political challenge arose. The king of Moab, a neighboring nation long subject to Israel, rebelled and refused to continue paying the tribute that he had formerly delivered to Ahab. This tribute had consisted of large numbers of sheep and their wool, a sign of Moab's subjection and Israel's dominance. Around the same time, Ahaziah suffered a grave accident. While descending from the upper level of his royal residence, he fell through an opening and was severely injured. As his condition worsened, the king sought guidance, not from the God worshipped by Israel, but from a foreign deity. He sent messengers to inquire of Baal-zebub, known as the Fly, the god worshipped in the Philistine city of Ekron, asking whether he would recover from his sickness. At this moment, the God of the Hebrews intervened. He revealed himself to Elijah, commanding the prophet to intercept the messengers sent by the king. Elijah was instructed to confront them with a sharp question, whether Israel lacked a god of its own, that its king should send messengers to consult a foreign god. Elijah further declared that they must return to Ahaziah with a message of judgment, that the king would not rise from his illness, but would surely die. Elijah carried out this command exactly. When the messengers heard his words, they immediately turned back to Samaria. Ahaziah was astonished at their swift return and asked why they had come back so quickly. They told him that a man had met them on the way and commanded them, in the name of the God of Israel, to return and announce that the king's sickness would end in death. When Ahaziah asked them to describe this man, they replied that he was clothed in hair and bound with a leather belt around his waist. From this description, the king recognized that the man could only be Elijah, the prophet. Enraged, Ahaziah sent a military officer, a captain commanding 50 soldiers, with orders to seize Elijah and bring him by force. They found Elijah sitting upon the top of a hill. The captain ordered him to come down and accompany them to the king, threatening force if he refused. Elijah answered that if he were truly a prophet of God, fire would come down from heaven and destroy both the captain and his men. He prayed, and immediately a consuming fire descended and destroyed them all. When Ahaziah learned of this, his anger intensified. He sent another captain with 50 armed men, who issued the same threat to Elijah. Once again, Elijah prayed, and fire came down from heaven and destroyed this second group as well. After learning of this second destruction, the king sent a third captain. This man, unlike the others, approached Elijah with wisdom and humility. He spoke respectfully, explaining that he acted only under obedience to the king's command and pleaded for mercy, not only for himself, but for the 50 soldiers with him. He asked Elijah to spare their lives and willingly accompany him to the king. Elijah accepted his respectful words, descended from the hill, and followed him. When Elijah came before Ahaziah, he delivered the final prophecy. He declared that God had spoken, saying that because Ahaziah had despised him as though he were not God, and had sent to inquire the God of Ekron concerning his illness, he would surely die and not recover. Everything happened exactly as Elijah had foretold. Within a short time, Ahaziah died. Because he left no children, the throne passed to his brother Jehoram, also called Joram. This Jehoram ruled for 12 years. In matters of religion, he followed the sinful example of his father Ahab, abandoning the worship of the God of Israel and serving foreign gods, indulging in many forms of impiety. Yet in other respects, he was energetic and capable in the affairs of state. It was during this period that Elijah was taken away from the world of men. No one knows the manner of his end, nor the place of his death, even to this day. He left behind his disciple Elisha, who continued his prophetic mission. The sacred writings testify that both Elijah and Enoch, who lived before the great flood, were taken away in such a manner that it was not known that they died. After Jehoram had firmly assumed the kingship of Israel, he resolved to undertake a military campaign against the king of Moab, whose name was Mesha. As was previously recorded, Mesha had rebelled against Israel during the reign of Ahaziah, though he had faithfully paid tribute to Ahab. That tribute consisted of 200,000 sheep, along with their wool, a heavy obligation that marked Moab's former submission to the kingdom of Israel. When Joram, the son of Ahab, had assembled his own forces, he sent messengers to Jehoshaphat, king of Jerusalem, requesting his assistance. Joram reminded him that he had been a friend to his father Ahab, and he now sought support in a campaign against the Moabites. The Moabites were the people of Moab, a nation east of the Dead Sea, who had been subject to the kingdom of Israel, but had now rebelled and withdrawn from their obedience. Jehoshaphat agreed not only to assist Joram himself, but also to persuade the king of Edom to join the expedition. The king of Edom ruled the territory south of Judah and was at that time under the authority or influence of Jehoshaphat. Having received these assurances, Joram gathered his army and went up to Jerusalem. There he was received with great honor and hospitality by Jehoshaphat. After consultation, they resolved to march against the Moabites by passing through the wilderness of Edom, taking a route that would bring them upon their enemies from that direction. They set out and journeyed for 7 days. During this march, they encountered severe difficulty, for through the error of their guides, they lost their proper way. As a result, they found themselves without water for their soldiers and for their cattle. The distress grew intense. The men and their beasts suffered greatly from thirst. Joram in particular was overwhelmed with anxiety. In his anguish, he cried out to God, asking what sin they had committed, that the Lord should deliver 3 kings together into the hands of the king of Moab without even a battle. Jehoshaphat, who was known for his righteousness and devotion to the God of Israel, sought a different course. He encouraged Joram and proposed that they inquire whether a prophet of the Lord was present in the camp, so that through him they might learn the will of God and know what to do. One of Joram's servants reported that Elisha, the son of Shaphat, was there. Elisha had been the disciple and successor of Elijah, the great prophet who had confronted Ahab and Jezebel. At the urging of Jehoshaphat, the 3 kings went to Elisha. His tent had been pitched outside the main camp. When they arrived, they asked him what would become of their army in this crisis. Joram pressed him urgently for an answer. Elisha responded sharply to Joram. He told him not to trouble him, but to go to the prophets of his father and mother. By this, he referred to the prophets associated with Ahab and Jezebel, who had supported the worship of foreign gods and had opposed the true prophets of the Lord. Yet Joram continued to entreat him. asking him to prophesy and to save them from their peril. Elisha declared with an oath that he would not answer Joram at all, were it not for the presence of Jehoshaphat, whom he regarded as a holy and righteous man. At Elisha's request, they brought to him a musician who could play upon the psaltery, which was a stringed instrument used in sacred and royal settings. As the music was played, the divine spirit came upon Elisha. Under that inspiration, he commanded them to dig many trenches throughout the valley. He told them that though they would see no cloud, nor wind, nor storm of rain, the valley would be filled with water. The army and the cattle would drink and be saved. But this would not be the only favor granted by God. They would also overcome the Moabites. They would capture the strongest and most important cities of Moab. They would cut down the fruit trees, devastate the land, stop up the springs and streams, and throw down the city walls to their foundations. The next day, before the sun had risen, the prophecy began to be fulfilled. A great torrent of water flowed into the valley. God had caused abundant rain to fall in the region of Edom, 3 days' journey away, and the waters ran down to where the army was encamped. The soldiers and the cattle found plentiful water and were preserved. Meanwhile, the Moabites had learned that the 3 kings were advancing through the wilderness toward their land. The king of Moab quickly gathered his forces and ordered them to encamp upon the mountains. From those heights, they would be able to see the approach of the enemy and prevent them from entering unnoticed. At sunrise, the Moabites looked down toward the valley. They saw the water in the torrent near their border. In the early light, it appeared red, for at that hour the reflection of the rising sun upon the water gives it such a color. They formed a mistaken conclusion. They supposed that the allied kings and their armies had turned upon one another in their thirst and slain each other, and that the river ran with blood. Believing that their enemies had already destroyed themselves, they asked their king to permit them to go down and take the spoil. Confident that victory was already theirs, they hurried forward to plunder what they thought was a defeated army. But their expectation was false. As they entered the camp, the forces of Israel, Judah, and Edom rose against them. Some of the Moabites were cut down, and others were scattered and fled back toward their own land. The allied kings pursued them into the territory of Moab. They overthrew the cities they encountered. They destroyed the fields, filling them with stones taken from the brooks so that cultivation would be hindered. They cut down the best fruit trees, stopped up the fountains and streams, and demolished the city walls down to their foundations. The king of Moab retreated into one of his strongholds and endured a siege. When he saw that the city was in danger of being taken by force, he made a desperate attempt to break through the enemy lines. With 700 men and his horsemen, he launched a sudden attack on the side of the camp, where the guard appeared least vigilant. But he encountered a position that was carefully defended and was unable to escape. He returned within the city walls. In an act that revealed utter despair and extreme distress, he took his eldest son, the heir who was to reign after him. He brought him up upon the wall where all the besieging armies could see. There he offered him as a whole burnt offering to his God. When the 3 kings beheld this deed, they were moved with compassion at the depth of anguish that had driven him to such an act. Their sense of humanity and pity was stirred. They lifted the siege and withdrew, each returning to his own land. Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem. He continued there in peace. Not long after this expedition, he died. He had lived 60 years in all, and he had reigned 25 years as king. He was buried in Jerusalem with great honor, for in his conduct he had imitated the actions of King David, seeking to walk in righteousness before God. Jehoshaphat, king of the southern kingdom of Judah, had many sons. Yet he appointed his eldest son, Jehoram, to succeed him upon the throne. This Jehoram bore the same name as his mother's brother, Joram, who was king of the northern kingdom of Israel and the son of Ahab. Thus, at this time, 2 rulers in the divided kingdoms shared closely related names, one reigning in Jerusalem over Judah, and the other reigning in Samaria over Israel. When Joram, king of Israel, returned from the land of Moab to his capital city of Samaria, the prophet Elisha was with him. Elisha had succeeded Elijah as the principal prophet in Israel, and his deeds were widely regarded as remarkable and worthy of careful record, as preserved in the sacred writings. Among those who sought Elisha's help was a widow, the wife of Obadiah. This Obadiah had served as steward in the household of King Ahab. During the time when Queen Jezebel sought to put to death the prophets of the God of Israel, Obadiah had secretly protected 100 of them, hiding them in caves and providing them with bread and water. In order to sustain them, he had borrowed money. After his death, his debts remained unpaid, and according to the custom of that time, creditors claimed the right to take his widow and her children into servitude as payment. The widow came before Elisha and reminded him of her husband's loyalty and courage in preserving the prophets. She explained that because of the unpaid debts, she and her children were about to be taken as slaves. She appealed for mercy and assistance. Elisha asked her what she possessed in her house. She answered that she had nothing except a small amount of oil in a single vessel. The prophet instructed her to go to her neighbors and borrow as many empty vessels as she could. He told her to shut the door of her house and pour the oil from her small container into each of the borrowed vessels, trusting that God would fill them. The woman obeyed. She gathered many empty containers, and as her children brought them to her one by one, she poured the oil. The oil continued to flow until every vessel was filled. Only when there were no more empty containers did the oil cease. She then returned to Elisha and informed him that all the vessels were full. He directed her to sell the oil, pay her creditors in full, and use the remaining proceeds to sustain herself and her children. In this way, Elisha relieved her from debt and rescued her family from bondage. On another occasion, Elisha sent an urgent message to King Joram of Israel. He warned him to avoid a certain place because Syrian forces were concealed there in ambush, intending to kill him. The Syrians were subjects of King Ben-Hadad, ruler of Aram, a kingdom north of Israel. Joram followed the prophet's warning and refrained from going to that place. When the ambush failed, King Ben-Hadad became angry with his own officers. He suspected that someone among them had betrayed his secret plans to the king of Israel. He accused them and threatened death, declaring that he had entrusted the knowledge of the ambush only to them. One of his servants answered that none of them had betrayed him, but that Elisha, the prophet in Israel, revealed to King Joram even the words spoken in the private chamber of the Syrian king. Upon hearing this, Ben-Hadad ordered that scouts be sent to discover where Elisha resided. They reported that he was in the city of Dothan. Therefore, Ben-Hadad dispatched a large force of soldiers, along with horses and chariots, to surround Dothan by night and capture the prophet. In the morning, Elisha's servant rose and saw the city encircled by the Syrian army. In alarm, he ran to Elisha and told him that they were surrounded. Elisha responded calmly, telling him not to fear, for those who were with them were more than those who were against them. He prayed that God would open the eyes of his servant so that he might see. Then the servant perceived a great host of horses and chariots encircling Elisha, a manifestation of divine protection. His fear was replaced with courage. As the Syrian soldiers advanced, Elisha prayed again, asking that their sight be dimmed so that they would not recognize him. The request was granted. Elisha approached the confused soldiers and asked whom they were seeking. They answered that they sought the prophet Elisha. He told them that he would lead them to the man they desired if they would follow him. Under the effect of their impaired perception, they followed him into the city of Samaria. Once they were inside Samaria, Elisha instructed King Joram to shut the city gates and station his army around the Syrians. He then prayed that their sight would be restored. When the Syrians realized that they were surrounded in the capital of their enemy, they were astonished and distressed. King Joram asked Elisha whether he should strike them down. Elisha forbade it. He said that it is customary to kill those taken in open battle, but these men had been brought there by divine intervention and had done no harm in the city. Instead, he advised that they be treated with hospitality. Joram followed the prophet's counsel. He prepared a great feast for the Syrian soldiers, and after they had eaten and drunk, he sent them back safely to their master, King Ben-Hadad. When these soldiers returned to Syria and reported what had happened, describing the power they had witnessed in the presence of the God of Israel with Elisha, Ben-Hadad was astonished. For a time, he refrained from sending secret bands against Israel, fearing the prophet. Instead, he resolved to wage open war, believing that with the strength and size of his army, he could overcome Israel in direct conflict. He assembled a great force and marched against King Joram. Recognizing that he was not strong enough to meet the Syrians in open battle, Joram withdrew into the fortified city of Samaria and relied upon its defensive walls. Ben-Hadad laid siege to the city, intending either to breach it with siege engines or to force its surrender through famine. As the siege continued, supplies within Samaria were exhausted. The scarcity became extreme. An ass's head, which was considered unclean and undesirable food under the law of Moses, was sold for 80 pieces of silver. A small measure of dove's dung, used in desperation as a substitute for salt or fuel, was sold for 5 pieces of silver. Thus the people of Samaria were brought to severe distress under the pressure of the Syrian siege. King Joram lived in constant fear that the city under his rule might be betrayed from within. The city was suffering under a severe famine brought about during a siege, and hunger weakened both soldiers and citizens. Joram, who ruled the northern kingdom of Israel and was the son of King Ahab, walked daily along the city walls and inspected the guards himself. By appearing constantly among them and watching carefully, he prevented conspiracies from forming, for anyone who might have considered surrendering the city to the enemy found no opportunity to act secretly. During one of these inspections, a woman cried out loudly to him, begging for mercy and calling him her lord. The king assumed she was asking for food, something he could not provide because the famine had exhausted all supplies. In frustration, he declared that he possessed neither grain from a threshing floor nor wine from a press, and therefore had nothing to give her. He even spoke harshly, believing her request concerned provisions he did not have. The woman replied that she did not seek food from him, but justice against another woman. When the king commanded her to explain her case, she told a dreadful story. Because the famine had become unbearable, she and her neighbor had made an agreement. Each woman had a son, and they had decided that they would kill their children and eat them in order to survive. One day, they would eat one child, and the next day the other. She said that she had fulfilled her part of the agreement and had killed her own son, and they had eaten him. But when the time came for the other woman to do the same, the neighbor hid her son and refused to keep the agreement. When King Joram heard this account, he was overcome with grief and anger. He tore his royal garment, a traditional sign of mourning and distress. As he cried out, those around him saw that beneath his clothing he wore sackcloth, a rough garment associated with sorrow and repentance. Yet instead of directing his anger toward the enemy army, he turned his wrath against Elisha the prophet. Elisha was regarded as a servant of God and successor to the prophet Elijah. Joram blamed him for not praying effectively to deliver the city from its suffering. In his anger, the king ordered that Elisha be executed. Therefore, they decided to go to the camp of the Syrian army. If the enemy spared them, they might live. If they were killed, death would come quickly. That night, they approached the Syrian camp. Unknown to them, God had caused confusion among the Syrian forces. The soldiers heard what sounded like the noise of chariots, horses, and a vast approaching army. They believed that King Joram had hired powerful allies, including the king of Egypt and rulers from distant island nations, to attack them. Fear spread rapidly through the camp. The soldiers reported these sounds to Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, and he too believed the danger was real, for he heard the same terrifying noises. In panic, the Syrian army abandoned its camp. They left behind tents, horses, beasts of burden, and great quantities of wealth and supplies, fleeing in disorder to save their lives. The 4 leprous men entered the camp cautiously and found it silent and deserted. Entering one tent, they found food and drink and satisfied their hunger. They also discovered garments and gold, which they carried away and hid outside the camp. Moving from tent to tent, they repeated this action many times without interruption. Realizing that the entire army had fled, They reproached themselves for keeping the discovery secret while their fellow citizens suffered. They returned to the walls of Samaria and called out to the watchmen, reporting that the enemy camp stood empty. The watchmen informed the royal guards, and the news quickly reached King Joram. The king summoned his advisors and military commanders and expressed suspicion. He warned them that the Syrian retreat might be a trap. He suggested that the enemy, unable to conquer the city through famine, might be hiding nearby, waiting for the citizens to leave the safety of the walls to plunder the camp. If the people rushed out carelessly, he feared the Syrians would attack suddenly, destroy them, and capture the city without resistance. Therefore he urged caution, commanding that the city remain guarded and that no one leave recklessly or assume the enemy had truly gone. When one of the king's advisors spoke, he praised the wisdom of caution but urged an additional step. He advised that a small group of horsemen be sent out to search the entire land as far as the Jordan River. His reasoning was deliberate and measured. If these riders were seized by an enemy ambush, their loss would serve as a warning to the army, preventing the whole force from advancing carelessly and suffering the same fate. And if the horsemen were captured and killed, they could be counted among those who had already perished in the famine, so that their loss would not further weaken morale. The king approved this counsel and ordered men to be sent out to discover the truth. These scouts traveled along the road and encountered no enemy resistance. Instead, they found the way filled with abandoned provisions and discarded weapons. The enemy, fleeing in haste, had thrown these things aside to lighten themselves and escape more quickly. When the king received this report, he immediately sent the people out to plunder the enemy camp. What they found exceeded all expectation. They gathered vast quantities of gold and silver, along with flocks of every kind of livestock. They also seized immense stores of grain, tens of thousands of measures of wheat and barley, far beyond anything they had imagined possible. The people were not only delivered from their former suffering, but were suddenly surrounded by abundance. Food became so plentiful that 2 seahs of barley were sold for a single shekel, and 1 seah of fine flour was sold for a single shekel, exactly as Elisha had foretold. A seah, according to common reckoning, was equal to 1.5 Italian modii, a standard measure of grain. Only one man did not benefit from this sudden prosperity. He was the captain of the 3rd Division, whom the king had appointed to oversee the city gate. His task was to restrain the crowd, so that the people, pressing forward in their eagerness, would not crush one another. Yet in the very manner he sought to prevent, he himself was overwhelmed by the crowd and died. In this way, he suffered exactly as Elisha had prophesied, for he alone had doubted the word concerning the coming abundance of provisions. After these events, Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, escaped and returned to Damascus. When he learned that it was God himself who had struck terror into his army and thrown it into confusion, and that this disaster had not come from the attack of human enemies, he was deeply shaken. Realizing that God stood against him, he fell into a serious illness. At that same time, Elisha the prophet had traveled from the land of Israel to Damascus. When Ben-Hadad was informed of his presence, he sent Hazael, his most trusted servant, to meet the prophet. Hazael was instructed to bring gifts and to inquire whether the king would recover from his illness. Hazael came to Elisha with 40 camels, each laden with the finest and most precious products of the land of Damascus, together with treasures from the royal palace. He greeted Elisha respectfully and explained that he had been sent by King Ben-Hadad to ask about the outcome of his sickness. Elisha answered that Hazael should tell the king not to fear, yet he also declared plainly that the king would surely die. This troubled Hazael greatly. Elisha himself began to weep openly, shedding many tears, for he foresaw the terrible suffering that would soon come upon the people of Israel. When Hazael asked why the prophet was so deeply moved, Elisha explained that he wept for the Israelites, knowing the cruel acts that Hazael would commit against them. He foretold that Hazael would kill their strongest men, burn their fortified cities, destroy their children, dash them against stones, and rip open women who were with child. Hazael responded with astonishment, asking how he, a mere servant, could ever have the power to do such deeds. Elisha replied that God had revealed to him that Hazael would become king of Syria. When Hazael returned to Ben-Hadad, he reported reassuring words about his illness. Yet on the following day, Hazael took a wet cloth, spread it over the king's face like a net, and suffocated him. In this way, Ben-Hadad died, and Hazael seized the throne. Hazael proved to be an energetic ruler and gained the strong loyalty of the Syrians and the people of Damascus. Because of their benefactions and the temples they built to adorn the city, both Ben-Hadad and Hazael were honored by the Damascenes as gods long after their deaths. Even in later generations, the people continued to worship them with great ceremony, taking pride in what they believed to be the great antiquity of their traditions, not realizing that these kings lived far more recently than they supposed, not yet 1,100 years before. When Joram heard that Ben-Hadad was dead, he was released from the fear that had weighed upon him because of the Syrian king. He was relieved and pleased to enjoy a time of peace. At this point, attention turns to Jehoram, ruler in Jerusalem, who bore the same name as the king of Israel. As soon as Jehoram took control of the government, he murdered his own brothers and the close companions of his father who held authority in the kingdom. By these acts, he gave clear proof of his wicked character. In his conduct, he was no better than the kings of Israel who had earlier violated the laws of their nation, the traditions of the Hebrews, and the worship owed to God. Much of this corruption came from his wife Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab, who led him into further evil and instructed him in the worship of foreign gods. Yet God did not entirely destroy the royal family of Judah because of the promise he had made to David. Even so, Jehoram persisted in introducing new practices that promoted impiety and undermined the ancient customs of his people. During this time, the Edomites revolted. They killed the king who had been subject to Jehoram's father and appointed a ruler of their own choosing. Jehoram marched against the land of Edom by night with his horsemen and chariots, striking those who lived near his borders, but he advanced no farther. This campaign brought him no lasting success. The Edomites remained in rebellion, and the people of Libnah also turned against him. In his madness, Jehoram went so far as to force the people of Judah to go up to the high places in the mountains and worship foreign gods, deepening the corruption of the kingdom and setting the stage for further calamities that were yet to come. As Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat and king over the kingdom of Judah, was acting in a manner contrary to the laws of his own nation, having cast aside the commandments given through Moses and having adopted the corrupt practices of the kings of Israel, there came to him a letter from Elijah the prophet. Elijah was the great prophet of the Lord who had confronted Ahab, king of Israel, and had defended the worship of the one true God against idolatry. Though Elijah had already been taken from public life, this written message was delivered to Jehoram as a declaration of divine judgment. In that letter, it was declared that God would execute severe punishments upon him. The reason was clearly stated. Jehoram had not followed the example of his father Jehoshaphat, nor of his grandfather Asa, who had sought to maintain the worship of the God of Israel in purity. Instead, he had followed the wicked practices of the kings of Israel, particularly those of the house of Ahab. He had compelled the tribe of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to abandon the holy worship of their own God and to bow down to idols, just as Ahab had compelled the Israelites to do in the northern kingdom. Furthermore, Jehoram had murdered his own brothers, men who were described as good and righteous, in order to secure his throne. The prophet's letter did not only accuse him, it also announced his punishment. His people would be struck with destruction. His wives and his children would suffer corruption and ruin. As for Jehoram himself, he would be afflicted with a severe disease in his bowels. This sickness would bring prolonged torment. His inward parts would decay with rottenness, and his bowels would fall out because of the violence of the disease. He would see his own misery, yet would be powerless to help himself. In this way he would die. Such was the judgment proclaimed in the letter of Elijah. Not long afterward, the words of judgment began to unfold. An army of Arabians, tribes dwelling near Ethiopia, together with the Philistines, the ancient enemies who lived along the coastal plain of the land, rose up against the kingdom of Jehoram. They invaded the country and plundered it. They broke into the royal house and carried away its treasures. They killed his sons and his wives. Only one son escaped alive. His name was Ahaziah. After this national disaster, Jehoram himself was struck with the very disease that had been foretold. The affliction took hold in his belly and continued for a long time. It was regarded as a punishment sent by God in anger against him. His suffering did not cease quickly. In the end, he died in misery, and his bowels fell out as had been declared in the prophecy. The people did not honor him in death. They mistreated his body. It was believed that such a terrible end had come upon him by the wrath of God, and therefore he was judged unworthy of royal honors. He was not buried in the sepulchres of his fathers, where the kings of Judah were laid to rest. No special honors were granted to him. Instead, he was buried as an ordinary private man. He had lived 40 years and had reigned 8 years when he died. After him, the people of Jerusalem placed the government in the hands of his son Ahaziah. At this time in the northern kingdom of Israel, Joram, the son of Ahab and king of Israel, sought to strengthen his position after the death of Ben-Hadad, king of Syria. Ben-Hadad had ruled over the Arameans, often called Syrians, who were frequent enemies of Israel. Joram hoped to seize Ramoth in Gilead, a fortified city east of the Jordan River, which had been contested between Israel and Syria. He gathered a great army and marched against Ramoth in Gilead. While he was besieging the city, an arrow shot by one of the Syria defenders struck him. The wound was not fatal, but it required treatment. Therefore he returned to the city of Jezreel to be healed. Jezreel was one of the royal residences in the northern kingdom. He left the army at Ramoth and appointed Jehu, the son of Nimshi, as their general. The city had already been taken by force, and Joram intended, once recovered, to continue war against the Syrians. Meanwhile, Elisha the prophet, the successor of Elijah, acted according to divine instruction. He sent one of the sons of the prophets, that is, a disciple trained under prophetic guidance, to Ramoth in Gilead. He gave him holy oil and commanded him to anoint Jehu as king. The young man was also instructed to tell Jehu that God had chosen him to rule over Israel and to deliver further words of judgment. After delivering the message, he was to depart quickly, as though fleeing, so that he might not be recognized. The young prophet arrived at Ramoth and found Jehu seated among the captains of the army, just as Elisha had said he would. Approaching him, he requested to speak with him privately about an important matter. Jehu rose and followed him into an inner chamber. There the young man poured the oil upon Jehu's head, performing the ancient rite of anointing, which symbolized divine selection and authority. He declared that the Lord had ordained Jehu to be king over Israel. He was appointed for a specific purpose, to destroy the house of Ahab. He was to avenge the blood of the prophets who had been unjustly slain by Jezebel, the wife of Ahab, who had promoted the worship of foreign gods and persecuted the servants of the Lord. The house of Ahab would perish completely, as the houses of Jeroboam the son of Nebat and Baasha had perished before them because of their wickedness. No descendant of Ahab would remain. Having spoken these words, the young prophet departed swiftly from the chamber, seeking to avoid notice among the soldiers. Jehu returned to the place where he had been sitting with the captains. They questioned him about the visitor, referring to the young man as one who appeared disturbed in mind. Jehu answered cautiously, saying that they guessed correctly, for the words spoken were like those of a madman. But when they pressed him further and insisted on knowing the truth, he revealed that the message declared that God had chosen him to be king over the people. At once the captains responded with decisive action. Each man removed his outer garment and spread it beneath Jehu, a gesture of submission and honor. They sounded trumpets and proclaimed openly that Jehu was king. With the support of the army secured, Jehu prepared immediately to move against King Joram, who remained in Jezreel recovering from his wound received at Ramoth. At that same time, Ahaziah, king of Jerusalem and ruler of the kingdom of Judah, had come to Jezreel to visit Joram. Ahaziah was related to him, being the son of Joram's sister. He came out of family concern to see how he recovered from his injury. Jehu intended to strike suddenly. He ordered that none of the soldiers should escape to warn Joram and Jezreel of what had occurred. Such an action, he said, would prove their loyalty to him and demonstrate that they truly desired him as king. The captains agreed. They guarded the roads to prevent any messenger from reaching Jezreel with news. Then Jehu chose select horsemen, mounted his chariot, and set out toward Jezreel. As he approached the city, a watchman stationed by King Joram to observe those coming toward Jezreel saw a company of horsemen advancing. He reported to Joram that he could see a troop riding toward the city. King Joram of Israel, having been informed that a company was approaching, immediately commanded that a horseman be sent to meet them and discover who was coming. The rider went out, and, when he reached Jehu, asked concerning the state of the army, explaining that the king desired to know whether all was well. Jehu answered that such matters did not concern him, and ordered the messenger to fall in behind him. The watchman upon the tower observed that the horseman had joined the approaching company and did not return. He reported this to King Joram. The king then dispatched a second messenger. Jehu gave the same command to this man also, and he too joined the advancing force. When this was reported again, Joram resolved to go out himself. He mounted his chariot, and with him went King Ahaziah of Jerusalem, ruler of the southern kingdom of Judah. Ahaziah was related to Joram and had come to Jezreel to visit him, because Joram had been wounded in battle. Together they rode out to meet Jehu, who advanced steadily and in ordered ranks. They met in the portion of land that had once belonged to Naboth of Jezreel. This was the very vineyard that King Ahab, father of Joram, had taken unlawfully after Naboth had been falsely accused and executed. When Joram saw Jehu, he asked whether all was well in the camp. Jehu answered him with sharp reproach. He accused Joram's mother, Queen Jezebel, of wickedness and idolatry, declaring that peace could not exist while her deeds continued. Hearing this, Joram understood that Jehu's intentions were hostile. He turned his chariot to flee and warned Ahaziah that treachery was upon them. But Jehu drew his bow and released an arrow. It struck Joram and passed through his heart. The king collapsed in his chariot and died. Jehu then commanded Bidkar, a captain over a third part of his army, to cast the body of Joram into the field of Naboth. He reminded Bidkar of the words spoken years earlier by the prophet Elijah to King Ahab, Joram's father. Elijah had declared that because Ahab had slain Naboth and seized his vineyard, judgment would fall upon him and his house in that very place. Jehu recalled that he himself had heard this prophecy while riding behind Ahab's chariot. Now, he declared, the word spoken by Elijah had come to pass. When Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw Joram fall, he fled for his life, turning aside in another direction to escape notice. Jehu pursued him and overtook him at an ascent along the road. Drawing his bow again, Jehu wounded Ahaziah. The wounded king left his chariot and mounted a horse, fleeing to the city of Megiddo. Though physicians attempted to treat him, he soon died from the wound. His body was carried to Jerusalem and buried there. He had reigned only 1 year and was judged to have walked in evil ways, following the example of his father. Jehu then entered Jezreel. When Queen Jezebel heard of his arrival, she adorned herself and stood at an upper window of the palace. As Jehu approached, she called out in defiance, mocking him as a servant who had slain his master. Jehu looked up and demanded to know who stood with him. He called upon the eunuchs who served within the palace. At his command, they cast Jezebel down from the tower. She fell and died, and her body was left upon the ground. After this, Jehu entered the palace and refreshed himself with food and drink after his journey. Then he ordered that Jezebel be buried, for she was the daughter of a king and descended from royal lineage. But when his servants went to bury her, they found only the remains of her extremities. The rest had been consumed by dogs. When Jehu heard this, he remembered the prophecy spoken by Elijah, that Jezebel would meet her end in Jezreel, and that dogs would consume her flesh. Ahab had left 70 sons who were being brought up in Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom. Jehu sent letters to the guardians who were raising these sons and to the rulers of Samaria. In his message, he told them to choose the strongest and most capable of Ahab's sons, set him upon the throne, and prepare to defend their master's house. He reminded them that they possessed chariots, horses, weapons, fortified cities, and a large army. By this message, he tested their loyalty and their courage. When the rulers and guardians read the letter, they were filled with fear. They considered that Jehu had already overthrown 2 kings, Joram of Israel and Ahaziah of Judah. They judged themselves unable to resist him. Therefore they sent back word that they recognized him as their Lord and would obey whatever he commanded. Jehu then wrote again, instructing them to prove their submission by cutting off the heads of Ahab's sons and sending them to him at Jezreel. The rulers complied. They ordered the execution of all 70 sons. Their heads were placed in baskets and sent to Jehu. When Jehu was informed during a meal with his companions that the heads had arrived, he ordered that they be arranged in 2 heaps at the entrance of the city gates. In the morning, he went out and stood before the people. He declared that he had conspired against his master Joram and had slain him, but that he had not personally killed all these sons. He called upon the people to recognize that what had happened to the house of Ahab fulfilled the word spoken by the God of Israel through the prophet Elijah. Thus, he said, the entire house of Ahab had perished as foretold. Jehu then continued his campaign, putting to death all the remaining relatives of Ahab who were found in Jezreel. Afterward, he set out for Samaria. Along the road, he encountered relatives of King Ahaziah of Judah. They were traveling to greet Joram and Ahaziah, unaware that both kings were already dead. When Jehu learned who they were, he commanded that they be seized and killed. They numbered 42 men, and none were spared. As he proceeded, he met Jehonadab, a man known for righteousness and long acquainted with him. Jehonadab greeted Jehu and expressed approval that he had acted in accordance with what was believed to be the will of God in removing the house of Ahab. Jehu invited him to ride in his chariot and witness his zeal. He declared that he would not spare the wicked, but would punish the false prophets and false priests who had led the people away from the worship of the God of Israel and persuaded them to honor foreign deities. He said that it was fitting for a righteous man to see justice carried out against those who had corrupted the nation. Persuaded by these words, Jehonadab entered the chariot with Jehu. Together, they went to Samaria. There, Jehu sought out all who were related to Ahab and put them to death. Jehu, who had risen to power as king over Israel, desired that none of the false prophets nor the priests who served the God worshipped by King Ahab should escape punishment. King Ahab had formerly ruled Israel and had encouraged the worship of foreign gods, turning many people away from the traditional worship of the God of Israel. Jehu therefore formed a plan to gather all those devoted to that foreign worship into one place by means of deception. He assembled the people and publicly declared that he intended to worship even more devotedly than Ahab had done. He proclaimed that he would honor Ahab's God with greater zeal and would offer magnificent and costly sacrifices. He ordered that all the priests, prophets, and servants connected with that God must attend the ceremony. He further announced that any priest who failed to appear would be punished with death. This announcement ensured that none of them would remain absent. The god worshipped by Ahab was called Baal. Baal was a deity honored especially among the people of Tyre, a powerful coastal kingdom to the north of Israel. Ahab had introduced this worship into Israel in order to please his father-in-law Ethbaal, the king who ruled the cities of Tyre and Sidon. To honor this alliance, Ahab had built a temple for Baal in the capital city of Samaria and had appointed priests and prophets dedicated to that worship. After announcing the day of sacrifice, Jehu sent messengers throughout the land of Israel commanding that all priests of Baal be brought together. When they assembled, Jehu ordered that ceremonial garments be given to every priest so that they might appear properly dressed for their religious rites. Once they had received these vestments, Jehu entered the temple of Baal accompanied by his ally Jehonadab, a man known for supporting religious reform. Jehu, commanded that a careful inspection be made to ensure that no foreigner or person devoted to another religion was present among them. His purpose was to make certain that only worshippers of Baal were gathered inside. When the search confirmed that no one outside that worship remained among them, the priests began their sacrifices. Meanwhile, Jehu secretly stationed 80 soldiers outside the temple. These men were chosen because of their proven loyalty. He ordered them to enter at the proper moment and kill all the prophets and priests, declaring that they were to restore and defend the laws of their nation, which had long been neglected. He warned the soldiers that if even one of the priests escaped, the life of the soldier responsible would be taken in his place. At the appointed time, the soldiers entered and struck down all the worshippers of Baal with the sword. They then destroyed and burned the temple itself. By this action, the city of Samaria was cleansed of the foreign religious practices that had been introduced during Ahab's reign. Yet although Jehu destroyed the worship of Baal, he did not remove every form of religious error. He allowed the Israelites to continue worshiping the golden calves, images that had earlier been established as objects of worship within the kingdom. Nevertheless, because Jehu had punished many wicked practices and acted against the corruption that had spread through the nation, God declared through a prophet that Jehu's descendants would rule Israel for 4 generations. At this time, Jehu remained firmly established as king. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom of Judah, events unfolded with equal tension. Athaliah, the daughter of King Ahab of Israel, learned that her brother Joram, king of Israel, had died, and that her own son Ahaziah, king of Judah, had also been killed along with many members of the royal family. Fearing the loss of power and determined to secure authority for herself, she attempted to destroy the entire royal house descended from King David. The house of David was the royal lineage believed to have been chosen to rule Judah, and eliminating it would prevent any rightful heir from claiming the throne. Athaliah believed she had succeeded in exterminating all potential heirs. However, one child survived. Ahaziah had a sister named Jehosheba, who shared the same father. She was married to Jehoiada, the high priest, the chief religious leader responsible for temple worship in Jerusalem. Jehosheba entered the royal palace during the massacre and discovered a young child named Jehosh, the infant son of Ahaziah, who was not yet a year old. The child had been hidden among those who were slain, protected by his nurse. Jehosheba secretly took the child and his nurse and concealed them in a private chamber. Together with her husband Jehoiada, she raised the boy in secrecy within the temple complex in Jerusalem. For 6 years the child remained hidden there, while Athaliah ruled over Jerusalem and the kingdom consisting of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin. In the 7th year of Athaliah's rule, Jehoiada the high priest began to reveal his plan. He secretly met with 5 military officers known as captains of hundreds, commanders responsible for groups of soldiers. He persuaded them to support an effort to remove Athaliah from power and restore the kingdom to the young child, the rightful heir. Jehoiada required these commanders to swear solemn oaths promising loyalty, secrecy, and mutual protection, ensuring that none would betray the plan. Encouraged by their agreement, he believed that Athaliah could be overthrown. The officers then traveled throughout the land, gathering priests, Levites who served in temple duties, and leaders from the tribes of Judah. They brought these trusted men to Jerusalem to meet with Jehoiada. There the high priest required them also to swear an oath, binding them to silence and cooperation before he revealed the secret he had guarded for 6 years. When they had sworn the oath and thereby made it safe for him to speak openly, Jehoiada brought forward the child whom he had secretly raised from the royal family of David. When Athaliah suddenly heard the uproar and the cries of joy, she was seized with alarm. She rushed out from the royal palace with her own armed followers and went straight to the temple. The priests received her, but those who surrounded the temple, obeying the orders of Jehoiada, prevented the armed men who followed her from entering. When Athaliah saw the child standing beside a pillar, wearing the royal crown, she tore her garments and cried out loudly, commanding that the one who had plotted against her and sought to take her power should be killed. At once, Jehoiada summoned the captains of hundreds and ordered them to lead Athaliah out to the Kidron Valley and put her to death there. He would not allow the temple to be defiled by the execution of such a dangerous woman. He also commanded that anyone who attempted to help her should be killed as well. Those assigned to carry out the sentence seized her, led her through the gate where the king's mules were kept, and there they put her to death. When Athaliah had thus been removed by this carefully planned action, Jehoiada gathered the people and the armed men together in the temple. He made them swear an oath that they would remain loyal to the king and guard both his person and his rule. After this, he required the king himself to swear that he would worship God and would not transgress the laws given through Moses. Then the people rushed to the house of Baal, which Athaliah and her husband Jehoram had built to dishonor the God of their ancestors and to honor the house of Ahab. They tore it down completely and killed Mutton, who served there. Jehoiada then entrusted the care of the temple to the priests and Levites, following the arrangements originally set by King David. He commanded them to offer the regular burnt sacrifices each day, morning and evening, and to burn incense according to the law. He also appointed Levites and gatekeepers to guard the temple, ensuring that no one who was ceremonially unclean would enter. After Jehoiada had established all these matters, he, together with the captains of hundreds, the rulers, and all the people, brought Jehoash from the temple into the royal palace. They seated him upon the throne of the kings. The people shouted with joy and celebrated with feasting for many days, while the city remained calm after the death of Athaliah. Jehoash was 7 years old when he became king. His mother was Zibiah, who came from Beersheba. Throughout the lifetime of Jehoiada, Jehoash carefully observed the laws and showed zeal in the worship of God. When he came of age, he married 2 wives chosen for him by the high priest, and he had sons and daughters. This account is sufficient to show how Jehoash escaped the treachery of Athaliah and came to possess the kingdom. After these events, Hazael, ruler of the Syrians, launched a campaign against the people of Israel and their king Jehu. Hazael devastated the regions east of the Jordan River, territories belonging to the tribes of Reubenites, Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manassites. He ravaged the lands of Gilead and Bashan, burning cities, plundering property, and inflicting violence wherever he advanced. Jehu did nothing to stop this devastation. He made no effort to defend the land during its suffering. By this time, he had become a despiser of religion, scorning holiness and disregarding the laws. After reigning over Israel for 27 years, Jehu died. He was buried in Samaria, and his son Jehoahaz succeeded him as king. Jehoash, who was king in Jerusalem over the kingdom of Judah, developed a strong desire to repair the temple of God. This temple was the sacred house in Jerusalem that had first been built by King Solomon, son of King David, as the central place of worship for the God of Israel. Over time, it had fallen into decay. The damage had been caused during the reign of Jehoram, and later by Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel, who had ruled in Judah and had promoted idolatry. Her sons had also contributed to the neglect and misuse of the holy place. Jehoash therefore summoned Jehoiada, the high priest. Jehoiada was the chief religious authority in the temple and had earlier preserved the royal line of David by protecting Jehoash when he was a child. The king commanded him to send the Levites and the priests throughout the entire land of Judah. The Levites were members of the tribe of Levi, appointed to assist in the service of the temple, and the priests were those descended from Aaron who performed the sacrifices. They were instructed to collect half a shekel of silver from every man, a set contribution toward rebuilding and repairing the temple. However, Jehoiada did not immediately carry out this command. He believed that the people would not willingly pay such a fixed amount. Time passed, and in the 23rd year of the reign of Jehoash, the king summoned Jehoiada and the Levites again. He reproached them for failing to obey his instructions and once more ordered that the temple be restored. At this point, Jehoiada devised a different method for collecting the money. He made a wooden chest. It was carefully closed on every side, except that a single opening was made in it. This chest was placed in the temple beside the altar being the structure upon which sacrifices were offered to God. The people were invited to cast into the chest whatever sum each person wished to give for the repair of the temple. This arrangement pleased the people. Instead of being compelled to pay a fixed tax, they were free to give voluntarily. They competed with one another in generosity. Large quantities of silver and gold were brought and placed into the chest. Each day, the royal scribe, who was an official responsible for records and accounts, together with the priest who oversaw the treasuries, would empty the chest. They counted the money in the presence of the king and then returned the chest to its place. This was done daily. When it became clear that enough money had been collected, Jehoiada the high priest and King Jehoash hired skilled workers. Masons were employed to shape stone and carpenters to work with wood. They purchased large beams of timber of the finest quality. With these materials, the temple was repaired and restored to proper condition. After the necessary repairs were completed, there still remained a considerable amount of gold and silver. With these remaining funds, they made bowls, basins, cups, and other sacred vessels for use in the temple service. The altar was supplied continually with valuable sacrifices. As long as Jehoiada lived, these arrangements were maintained with proper care. Jehoiada died at the age of 130 years. He had been a righteous and very good man in every respect. Because he had restored the kingdom to the house of David and had acted faithfully, he was buried in the royal sepulchres in Jerusalem among the kings. But after his death, King Jehoash revealed that his devotion to God had depended greatly on the guidance of Jehoiada. Without him, the king neglected his duty toward God. The leading men among the people were also corrupted, and together they abandoned what their constitution and their laws had established as best for their welfare. God was displeased with this change in both the king and the people. Prophets were sent to warn them. These prophets testified against their actions and called them back from wickedness. Yet the people had developed such a strong attachment to wrongdoing that neither the example of former offenders, who had been severely punished along with their families, nor the warnings now delivered, could persuade them to repent. Among these prophets was Zechariah, the son of the high priest Jehoiada. God appointed him to speak. He stood in the midst of the assembled people and gave counsel both to them and to the king. He urged them to act righteously and warned that if they refused to listen, heavy punishment would follow. Instead of repenting, King Jehoash commanded that Zechariah be stoned to death within the temple itself. In doing so, he forgot the great kindness that Zechariah's father Jehoiada had shown to him by preserving his life and securing his throne. As Zechariah was about to die, he called upon God as witness that he was suffering for giving good counsel, and that he was being slain violently despite the benefits his father had done for the king. It was not long before judgment came upon Jehoash. Hazael, king of Syria, invaded the land of Judah. Hazael had become ruler of the Arameans after the death of his master, as had earlier been foretold by the prophet Elisha. Hazael captured the city of Gath and plundered it. Then he turned his forces toward Jerusalem. Jehoash was afraid. To prevent a siege, he gathered all the treasures belonging to the temple of God and those stored by previous kings. He removed the gifts that had been dedicated in the temple and sent them to Hazael, king of Syria. Because of the great amount of wealth delivered to him, Hazael refrained from attacking Jerusalem. The city was spared from siege and complete danger. Nevertheless, Jehoash soon fell into a severe illness. At the same time, some of his own servants conspired against him. They sought revenge for the death of Zechariah, son of Jehoiada. They laid a plan and assassinated the king. He was buried in Jerusalem, but not in the royal sepulchres of his ancestors, because of his impiety. He had lived 47 years. After him, his son Amaziah became king. In the 21st year of the reign of Jehoash, king of Judah, Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, began to rule over the kingdom of Israel in Samaria. Samaria was the capital city of the northern kingdom. Jehoahaz reigned for 17 years. He did not properly imitate his father Jehu, who had destroyed the house of Ahab, but instead practiced wickedness similar to that of earlier kings who had shown contempt for God. The king of Syria oppressed him. Through repeated military campaigns, the Syrian forces reduced the strength of Israel's army so severely that only 10,000 armed foot soldiers and 50 horsemen remained. Many great cities were taken, and much of the army was destroyed. These sufferings fulfilled what the prophet Elisha had foretold when he declared that Hazael would kill his master and reign over the Syrians and the people of Damascus. When Jehoahaz found himself in such unavoidable distress, he turned to prayer. He made supplication to God and begged for deliverance from the power of Hazael. God accepted his repentance in place of consistent virtue. Rather than utterly destroying the nation, God chose to admonish and correct those who might yet repent. Deliverance from war and danger was granted. Peace returned to the land, and the country flourished again as before. After the death of Jehoahaz, his son Joash became king of Israel in Samaria. This occurred in the 37th year of Jehoash, king of the tribe of Judah. The king of Israel bore the same name as the king of Jerusalem. Joash of Israel reigned for 16 years. He was considered a good man and was not at all like his father in disposition. At this time, Elisha the prophet was very old and had fallen into sickness. The king of Israel went to visit him. When he saw that Elisha was near death, he wept before him. He called him his father and his strength, declaring that it had been through Elisha's prophetic guidance that Israel had triumphed over its enemies without reliance on weapons. By his prophecies, victory had come without battle. Now, as the prophet was about to depart from this life, the king lamented that he would be left vulnerable to the Syrians and other enemies who were already armed and powerful. In his grief, he declared that it was not safe for him to live without the prophet, and that it would be better for him to die with Elisha than to remain behind without his counsel. As the king lamented and spoke of his weakness, the prophet Elisha comforted him. Elisha commanded that a bow be brought. When the bow was placed in the king's hands and prepared for shooting, Elisha laid his own hands upon the king's hands and instructed him to shoot. The king released an arrow. Then Elisha told him to strike again. He shot 3 arrows and then stopped. Elisha said to him that if he had struck 5 or 6 times, he would have destroyed the kingdom of Syria completely. But because he had stopped after 3, he would defeat the Syrians only 3 times and no more. By those victories, he would recover the territories that had been taken from the kingdom of Israel during the reign of his father. After hearing this, the king departed. Not long afterward, Elisha died. He was known among the people for righteousness and for the favor he had found with the God of Israel. Through prophetic power, he had performed works that were regarded as extraordinary, and these deeds were carefully remembered and preserved in the sacred records of the Hebrews. He was given an honorable burial, suitable for one who had been held in such esteem. At that time it happened that certain robbers were burying a man they had slain. When they saw a band approaching, they hastily cast the body into the tomb of Elisha. When the dead man's body touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood up. In this way, it was believed that divine power had been present not only during Elisha's life, but even after his death. After the death of Hazael, king of Syria, his son Adad became ruler. Against this new king, Joash, king of Israel, made war. Joash fought 3 battles against him and prevailed. He recovered all the cities and territories that Hazael had taken from Israel during the reign of Joash's father. These events were understood to have occurred in fulfillment of the prophecy spoken by Elisha. When Joash died, he was buried in Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom. The government then passed to his son Jeroboam. In the 2nd year of the reign of Joash over Israel, Amaziah began to reign over the tribe of Judah in Jerusalem, the capital of the southern kingdom. His mother was Jehoaddan, a woman of Jerusalem. From his youth, he showed care to do what was considered right. When he assumed full authority, he resolved first to avenge the death of his father, King Jehoash of Judah, who had been slain by conspirators. Amaziah seized those who had committed the murder and put them to death. However, he did not punish their children, for he followed the law given through Moses, which declared that children should not suffer for the sins of their fathers. After securing his throne, Amaziah assembled an army from the tribes of Judah and Benjamin. He chose young men about 20 years of age and gathered 300,000 soldiers. Over them, he appointed officers commanding hundreds. In addition, he sent to the king of Israel and hired 100,000 soldiers for 100 talents of silver. He intended to wage war against the Amalekites, the Edomites, and the Jebusites, neighboring peoples who had long been enemies. As he prepared for war, a prophet came to him and warned him not to rely on the hired soldiers from Israel. The prophet declared that those men were not faithful and that if Amaziah used them, he would be defeated. He was told that victory would come not through numbers, but through the will of God. Amaziah hesitated because he had already paid the silver. The prophet urged him to obey, assuring him that obedience would bring greater wealth. Amaziah dismissed the hired troops, allowing them to keep their payment, and marched with his own forces. In battle, he defeated the nations he had set out against. 10,000 of the enemy were slain, and 10,000 more were taken alive. These captives he brought to a high rock in Arabia and cast them down. He also carried away large amounts of spoil and wealth from those lands. Meanwhile, the dismissed soldiers from Israel felt insulted. Interpreting their dismissal as contempt, they raided the territory of Judah. They advanced as far as Beth-horon, plundered livestock, and killed 3,000 men. After his victories, Amaziah became proud. Instead of honoring the God who had granted him success, he brought back the idols of the Amalekites and began to worship them. A prophet came to him and questioned how he could regard as gods those who had failed to save their own people from defeat. These idols had not prevented their worshippers from being conquered and carried away captive. The king was angered by this rebuke. He ordered the prophet to be silent and threatened punishment if he continued to interfere. The prophet answered that he would cease speaking, yet he warned that God would not ignore such actions. Despite this warning, Amaziah grew bold in his success. He sent a message to Joash, king of Israel, demanding that he and his people submit to him, claiming that Israel had once been subject to his ancestors, King David and King Solomon. He declared that if Joash refused, he must prepare for war to defend his dominion. King Joash, ruler of the kingdom of Israel, sent a written message in reply to King Amaziah, ruler of the kingdom of Judah. In his letter, King Joash spoke in the form of a parable so that its meaning might instruct and warn without direct accusation. He wrote that upon Mount Lebanon, a famous mountain range to the north known for its great forests and tall trees, there once stood a very tall cypress tree. During Jeroboam's reign lived a prophet named Jonah, a messenger believed to speak on behalf of God. Jonah foretold that Jeroboam would wage war against the Syrians, meaning the Aramean kingdoms located to the northeast, and that he would defeat them. Jonah also predicted that Jeroboam would restore and enlarge the borders of Israel, extending them northward as far as the city of Hamath and southward to the lake called Asphaltitis, also known as the Salt Sea. These borders corresponded to territories originally assigned to the people of Canaan under Joshua, the ancient military leader who had first distributed the land among the tribes of Israel. Jeroboam carried out military campaigns against Syria and successfully conquered their territories, fulfilling the prophecy spoken by Jonah. The historian then explains that it is necessary to describe the life of the prophet Jonah more fully, according to records preserved in Hebrew writings. Jonah had received a command from God to travel to the great city of Nineveh, capital of a powerful empire, and proclaim that the city would lose its dominion over the nations because of its wrongdoing. However, Jonah was afraid and chose not to obey. Instead, he fled toward the coastal city of Joppa, seeking to escape his mission. At Joppa, he found a ship preparing to sail to Tarsus, a distant port located in the region of Cilicia. Jonah boarded the vessel and departed. During the voyage, a violent storm arose, threatening to sink the ship. The sailors, including the captain and the pilot responsible for navigation, prayed and made vows, hoping for deliverance from the sea. Jonah, however, remained apart, lying quietly within the ship and not joining in their prayers. As the storm grew worse, the sailors suspected that one among them had offended the divine power and caused the disaster. Following an ancient custom, they cast lots in order to discover who was responsible. The lot fell upon Jonah. When questioned about his identity and actions, he declared that he was a Hebrew and a prophet of the Almighty God. He told them that he himself was the cause of the storm and advised them to throw him into the sea if they wished to be saved. At first, the sailors refused, believing it wrong to destroy a man who had trusted them with his life. But when the danger became overwhelming and the ship seemed certain to perish, and when Jonah himself urged them to act, they cast him into the sea. Immediately the storm ceased, and the waters became calm. The account further reports that Jonah was swallowed by a great sea creature described as a whale. He remained within it for 3 days and 3 nights, after which he was cast out alive upon the shore of the sea, known as the Euxine Sea. After praying and receiving forgiveness for his disobedience, Jonah went to the city of Nineveh. There he proclaimed publicly that within a short time the city would lose its rule over Asia. After delivering this message, he departed. The historian states that this account is given according to what was written in the sacred books. When Jeroboam had lived his life in great prosperity and had ruled over the kingdom of Israel for 40 years, he came to the end of his days. He died and was buried in Samaria, the royal city of the kings of Israel. After his death, his son Zechariah succeeded him and took possession of the kingdom. In the same period, Uzziah, the son of Amaziah, began to reign over the 2 tribes of Judah and Benjamin in Jerusalem. This occurred in the 14th year of the reign of Jeroboam king of Israel. Uzziah was born of Jechaliah, who was a citizen of Jerusalem. He was known as a good man, naturally righteous and noble in character, and diligent in managing the affairs of his kingdom. Uzziah undertook military campaigns against the Philistines, defeated them in battle, captured the cities of Gath and Jabneh, and broke down their defensive walls. After this, he attacked the Arab tribes who lived near the borders of Egypt. He also built a city on the shore of the Red Sea and stationed a military garrison there to secure it. He later subdued the Ammonites and imposed tribute upon them. His power extended through many regions, reaching as far as the borders of Egypt. After securing his borders, he devoted the remaining years of his reign to strengthening Jerusalem itself. He repaired and rebuilt sections of the city wall that had collapsed from age or neglect under former kings, as well as the portions destroyed when the king of Israel had captured his father Amaziah and entered the city by force. Uzziah constructed numerous towers, each rising to the height of 150 cubits, and built fortified towns in desert regions, placing garrisons within them. He ordered the digging of many channels to supply water. He possessed great numbers of animals used for labor and vast herds of cattle, for the land was well suited to pasture. He devoted himself to agriculture, cultivating the soil, planting various kinds of vegetation, and sowing many types of seed. He also maintained a powerful army of chosen men, numbering 370,000 soldiers, organized under officers, captains of thousands, and 2,000 commanders renowned for courage and strength. He divided the army into divisions and equipped them with swords, bronze shields, breastplates, bows, and slings. In addition, he commissioned the construction of engines of war designed for the siege of cities, capable of casting stones and darts, along with grappling devices and other instruments of warfare. While Uzziah stood in this position of strength and was making preparations for the future, his mind became corrupted by pride. Because of the abundance of wealth and success that surrounded him, he grew insolent and came to despise the power that endures forever, which is expressed through reverence toward God and obedience to divine law. His prosperity led him into the same sins that had ensnared his forefathers, for he could not restrain himself amid his achievements. When an important day arrived and a great public festival was being celebrated, Uzziah clothed himself in sacred garments and entered the temple in Jerusalem to offer incense upon the golden altar. This action was forbidden to him by Azariah, who stood with 80 priests. They told him plainly that it was not lawful for him to offer sacrifice, because only the descendants of Aaron were permitted to perform this duty. They commanded him to leave the temple and not transgress against God. Uzziah became enraged, threatened them with death, and demanded that they be silent. At that moment, the ground shook violently. A leer opened in the temple structure, and a beam of sunlight fell upon the king's face. Immediately, he was struck with leprosy. Outside the city, at a place called Eroge, a portion of the western mountain broke away and moved a distance of 4 furlongs until it came to rest against the eastern mountain, blocking roads and damaging the royal gardens. When the priests saw the mark of leprosy upon the king's face, they informed him of his condition and ordered him to leave the city as an unclean person. Uzziah, overwhelmed by his affliction and aware that he could not oppose the command, obeyed. He endured this severe punishment because of his unlawful intention and his impiety toward God. He lived apart from the city for a time, leading a private life, while his son Jotham governed the kingdom in his place. Uzziah later died in grief and distress over what had happened to him, having lived 68 years and reigned 52 of them. He was buried alone in his own gardens. After these events, Zechariah ruled over Israel for 6 months. He was then murdered through treachery by one of his companions, Shallum, who seized the throne. However, Shallum held power for only 30 days. Menahem, the commander of the army, was at that time in Tirzah, where he learned of the assassination of Zechariah. He marched with his forces to Samaria, confronted Shallum in battle, and killed him, making himself king. After securing the throne, Menahem advanced to the city of Tifsah. The inhabitants refused to open their gates to him. In retaliation, he devastated the surrounding countryside, besieged the city, and captured it by force. Enraged by their resistance, he slaughtered all the inhabitants without mercy, including infants, displaying a level of cruelty toward his own people that would have been excessive even toward foreign enemies. In this manner, Menahem ruled over Israel for 10 years, governing with continual violence and brutality. When Pul, king of Assyria, led his forces against the kingdom of Israel, Menahem, who was then king in Samaria, judged that it was not wise to meet the Assyrians in open battle. Assyria was a powerful empire rising in the region of Mesopotamia, and its armies were known for their strength and discipline. Rather than risk destruction, Menahem chose negotiation over warfare. He persuaded Pul to accept a payment of 1,000 talents of silver. A talent was a large measure of weight, and this amount represented an enormous sum. In exchange for this tribute, Pul agreed to withdraw his forces and bring the war to an end. To gather this money, Menahem imposed a levy upon the people. He required 50 drachmae of silver as a poll tax for every man. A drachma was a unit of currency, and this tax fell heavily upon the population. The silver was collected and delivered to the king of Assyria, and thus peace was purchased at a great cost. After these events, Menahem died. He was buried in Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. His son Pekahiah succeeded him. Pekahiah followed the harsh and violent ways of his father. His rule, however, lasted only 2 years. During a feast, he was assassinated along with his companions. The man who conspired against him was Pekah, the son of Remaliah, who served as general of the cavalry. Pekah laid a plot and killed Pekahiah, then seized the throne. Pekah ruled for 20 years. His reign was marked by wickedness and transgression. During his rule, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, launched a campaign against Israel. Tiglath-Pileser was a powerful monarch who expanded the Assyrian Empire through military conquest. He overran the land of Gilead, which lay east of the Jordan River, and the region beyond the river, as well as the neighboring territories known as Galilee, Kadesh, and Hazor. The Assyrian king captured the inhabitants of these regions and deported them to his own kingdom. This policy of transplantation was used by Assyria to weaken conquered peoples by removing them from their homeland and scattering them among foreign populations. Thus, large portions of the northern kingdom were emptied of their people. In the southern kingdom of Judah, Jotham, the son of Uzziah, ruled in Jerusalem. His mother was named Jerusha, and he was a native citizen of Jerusalem through her. Jotham was a king distinguished by virtue. He was devoted to God, just in his dealings with men, and attentive to the welfare of the city. He undertook extensive building works. Whatever required repair or adornment in Jerusalem, he restored with magnificence. He strengthened the foundations of the cloisters in the temple, those covered structures surrounding the sacred courts. He repaired fallen sections of the city walls and constructed great towers that were nearly impregnable. If any part of his kingdom had been neglected, he gave it careful attention. Jotham also led a campaign against the Ammonites, a people dwelling east of the Jordan River. He defeated them in battle and imposed tribute upon them. Each year, they were required to pay 100 talents of silver, along with 10,000 measures of wheat and 10,000 measures of barley. Through these actions, his kingdom grew in strength. His enemies no longer despised it, and his own people lived in prosperity. At that time, there was a prophet named Nahum. He spoke concerning the future overthrow of Assyria and its capital city Nineveh. Nineveh was a vast and powerful city situated along the Tigris River, serving as the heart of the Assyrian Empire. Nahum declared that Nineveh would become like a pool of moving water, its people troubled and fleeing in confusion. They would cry to one another to stand firm, yet would run in flight. They would seize gold and silver, yet none would remain to defend the city. Fear and internal conflict would consume them. He described the city as a den of lions, a symbol of power and dominance, yet declared that God would bring it low. The lion, meaning the Assyrian ruler who had gone out to impose laws and control upon many nations, would no longer exercise such authority. Nahum spoke. He was buried in the sepulchres of the kings in Jerusalem. His son Ahaz succeeded him. Ahaz proved deeply impious. He transgressed the laws of his nation and imitated the kings of Israel in their idolatry. He erected altars in Jerusalem and offered sacrifices to idols. He even offered his own son as a burnt offering, following the practices of the Canaanites, the ancient inhabitants of a land who had worshipped foreign gods in this manner. His conduct in other matters was likewise corrupt. While Ahaz continued in this course, Rezin, king of Syria and ruler in Damascus, joined an alliance with Pekah, king of Israel. Together, they made war against Judah. They drove Ahaz back into Jerusalem and laid siege to the city. For a long time, they besieged it, yet made little progress because of the strength of Jerusalem's walls. Rezin captured the city of Elath, located by the Red Sea, which was important for trade and access to maritime routes. He killed its inhabitants and settled Syrians there in their place. He also destroyed other garrisons and slew Jews living in the surrounding areas. After gathering much spoil, he returned with his army to Damascus. When Ahaz learned that the Syrian forces had withdrawn, he believed he could confront Pekah, king of Israel, alone. He marched out with his army and engaged Pekah in battle, but he was defeated. This defeat was understood as a consequence of divine anger against him for his many offenses. On that day, 120,000 men of Judah were slain by the Israelites. Among the fallen was Zechariah, the son of King Ahaz, killed in battle by Amaziah, a commander. Azrikam, the governor of the kingdom, was also killed. Elkanah, a leader of the troops of the tribe of Judah, was taken captive. The Israelites carried away many captives, including women and children from the tribe of Benjamin. They also seized great spoil and returned with their captives and plunder to Samaria. At that time, there was a prophet in Samaria named Obed. When the army of Israel returned with captives from the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, Obed went out to meet them before the walls of the city. He raised his voice and declared that their victory had not come by their own strength, but because the God of Israel had been angered against King Ahaz of Judah. He reproved them for going beyond victory into cruelty, for they had taken as prisoners their own kinsmen, men and women of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin. He warned them that if they continued in this course, they would bring guilt upon themselves and face punishment from God. He urged them to release the captives and send them home unharmed. The people of Israel assembled to consider these words. Among them stood Berechiah, a man of high reputation in the government, together with other leaders. They declared that the captives must not be brought into the city, for they already bore enough guilt of their own. The prophets had warned them of their sins, and they must not add new offenses to those already committed. When the soldiers heard this, they agreed to follow that counsel. The leaders took charge of the captives. They provided them with clothing and provisions, treated them with care, and escorted them safely as far as Jericho, a city near Jerusalem. After ensuring their safe return, the 4 leaders went back to Samaria. King Ahaz of Judah, having suffered defeat at the hands of Israel, sought foreign assistance. He sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser III, king of the Assyrian Empire, asking for help against the Israelites, the Syrians, and the people of Damascus. He promised large sums of money and sent costly gifts to secure this alliance. Tiglath-Pileser responded by marching against Syria. He devastated the land, captured the city of Damascus, and killed Rezin, king of Syria. The inhabitants of Damascus were deported to Upper Media, a region within the Assyrian dominions, and Assyrian settlers were brought to occupy Damascus. The Assyrian king also afflicted the land of Israel and carried many of its people into captivity. While Tiglath-Pileser was engaged in these campaigns, King Ahaz gathered the gold and silver from his royal treasury and from the temple of God in Jerusalem, including precious gifts that had been dedicated there. He took these treasures to Damascus and presented them to the king of Assyria, acknowledging his dependence upon him. After this, he returned to Jerusalem. Yet, Ahaz did not turn back to the worship of the God of his fathers. Though he had been defeated by the Syrians, he continued to worship their gods, as if they might grant him victory. When he later suffered further trouble, he began to honor the gods of the Assyrians as well. He showed greater devotion to foreign deities than to the God of Israel, whose displeasure had been understood to be the cause of his defeats. He went so far as to close the temple in Jerusalem entirely. He forbade the appointed sacrifices and removed the gifts that had been dedicated there. After a life of 36 years, of which 16 were spent in reign, Ahaz died. His son Hezekiah succeeded him. Around the same period, Pekah, king of Israel, was slain through the treachery of a companion named Hoshea. Hoshea seized the throne and reigned for 9 years. He was described as a wicked ruler who despised divine worship. Shalmaneser V, king of the Assyrian Empire, marched against him, defeated him, and forced him into submission, requiring him to pay tribute. In the 4th year of Hoshea's reign, Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, began to reign in Jerusalem. His mother was Abijah, a citizen of that city. Hezekiah was regarded as upright and devoted to the worship of God. When he came to power, he considered it the highest duty and the greatest benefit both for himself and for his people to restore proper worship. He gathered the people, along with the priests and the Levites, who were members of the tribe appointed for sacred service. He addressed them, reminding them that because of his father's sins and because the nation had followed him into false worship, they had suffered many hardships. He urged them to learn from that experience, to abandon impiety, to purify themselves, to reopen the temple, and to cleanse it according to the established sacrifices. By restoring the ancient honor once given to the temple, he declared they would seek to regain the favor of God and turn away the anger that had come upon them. When the king had spoken these commands, the priests entered and opened the temple dedicated to God in the city of Jerusalem. The temple, which had long suffered neglect during the reigns of former rulers who had abandoned proper worship, was carefully restored to sacred order. The priests arranged again the holy vessels used in religious service, removing everything considered impure according to the religious law given to the people through Moses, the ancient lawgiver and prophet of Israel. After cleansing the sanctuary, they placed the customary sacrifices upon the altar, preparing them according to the established ordinances of worship. King Hezekiah then sent messengers throughout all the territories under his authority, summoning the people to come to Jerusalem in order to celebrate the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This festival was one of the most ancient religious observances of the Israelites, commemorating their deliverance from slavery in Egypt. For many years, it had not been properly celebrated because earlier kings had encouraged practices judged to be wicked and contrary to the worship of the God of Israel. Not only did Hezekiah invite the people of his own kingdom of Judah, but he also sent invitations to the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel. He urged them to abandon their current customs, which included the worship of idols and foreign gods, and to return to the ancient traditions established by their ancestors. He proclaimed that they were welcome to come freely to Jerusalem and celebrate together as one united people. He emphasized that this invitation was voluntary, offered for their benefit and happiness, and not a command enforced by royal authority. However, when the ambassadors arrived among many of the Israelites and delivered the king's message, the response was hostile. Many mocked the messengers, laughing at them and treating them as foolish men. They also insulted the prophets who repeated the same warnings and urged repentance. Prophets who foretold punishment if the people refused to return to the worship of God. The hostility grew so severe that some of the prophets were seized and killed. Even this violence did not satisfy their rebellion, and they continued in wrongdoing. Because of such impiety, the account declares that God later allowed foreign enemies to conquer them as punishment, though the details of that judgment are told elsewhere. Yet not all refused the call. Many individuals from the tribes of Manasseh, Zebulun, and Issachar listened to the prophets and turned again toward the worship of God. These people traveled quickly to Jerusalem, gathering around King Hezekiah so that they might worship at the temple. When these faithful groups arrived, King Hezekiah entered the temple together with the leaders of the nation and the assembled people. There he offered sacrifices on behalf of himself and the kingdom. 7 bulls, 7 rams, 7 lambs, and 7 young goats were prepared as offerings. The king and the rulers placed their hands upon the heads of the animals, symbolically dedicating them before God, after which the priests carried out the sacred rituals required by law. The sacrifices were slain and burnt offerings were presented upon the altar. Around them stood the Levites, members of the tribe appointed for temple service, holding musical instruments and singing hymns to God. They performed according to the arrangements established generations earlier by King David, the celebrated ruler who had organized the musical worship of the temple. Other priests responded with trumpet blasts, accompanying the hymns. When the ceremonies were completed, the king and the entire assembly bowed down and worshipped. Hezekiah then offered additional sacrifices, 70 bulls, 100 rams, and 200 lambs. He also provided food offerings for the people to share in communal feasting, giving 600 oxen and 3,000 other cattle. The priests carried out every part of the ceremony according to the religious law. The king rejoiced greatly and celebrated with the people, offering thanksgiving to God. When the feast of unleavened bread began, they first performed the sacrifice known as the Passover, the central ritual recalling the ancient deliverance of their ancestors. Afterward, they continued offering sacrifices for 7 additional days. The king contributed generously beyond the offerings already prepared by the people themselves, giving 2,000 bulls and 7,000 other animals. The rulers and leaders likewise gave offerings, contributing 1,000 bulls and 1,040 additional cattle. The historian records that this festival had not been celebrated with such care and magnificence since the time of King Solomon, the son of David, who had originally built the temple centuries earlier. After the festival ended, the people went throughout the countryside, removing objects associated with idol worship and cleansing the land from religious corruption. King Hezekiah then commanded that the daily sacrifices in the temple should be maintained at his own expense and carried out strictly according to the law. He ordered the people to bring tithes, and when Shalmaneser, ruler of the Assyrian Empire, was informed that Hoshea, king of Israel, had secretly sent messengers to So, seeking military assistance against Assyria, he was filled with anger. In response, Shalmaneser launched a military expedition against Samaria, the fortified capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. This campaign began in the 7th year of the reign of Hoshea. When Hoshea refused to admit him into the city, Shalmaneser laid siege to Samaria. The siege lasted 3 full years. In the 9th year of Hoshea's reign, and in the 7th year of the reign of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, Samaria was finally taken by force. With this conquest, Shalmaneser completely overthrew the government of the Israelites. He captured King Hoshea alive and dismantled the political existence of the northern kingdom. Shalmaneser then carried out a mass deportation. He transplanted the population of the 10 tribes of Israel into distant regions of the Assyrian Empire, settling them in Media and Persia. After removing the Israelites from their land, he brought in foreign peoples from a region called Cutha, a land that still possessed a river of the same name, and settled them in Samaria and throughout the former territory of Israel. Thus, the 10 tribes of Israel were removed from their homeland 947 years after their ancestors had come out of the land of Egypt and taken possession of the land. This occurred 800 years after Joshua had led them, and 240 years, 7 months, and 7 days after they had rebelled against Rehoboam and transferred the kingdom to Jeroboam. This calamity came upon the Israelites because they transgressed the divine laws and refused to listen to the prophets who warned them that such destruction would follow if they did not abandon their evil practices. The root of these evils lay in the rebellion against Rehoboam, the grandson of David, when the people elevated Jeroboam, formerly a servant, to be their king. By sinning against God and leading the nation into idolatry, Jeroboam made God their adversary, and he himself eventually suffered the punishment he deserved. After this, the king of Assyria extended his campaigns throughout Syria and Phoenicia, invading them with hostile intent. His name is also recorded in the official archives of Tyre because he conducted a campaign against that city during the reign of Aurelius. This account is confirmed by Menander of Ephesus, who translated the Tyrian records into the Greek language. He records that Aurelius reigned 36 years, and that when the inhabitants of Citium revolted, Aurelius sailed against them and restored their obedience. During this time, the king of Assyria invaded Phoenicia, overran the region, then temporarily made peace and withdrew. However, the cities of Sidon, Acre, and Palatyrus revolted, along with several other cities that submitted to the Assyrian king. When the Tyrians themselves refused to submit, Shalmaneser returned and besieged them. The Phoenician city supplied him with 60 ships and 800 rowers. The Tyrians responded with 12 ships, defeated the Assyrian fleet, and captured 500 prisoners, greatly increasing their reputation. In response, the Assyrian king stationed guards at the rivers and aqueducts to prevent the Tyrians from drawing water. This siege lasted 5 years, yet the Tyrians endured it by relying on wells they had dug within the city, such as the record preserved in the Tyrian archives concerning Shalmaneser. Meanwhile, the people who had been transplanted into Samaria were known as the Cuthians, named after the land of Cutha from which they came. They consisted of 5 distinct nations, each bringing its own gods and religious customs. By worshiping these foreign deities, they provoked the anger of Almighty God, and a deadly plague broke out among them, causing widespread destruction. Unable to find relief, they learned through an oracle that their suffering would cease only if they worshipped the God of Israel. They therefore sent messengers to the king of Assyria, requesting that he send them priests from among the Israelites whom he had taken captive. When these priests arrived, they instructed the people in the laws and worship of the God of Israel. The Cuthians then worshipped him with reverence, and the plague immediately ceased. From that time onward, they continued to observe these customs. In the Hebrew language, they are called Cutlans, and in the Greek language, they are called Samaritans. When they see the Jews prospering, they claim kinship with them, asserting descent from Joseph. But when they see the Jews in distress, they deny any relationship and declare themselves foreigners from other lands. Further discussion of these matters is reserved for a later time. In explanation of the judges who were appointed by King Jehoshaphat, it is to be understood that they formed a kind of supreme council in Jerusalem. Jehoshaphat, king of the southern kingdom of Judah in the 9th century before the birth of Christ, had organized a body of judges drawn from the priests, from the Levites who assisted in the temple service, and from the principal men among the people. This council resembled what later generations would call a Sanhedrin, that is, a governing and judicial assembly centered in Jerusalem. It may also be compared to early Christian courts of discipline, which included a bishop, presbyters who were elders, deacons who served the congregation, and representatives of the people. In this way, authority was exercised not by one individual alone, but through an ordered body representing religious and civic leadership. Concerning the precious balsam that has been mentioned earlier, it was a rare and highly valued substance, used for healing, for perfume, and for sacred purposes. It was considered a treasure of great worth in the ancient Near East. Its cultivation and preparation were matters of careful attention, and it was often associated with royal wealth and trade. Regarding the geographical references that appear in certain manuscripts, there is a difference in the naming of the lands to which Jehoshaphat's fleet sailed. Some copies mention Pontus and Thrace. Pontus was a region along the southern coast of the Black Sea, and Thrace lay in southeastern Europe. However, other copies refer instead to Ophir and Tarshish. Ophir was famed in ancient writings as a distant land rich in gold, and Tarshish was associated with maritime trade, often identified with regions in the western Mediterranean. The port from which the fleet sailed is named in many copies as Ezion-Geber, a harbor located on the Red Sea, near the Gulf of Aqaba. From that location, it would not have been possible to sail directly to Pontus or Thrace, which lie far to the north and west. Therefore, it appears that the text used by the historian differed from other surviving copies. The historian also records that the ships were broken at Ezion-Geber because of their great size and difficulty of maneuvering. From this discussion, it may be understood that some believed Ophir to be located somewhere within the Mediterranean region, rather than exclusively in the southern seas, although it is possible that more than one place bore that name. Fleets in that era may have sailed both from Phoenician ports on the Mediterranean and from Red Sea harbors to obtain gold and other riches. The deity referred to as the god of flies was likely so named because he was believed to have power over flies, especially in keeping them away from sacrificial offerings. Among the Greeks, there was a similar divine title. In ancient sacrificial rituals, flies could be a serious disturbance, gathering upon the flesh. It has been handed down that the woman who cried out to the prophet Elisha, and who in the second book of Kings, chapter 4, verse 1, is described as the wife of one of the sons of the prophets, was in truth the widow of Obadiah. This Obadiah had served as steward to King Ahab of Israel. He was remembered as a righteous man who, during the violent persecutions carried out under Ahab and his wife Jezebel, had preserved 100 prophets of the Lord. According to the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 4, he hid these prophets by groups of 50 in caves and provided them with food and sustenance. It was said that in order to maintain them, he had borrowed money. After his death, the burden of debt fell upon his widow. Under the law of Moses, as written in the book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 39, and reflected also in the teaching recorded in the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 18, verse 25, an insolvent debtor could be reduced to servitude. Thus she and her children faced the danger of slavery. In this circumstance, it was fitting that Elisha, as a prophet of the God whom her husband had served at such cost, should provide deliverance. Through divine power, he multiplied her small supply of oil so that she might sell it, repay the creditors, and redeem herself and her sons. There is reason to believe that in some surviving copies of the historical writings of Flavius Josephus, a Jewish historian of the 1st century after Christ, portions of the account of Elisha's miracles are lacking. Josephus had indicated that he intended to relate in detail the great works performed by Elisha, yet several narratives found in the second book of Kings, chapters 6 through 9, are absent in certain manuscripts. One example is the account of the healing of Naaman, commander of the army of the king of Syria, whose leprosy was cured after he followed Elisha's instruction to wash in the river Jordan, as recorded in the second book of Kings, chapter 5. That Josephus knew this story is evident from another part of his work, in Book 3, Chapter 11, Section 4, where he observes that there were lepers in various nations who nevertheless held honorable positions, commanded armies, and were admitted even into sacred places. The narrative concerning Naaman contains a passage that has long been considered difficult. After his healing, Naaman declared that he would no longer offer burnt offerings or sacrifices to other gods, but only to the Lord, the God of Israel. Yet he also asked pardon in advance for a particular circumstance. When his master entered the house of Rimmon, a Syrian deity, to worship there, and leaned upon his arm, Naaman would bow with him. He requested that the Lord pardon him in this matter. Elisha answered him, "Go in peace." This exchange has raised questions because it appears to touch upon the issue of participation in idolatrous ceremony within a royal court. In the account of Elisha's stratagem against the Syrians, when he led a blinded force into Samaria, there is also an illustration of the use of strategy in war. Though Josephus was known for valuing truth, he did not consider stratagem against public enemies in a just war to be improper. He recounts elsewhere, in Book 10, Chapter 7, Section 6 of his Antiquities, how the prophet Jeremiah employed a form of imposed deception upon the leaders of Judah in a time of crisis. Similar examples appear in the second book of Samuel, chapter 16, verse 16 and following. The king referred to as the son of a murderer was Joram, the son of Ahab. Ahab had either directly slain or permitted Jezebel to slay the prophets of the Lord and Naboth the Jezreelite, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapters 18 and 21. Joram himself had also sent an officer with orders that could have led to bloodshed. Yet there is an account that portrays him as coming personally at last, possibly with some change of heart, which appears more consistent than another version suggesting continued hostility, as in the second book of Kings, chapter 6, verse 33. Finally, the law concerning lepers among the people of Israel was clearly established in the law of Moses. According to the book of Leviticus, chapter 13, verse 46, and the book of Numbers, chapter 5, verse 14, those afflicted with leprosy were to dwell apart, outside the camp during the wilderness period and outside the cities in the land of Judea. This regulation shaped the social and religious life of the nation and explains the circumstances of many events recorded in their history. The ancient historian pauses in his narrative to explain several important matters connected with the turbulent age of the prophets and kings, clarifying events that might otherwise appear confusing to later readers who seek to understand the succession of rulers, the actions of prophets, and the traditions preserved in earlier records. It is first explained that the prophet Elijah, one of the greatest prophetic figures among the Israelites, had once received divine authority to anoint Hazael as king over Syria, a powerful neighboring kingdom often at war with Israel. This command is recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 15. Yet Elijah himself did not live to carry out this act. Therefore, it is understood that the task was most likely completed by his disciple and successor, the prophet Elisha, who continued Elijah's mission after Elijah had departed from earthly life. At that time, Ben-Hadad, the reigning king of Syria, had fallen ill. According to the prophetic declaration, he would recover from the disease itself. The explanation given is that the prophecy proved true in its literal sense. Ben-Hadad did indeed recover from his sickness. However, Hazael, who had already been anointed as the future king, became impatient. Instead of waiting for the natural death of Ben-Hadad, or for divine judgment to remove him in due time, Hazael acted violently. On the very next day, he smothered or strangled the king, seizing the throne immediately. This impatience is contrasted with the earlier example of King David of Israel, who, though anointed long before, waited many years before taking the crown, refusing to harm King Saul while Saul still lived. Another matter concerns the later worship or honor given to certain Syrian kings by the inhabitants of Damascus, the capital city of Syria. Some scholars argue that it seemed unlikely that both the king and the man who murdered him would be honored together by the same people. However, the historian defends the ancient records from which the account was drawn. It is suggested that the people of Damascus probably believed that King Ben-Hadad died naturally from illness and were unaware of Hazael's treachery. Furthermore, both rulers had benefited the city by constructing temples and public works, and for this reason they were remembered with reverence. Such historical testimony preserved in older sources, is considered stronger than later suspicions or theoretical objections. The narrative then turns to a letter attributed in some manuscript copies to the prophet Elijah and sent to a ruler named Jotar. Certain versions add the phrase that Elijah was still alive upon the earth at the time, which creates difficulty, since Elijah had already departed from earthly life approximately 4 years earlier, according to common agreement among historians. Because of this, it is considered far more likely that the letter actually came from the prophet Elisha, and that the name Elijah entered the text through an error made by ancient copyists. Nothing within the letter itself requires that it must belong to Elijah rather than Elisha. Attention is also given to an Eastern royal custom mentioned in the historical accounts. When a king was publicly honored or proclaimed, people sometimes removed their outer garments and spread them upon the ground before him. This act symbolized submission, loyalty, and recognition of royal authority. The custom, widely practiced in Eastern regions, demonstrated public acceptance of a ruler's legitimacy. Another textual difference appears in the description of the military advance of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, a commander who later became king of Israel. Common copies of the historical record describe Jehu as driving his chariot furiously, meaning with reckless speed. However, the version known to the historian suggests the opposite interpretation, that Jehu advanced slowly and in orderly fashion. The argument supporting this reading is based on the sequence of events described in the story. There was sufficient time for King Joram to send 2 mounted messengers one after another to meet Jehu, and later for both King Joram and King Ahaziah to go out personally to encounter him before he reached the city of Jezreel. Such delays would have been impossible if Jehu had been advancing at uncontrolled speed. Therefore, the calmer and more deliberate movement appears more consistent with the narrative timeline. Finally, discussion arises concerning the character of King Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, who ruled over the northern kingdom of Israel. One set of historical records portrays him as a good man, very different in character from his father. Yet other commonly known texts declare that he committed evil in the sight of God and continued the sinful practices introduced earlier by Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who had led Israel into idolatry. This difference creates a serious question for historians. If the favorable description is correct, Joash would stand as the only righteous king among the rulers of the northern kingdom. If the unfavorable account is correct, then no king of that kingdom could be counted as fully righteous. The later events recorded about Joash and the prophet Elisha provide some support for the more favorable view, since prophets were not usually closely associated with kings who openly practiced idolatry. Their cooperation suggests that Joash may at that time have been faithful. A reconciliation is therefore proposed. It is likely that both descriptions refer to different periods of Joash's reign. At the beginning of his rule, he may have followed sinful practices, agreeing with the harsher accounts. Later, however, he appears to have reformed and become a better ruler, aligning with the more positive tradition preserved by the historian. Evidence for this interpretation is found in another event, when Amaziah, the righteous king of Judah, was warned not to rely on auxiliary troops hired from Joash's kingdom, suggesting that during one period Joash and his people were still regarded as idolaters. Thus, these explanations clarify the variations between historical records and preserve the continuity of the narrative as it passes through generations of kings, prophets, and shifting loyalties among the nations surrounding Israel. It is recorded, upon careful inquiry, that what has been observed concerning Jehoash appears also to apply to his son Jeroboam too. According to the agreement between the historian Josephus and the other surviving records, Jeroboam II began his reign in wickedness. In those early years, he was the cause of a vast number of calamities that fell upon the people of Israel. Although the specific details of these misfortunes are no longer preserved, neither in the writings of Josephus nor in the other historical copies that have come down to later generations. Yet it appears that after this beginning, Jeroboam was reclaimed from his former ways. He became a better ruler, and for this reason he was encouraged by Jonah, the prophet of God. Afterward, he enjoyed great successes, when God saved the Israelites by the hand of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, as is written in the second book of Kings, chapter 14, verse 27. This encouragement by Jonah and the later successes of Jeroboam are recorded alike by Josephus and by the other ancient texts. Concerning Jonah, when the sacred writings state that he went to Tarshish, Josephus understood this to mean Tarsus, a city in the region of. There also remains an ancient religious belief shared not only among the Israelites, but also among foreign sailors, that where there was great misery, there must have been great sin. From this belief arose the custom of casting lots in order to discover the guilty party. This practice reflects an ancient tradition widespread among all mankind, that divine providence visibly governed human affairs. Storms at sea were understood as instruments of judgment, even extending as far as the Black Sea. It is therefore not impossible that a violent storm carried the ship in which Jonah sailed far from its intended course. During the 3 days that Jonah remained within the fish, the current could have borne him toward the Assyrian coast, nearer to Nineveh than any shore of the Mediterranean Sea. This understanding accords with the ancient view, found even in the book of Job, that great disasters were linked to notable sins during the earliest ages of the world, before the time of Moses. An account is also preserved of a great earthquake that struck Jerusalem at the very time when Uzziah unlawfully assumed the priestly office and entered the sanctuary to burn incense. This event and its consequences are absent from other surviving copies of the historical record. Yet it closely resembles a prophecy found later in the book of Zechariah, chapter 14, verses 4 and 5, which speaks of people fleeing from an earthquake, just as they fled from the earthquake in the days of King Uzziah of Judah. From this, it appears that there was a notable resemblance between the historical earthquake during Uzziah's reign and the later prophetic vision. Regarding Menahem, Dr. William Wall observed, in his critical notes on the second book of Kings, chapter 15, verse 20, that when Menahem exacted money from Israel, requiring 50 shekels of silver from each wealthy man to pay Pul a tribute of 1,000 talents. This marked the first instance in which any Israelite king raised public money by direct taxation of the people. Before this time, funds were taken either from the treasures of the house of the Lord or from the personal wealth of the king. This levy was a poll tax imposed only upon rich men, producing a vast sum of silver. Later, through the prophet Ezekiel, God commanded that such practices should not occur at the restoration of the Jews, but that the king should possess land of his own and not oppress the people with such burdens. Finally, a passage drawn from the prophecy of Nahum, chapter 2, verses 8 through 13, stands out as one of the few places where Josephus quotes the Hebrew text almost word for word, though in shortened form. From this quotation, it becomes clear that Josephus consistently relied upon the Hebrew original rather than the Greek translation. It also shows that the Hebrew text used by Josephus differed in notable ways from the copies known in later times, a matter examined in detail by scholars who have carefully compared these ancient writings. For 3 long years the city of Samaria endured a siege so severe that its memory lingered even where no full written record remained in the Hebrew scriptures, nor in the Greek translations, nor in the histories composed by Flavius Josephus, the Jewish historian of the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ, though the details were not preserved in those accounts. The length of the siege alone makes clear how terrible the suffering must have been. 3 years is a span long enough to exhaust all stores of grain, to consume all reserves, and to leave a population in despair. The law of Moses, given centuries earlier, had warned the people of Israel that if they turned away from obedience to their God, they would endure horrors beyond imagination. In the book of Leviticus, chapter 26, verse 29, and again in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verses 53 through 57, it was declared that in times of desperate siege, hunger would become so severe that even parents would consume their own children. These were not poetic threats, but solemn warnings tied to covenant disobedience. Such dreadful events were later recorded in the sieges of the great capital cities. In Jerusalem, as described by the prophet Jeremiah in chapter 19, verse 9, and also recounted in the 9th book of the Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 4, section 4. The suffering became so extreme that mothers ate the flesh of their children. A similar account is preserved in the 2nd book of Kings, chapter 6, verses 26 through 29, concerning Samaria itself during another siege. Therefore, in a siege that lasted 3 full years, it is not difficult to understand how such unspeakable acts could have taken place again, as the ancient law had forewarned. After the captivity of the 10 tribes of Israel, a long and troubled period followed. The 10th book of the Antiquities of the Jews records 182 years and a half, stretching from that captivity to the 1st year of Cyrus, king of Persia. Cyrus the Great would later become known as the ruler who allowed the Jewish exiles to return to their homeland. But before that restoration, there were wars, invasions, and moments of crisis that shaped the fate of Judah. In the 14th year of the reign of King Hezekiah, ruler of the 2 remaining tribes, Judah and Benjamin, a new and terrifying threat arose. Hezekiah was the son of King Ahaz and had worked to restore the worship of the God of Israel in Jerusalem. Yet in that 14th year of his government, the mighty king of Assyria, named Sennacherib, marched against him. Sennacherib was ruler of the Assyrian Empire, the dominant military power of the Near East in the late 8th century before the birth of Jesus Christ. His armies had already crushed the northern kingdom of Israel. Now he advanced with a vast military force into the territory of Judah. City after city fell before him. The fortified towns of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin were taken by force. The countryside was subdued. Only Jerusalem, the capital, remained as the final stronghold. When Sennacherib prepared to bring his full army against Jerusalem, King Hezekiah acted quickly. He sent ambassadors, official messengers of peace, to the Assyrian king. Through them, he promised submission. He declared that he would pay whatever tribute Sennacherib required, if only the invasion might cease. Sennacherib heard the proposal. He agreed, at least in appearance, to accept the offer. He demanded 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. A talent was a large measure of weight, so this was an enormous sum, representing the wealth of a kingdom. He promised, under oath, that if the tribute were delivered, he would withdraw peacefully and do no harm to Jerusalem. Trusting in this agreement, Hezekiah emptied his treasuries. The silver and gold were gathered and sent to the Assyrian ruler. The king of Judah believed that by this sacrifice he would free his land from destruction and secure peace for his people. But Sennacherib did not keep his promise. He accepted the wealth, yet he did not withdraw his threat. Instead, while he personally led part of his forces in a campaign against Egypt and Ethiopia, he left behind a powerful detachment to deal with Jerusalem. At the head of this force was his chief general, Rabshakeh. With him were 2 other high-ranking commanders, named Tartan and Rabsaris. These were not personal names, but official titles within the Assyrian military command structure, indicating positions of great authority. They marched to Jerusalem and set their camp before its walls. From there, they sent word that they wished to speak with King Hezekiah. The situation was dangerous. Hezekiah did not go out in person. Instead, he sent 3 of his most trusted officials. One was Eliakim, who was placed over the royal household and administration of the kingdom. Another was Shebna, who had served as a leading officer in the court. The third was Joah, the recorder, whose duty was to preserve official records and acts of state. These men stood outside the walls, facing the commanders of the Assyrian army. Rabshakeh, the chief spokesman, addressed them in the Hebrew language, which he had learned well. His purpose was not only to speak to the officials, but to ensure that the people upon the walls could understand every word. He declared that Sennacherib, whom he called the Great King, demanded to know on what basis Hezekiah dared to resist. Why would he refuse submission to his lord? On whom did he rely for protection? Did he trust in Egypt? If so, Rabshakeh said that hope was foolish. He compared Egypt to a broken reed, a staff that would snap under weight, wounding the hand of the one who leaned upon it. In other words, Egypt could not save Jerusalem. It would fail and bring injury to those who depended on it. He went further. He claimed that his campaign was undertaken by the will of God. Just as the kingdom of Israel in the north had been overthrown, so Judah would fall. He implied that resistance to Assyria was resistance to divine decree. Eliakim, hearing these words spoken loudly in Hebrew, became alarmed. He feared that the common people listening from the walls would lose heart. He requested that Rabshakeh speak instead in the Syrian tongue, the Aramaic language used in diplomacy, which the common people did not understand. But Rabshakeh recognized the fear behind this request. He refused. Raising his voice even louder in Hebrew, he made certain that the entire city could hear him. He said that the king's commands were for all to hear, not merely for officials. Let the people consider their own advantage, he urged. Their leaders were misleading them with false hopes. Resistance would only bring greater ruin. Then he offered a challenge meant to humiliate. He declared that he would provide 2,000 horses if only Judah could produce 2,000 riders capable of mounting them. It was a taunt designed to show the weakness of Jerusalem's military strength compared to the vast cavalry of Assyria. Why delay surrender, he demanded, when a superior force stood ready. It would be safer to yield voluntarily, for if they were taken by force after resistance, the consequences would be far worse. And so, under the shadow of the Assyrian army, the city of Jerusalem faced a moment of intense pressure and rising tension. When the people of Jerusalem, together with the ambassadors who had come from the surrounding territories, heard the words of the Assyrian commander, they were filled with fear and confusion. They immediately reported every detail to King Hezekiah of Judah, who, realizing the severity of the threat, removed his royal robes and clothed himself in sackcloth, the traditional garment of mourning. In deep humility, following the customs of his people, he fell upon his face and entreated the Lord God of Israel, praying earnestly for deliverance, for he recognized that all hope lay in divine intervention. Hezekiah also dispatched his trusted officials and priests to the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amoz, imploring him to intercede with God through prayer and sacrifices for the salvation of Jerusalem. The prophet obeyed, offering supplications that God might frustrate the plans of the Assyrian king, Sennacherib, and bring judgment upon those who sought to destroy the city. Following these prayers, an oracle from the Lord came to Isaiah, delivering assurance to King Hezekiah and to those close to him. It declared that the enemy would be defeated without a battle and would depart in humiliation rather than triumph. The prophecy further foretold that Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, would fail in his campaign against Egypt, and that upon returning to his own land, he would meet his end by the sword. At the same time, King Sennacherib sent a written letter to Hezekiah, mocking him as a foolish man for imagining he could escape Assyrian dominion. He threatened that unless Hezekiah opened the gates and submitted to the Assyrian army, Jerusalem would be utterly destroyed. Hezekiah, confident in the protection of God, rolled up the letter and placed it within the temple. He then continued to pray fervently for the city and its people. Isaiah reassured him that God had heard his prayer and that the siege would not succeed, granting the people security to carry on their lives in peace, tending to their agriculture and other affairs. Meanwhile, Sennacherib had advanced against the Egyptian city of Pelusium with great military engines, intending to subdue the land. He had constructed high embankments against the city walls, readying his forces for immediate assault. Yet he received news that Taraka, the king of the Ethiopians, was marching with a vast army to aid the Egyptians and planned to strike the Assyrians through the desert. Disturbed by this intelligence, Sennacherib abandoned the siege and returned home without achieving his objective. Historians such as Herodotus, in his second book of Histories, recounted a similar episode, though he mistakenly called Sennacherib a king of the Arabians rather than Assyrians. Herodotus related that a multitude of mice destroyed the bows and weapons of the Assyrian army overnight, forcing a retreat. The Chaldean historian Berosus also recorded Sennacherib's campaigns, noting his dominion over Assyria and his expeditions throughout Asia and Egypt. Upon returning toward Jerusalem, Sennacherib discovered that his forces, under his general Rabshakeh, were stricken by a sudden pestilence sent by God. On the first night of the siege, 185,000 soldiers, including their captains and generals, perished. Stricken with terror at this calamity, Sennacherib fled with the remaining forces to Nineveh, his capital city. Shortly thereafter, he was assassinated by his own sons, Adramelech and Sharezer, within the temple of his god Arask. The murder forced them into exile in Armenia, while Sennacherib's kingdom passed to his son, Esarhaddon. This marked the dramatic conclusion of the Assyrian expedition against Jerusalem, demonstrating the decisive intervention of God on behalf of the city. King Hezekiah, thus miraculously delivered from the threat of Assyria, offered thank offerings to God together with all his people. Yet despite his zeal in worship, he soon fell grievously ill. The physicians despaired of his recovery, and his friends believed that he would die. The king's sorrow was compounded by the knowledge that he was childless, and the thought of dying without a successor filled him with anguish. He earnestly prayed to God, not out of desire for personal comfort, but to live long enough to father children who might inherit the kingdom and continue the line of David. In response, God showed mercy and heard his supplications. Through the prophet Isaiah, God promised that within 3 days Hezekiah would recover from his illness and that he would live an additional 15 years, during which he would have children to succeed him, ensuring the continuity of his house and kingdom. The story unfolds with the king, Hezekiah, still reeling from the weight of his illness and the astonishing news brought by the prophet Isaiah. The king, weakened by the severity of his disease, could hardly believe the promise of recovery, so extraordinary did it seem. Hezekiah requested a sign, something tangible to confirm the words of God spoken through Isaiah. The king asked that the shadow of the sun, which had already been made to move backward 10 steps or degrees upon the stairway of his house, be returned to its original position. This request was a test of divine power, a visible proof that the prophecy came directly from God. When the prophet prayed, God performed the sign, the shadow returned, and Hezekiah was healed of his illness. Freed from his distemper, the king rose and went to the temple, offering his worship and vows to the Almighty, grateful for this miraculous recovery. At this time, the dominion of the Assyrians, the great empire to the northeast that had long threatened the nations of the Levant, was overthrown by the Medes, a people from the highlands of Persia. The historian notes that he will recount those events elsewhere. Meanwhile, the king of Babylon, known as Baladan, sent ambassadors to Hezekiah, bearing gifts and requesting friendship and alliance with the king of Judah. Hezekiah welcomed these envoys warmly, showing them his treasures, his armory, and all the wealth stored within Jerusalem, including precious stones and gold. He offered presents to carry back to Baladan, hoping to impress him with the abundance and strength of Judah. Yet the prophet Isaiah approached the king afterward, questioning him about the arrival of these ambassadors. Hezekiah explained that he wished for Baladan to know the extent of his kingdom's prosperity, to measure its wealth and power. Isaiah, however, delivered a grave warning. All these riches and the sons of Judah themselves would one day be carried off to Babylon. Many would become eunuchs, stripped of their manhood, and would serve the king of Babylon. God had decreed these events, and the prophet's words troubled Hezekiah deeply. Though he prayed for peace during his own lifetime, he understood that the destiny of his nation lay beyond his power to alter. Berosus, the Chaldean historian, also records this king Baladan, confirming the historical weight of the account. Isaiah himself was recognized by all as a man of divine insight, speaking only truth, leaving written records of his prophecies so that posterity might judge their fulfillment. Other prophets, numbering 12, did the same, ensuring that every event, good or evil, would align with divine revelation. After Hezekiah's reign concluded, having lived 54 years and ruled 29, his son Manasseh ascended to the throne. Manasseh's mother was Hephzibah, a woman of Jerusalem. Unlike his father, Manasseh abandoned the righteous path and immersed himself in wickedness. His conduct was a direct affront to God. He defiled the temple, corrupted the city, and spread lawlessness throughout the land. He slew the righteous among the people of Israel, refusing to spare even the prophets, who daily risked their lives to deliver God's warnings. Jerusalem was filled with bloodshed, and God's anger burned against the king and the people. Prophets continued to warn them of the same calamities that had befallen the Israelites of old, yet the king and the nation would not heed their words. As the people persisted in sin, God allowed war to rise against them. The king of Babylon, a ruler of the Chaldeans, sent his army to Judea. The land was ravaged, and Manasseh himself was captured through treachery. He was brought into the hands of the Babylonian king, entirely at the mercy of his conqueror, exposed to punishment or death at will. It was in this desperate moment that Manasseh recognized the gravity of his sins and the calamity that his disobedience had brought upon his people. He turned to God in earnest, imploring mercy and the humane treatment of his enemies. God heard his prayers. Manasseh was released, spared from destruction, and returned to Jerusalem alive. Upon his return, Manasseh sought to undo the wrongs of his youth. He purged the temple of defilement, cleansed the city, and dedicated himself to worshiping God. His efforts were not only personal but public. He instructed the people to follow the same path, to restore holiness and devotion, having seen firsthand the near destruction caused by sin and impiety. For the remainder of his life, he labored to maintain God's favor, ensuring that the people of Judah might also be preserved from calamity through obedience and repentance. He also rebuilt the altar, restoring it to the precise form prescribed in the laws given by Moses, and offered the legal sacrifices exactly as commanded. When he had re-established the divine worship in accordance with the ordinances of the Most High, he turned his attention to the fortifications of Jerusalem. He repaired the old walls with extraordinary diligence and added a new wall to strengthen the city further. He constructed very lofty towers and reinforced the garrison places before the city, supplying them with all the provisions needed for defense. From the time he returned to piety toward God, he led a life of order and devotion, and was considered a happy and exemplary man. When he had lived 67 years and reigned 55 years, he passed from this life and was buried in his own garden. The kingdom then passed to his son Ammon, whose mother was Meshullemeth from the city of Jotbath. This son, Ammon, followed the impious practices his father had shown in his youth. His own servants conspired against him and assassinated him in his own house after he had lived 24 years, having reigned only 2. The people punished the assassins, buried Ammon with his father, and placed his son Josiah upon the throne. Josiah was 8 years old at his accession. His mother, Jedidah, came from the city of Bosketh. From his earliest years, Josiah displayed an excellent disposition, virtuous by nature, and patterned his life on the example of David, seeking to follow his righteous ways. At the age of 12, he began to correct the people, urging them to abandon their worship of idols and to return to the worship of their own God. Josiah carefully observed the actions of his ancestors, retaining what was good and abolishing what was corrupt. He went throughout the city and the surrounding country, destroying the groves and altars devoted to strange gods. Huldah, having heard the message of the king's messengers, told them to report back that God had already decreed punishment upon the people for their long-standing disobedience to the laws of Moses. She declared that no prayers could prevent the sentence, for the people had ignored the warnings of the prophets. Yet because Josiah himself was righteous, she assured them that God would postpone the calamities during his lifetime, but after his death, the people would face the full consequences of their impiety. When the messengers returned and reported the prophetic words of the woman to the king, King Josiah acted with great determination to purify the religious life of his kingdom. He summoned the people throughout the land and ordered that the priests and the Levites, meaning the members of the tribe of Levi who were appointed to assist in the temple worship, should gather in Jerusalem, the capital city of the kingdom of Judah. The king also commanded that people of every age should be present. When the assembly had gathered, Josiah first caused the sacred books of the law to be read aloud before the multitude. These holy writings were believed to contain the commandments given by God to the people of Israel through ancient revelation. After the reading of the law, the king stood upon a raised platform, which functioned as a public pulpit placed in the midst of the assembled people. From there, he required the people to make a solemn covenant, that is, a binding agreement confirmed by oath, promising that they would worship the God of Israel alone and observe the laws attributed to the prophet and lawgiver Moses. The people willingly consented to this covenant and declared their acceptance of the king's command. Immediately afterward, sacrifices were offered in accordance with the religious regulations of the nation. The people prayed that God would show mercy and kindness to them. Josiah then instructed the high priest, the chief religious officer of the temple, that if any vessel dedicated to idols or foreign deities remained inside the sacred temple precincts, it should be removed without delay. A large number of such vessels used in the worship of false gods were collected. The king ordered that these objects be burned. After they were reduced to ashes, the ashes were scattered abroad so that no memory of their former use might remain. In addition, the priests who served the idols, except those who were descendants of Aaron, the priestly ancestor whose family was appointed to the service of the temple, were put to death. Having completed this purification in Jerusalem, Josiah traveled throughout the countryside of Judah. He destroyed buildings that had been constructed during the reign of earlier kings, especially those erected by Jeroboam in honor of foreign gods. Jeroboam was the first king of the northern kingdom who had established alternative centers of worship to prevent the people from traveling to Jerusalem. Josiah also fulfilled an ancient prophetic prediction. It had been foretold by the prophet Jadon, who spoke to Jeroboam while the king was offering sacrifice before the people, that a future descendant of the house of David, named Josiah, would perform these acts of destruction against the altar of false worship. That prophecy was fulfilled approximately 361 years later. Josiah went further in his reform. He sought out the Israelites who had escaped captivity and slavery under the domination of the Assyrian Empire. He persuaded them to abandon the worship of foreign gods and return to the worship of the Almighty God of Israel. Suspicion that idols might be hidden in private houses led the king to conduct a thorough search throughout the land. He inspected villages, towns, and individual households. Even the royal palace was not exempt. He removed the chariots dedicated to the worship of the sun, which had been placed by earlier rulers as objects of veneration, and destroyed any other objects treated as divine. After purifying the country, Josiah called the people together in Jerusalem to celebrate the feast known as the Passover, which commemorated the ancient liberation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. He provided large numbers of animals for sacrifice. For the Passover offerings, he supplied 30,000 young goats and lambs and 3,000 oxen for burnt offerings. The leading priests contributed 2,600 lambs for the priests themselves, while the chief officials among the Levites contributed 5,000 lambs and 500 oxen for the service of the Levites. Because of this great abundance of sacrificial animals, the religious ceremonies were carried out fully according to the law given through Moses. During the celebration, every priest explained the meaning of the law to the people as they ministered. It was recorded that no festival of this magnitude and strict observance had been celebrated among the Hebrews since the days of Samuel, who had lived in earlier centuries as a judge and prophet of Israel. After these events, Josiah lived in peace and gained great wealth and honor among surrounding nations. His reputation was respected by both his own people and foreign observers. In those days, Necho II, king of Egypt, raised a powerful army and marched toward the river Euphrates. His purpose was to wage war against the Medes and the Babylonians, who had overthrown the Assyrian Empire, the great military power that had previously dominated the region. Necho desired to extend Egyptian authority over parts of Asia. When Necho reached the city of Mendes, which belonged to the territory under Josiah's influence, he sent a herald to King Josiah. The Egyptian king declared that he was not marching against Judah, but was in great haste to reach the Euphrates River to confront his enemies. He requested that Josiah allow him to pass through the land without obstruction, warning that resistance would provoke war unnecessarily. Josiah rejected this request. He prepared his army and positioned it to block the Egyptian advance. It is recorded that fate or divine providence directed the events that followed. As Josiah rode in his war chariot and moved from one wing of his army to another to organize his soldiers, an Egyptian archer released an arrow. The arrow struck Josiah and caused a severe wound. Recognizing the seriousness of his injury, Josiah ordered a retreat to be sounded so that his army would withdraw from battle. He returned to Jerusalem suffering from the wound. Shortly afterward, he died. At the time of his death, he was 39 years old. He had reigned as king for 31 years. His burial was conducted with great honor in the sepulchres of his royal ancestors. The people of the nation mourned deeply for him. They lamented and grieved for many days because Josiah had been regarded as a righteous ruler. The prophet Jeremiah composed a lamentation song in memory of Josiah, an elegy expressing sorrow for the fallen king. This lament was preserved among the writings associated with the prophet. Jeremiah also delivered warnings concerning the future destruction that would come upon the city of Jerusalem. He left written accounts describing the calamities that would later befall the nation, and also recorded prophecies concerning the conquest of Babylon. Another prophet, Ezekiel, also delivered predictions about future events. Ezekiel was a priest by birth, as was Jeremiah. Jeremiah lived in Jerusalem beginning from the 13th year of Josiah's reign and remained there until the destruction of the city and the temple itself. The historian notes that further details concerning the later life and fate of Jeremiah would be related in their proper place in the narrative of history. Upon the death of King Josiah of Judah, which had been recorded previously, his son Jehoahaz, a young man of approximately 23 years of age, ascended the throne in Jerusalem. His mother was Hamutal, a citizen of the city of Libhah. Jehoahaz proved himself to be impious and morally corrupt in his conduct, showing neither respect for the worship of God nor concern for justice in his kingdom. During this time, Pharaoh Necho II, king of Egypt, who had returned from a military campaign, summoned Jehoahaz to come to him at the city of Hamath, which was situated within the territory of Aram, commonly known as Syria. When Jehoahaz arrived, Pharaoh Necho placed him in chains and took the kingdom from him, granting it instead to his brother by the father's line, Eliakim. Pharaoh changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim, imposed upon the land a heavy tribute of 100 talents of silver and 1 talent of gold, which Jehoiakim dutifully paid. Pharaoh Necho then carried Jehoahaz into Egypt, where he would die after reigning only 3 months and 10 days. Jehoiakim's mother was Zebudah, a citizen of the city of Ramah, and Jehoiakim himself displayed a wicked nature, prone to violence and injustice, neither honoring God nor acting kindly toward his people. In the 4th year of Jehoiakim's reign over Judah, Nebuchadnezzar took control of the Babylonian kingdom and prepared a large army to confront Pharaoh Necho, who at that time ruled over Egypt and controlled Syria. The two forces met near Carchemish, a fortified city on the banks of the Euphrates River. Pharaoh Necho hastened with his army to defend the region. Yet in the ensuing battle, he was defeated, and many tens of thousands of his soldiers were killed. Nebuchadnezzar then crossed the Euphrates and conquered all of Syria up to the city of Pelusium, sparing only the land of Judah. By this time, Nebuchadnezzar had been reigning for 4 years, which corresponded to the 8th year of Jehoiakim's rule over Judah. With a formidable army, the king of Babylon demanded tribute from Jehoiakim, threatening war if he refused. Terrified by these threats, Jehoiakim temporarily bought peace by paying tribute for 3 years. In the 3rd year of this arrangement, hearing of Nebuchadnezzar's expedition against Egypt, Jehoiakim withheld further tribute, hoping Egypt might intervene. Yet this hope proved futile, for the Egyptians did not dare to confront the Babylonians. The prophet Jeremiah, a messenger of God, daily foretold the futility of relying on Egyptian assistance and warned that Jerusalem would be overrun by Nebuchadnezzar and that Jehoiakim would be subdued. The populace and the rulers, however, rejected Jeremiah's warnings, suspecting him of speaking against the king. They brought him before the court to impose punishment. While the majority called for his condemnation, the elders, perceiving his message to be truthful and consistent with the prophecies of earlier prophets such as Micah, protected Jeremiah from harm, arguing that he should not be punished for revealing the truth of God's will. In the 9th month of the 5th year of Jehoiakim's reign, the people gathered in the temple to fast and hear the prophecies of Jeremiah, who had written a book detailing the future of the city, the temple, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. When the rulers became aware of the contents, they seized the book and commanded Jeremiah and his scribe Baruch to go their separate ways to avoid further attention. The book was presented to King Jehoiakim, who, in the presence of his officials, ordered his scribe to read it aloud. Infuriated by the message, Jehoiakim tore the scroll and cast it into the fire. He further commanded that Jeremiah and Baruch be apprehended to face punishment, though by divine providence they escaped unharmed. Soon afterward, Nebuchadnezzar launched a renewed campaign against Jehoiakim. Despite Jehoiakim's submission and the earlier prophecies warning him, he failed to honor the agreements he had made. Nebuchadnezzar executed those of the highest rank in Judah, killing Jehoiakim and leaving his body unburied before the city walls. He placed Jehoiakim's son, Jehoiakim, upon the throne as king of Judah and Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar carried away 3,000 of the leading citizens as captives to Babylon, including the young prophet Ezekiel, who would later record visions of the future. King Jehoiakim died at the age of 36, having reigned 11 years, and his son Jehoiakim succeeded him, born to Nehushta, a citizen of Jerusalem, reigning for only 3 months and 10 days. A great terror fell upon the king of Babylon, the ruler who had recently placed Jehoiakim upon the throne of Jerusalem. Fear seized him that Jehoiakim, the young king who had killed his own father, might bear a grudge and foment rebellion against Babylonian authority. To prevent this, the king of Babylon sent an army to besiege Jerusalem, to assert control and intimidate the inhabitants. Yet Jehoiakim himself, gentle in disposition and mindful of the city's safety, did not wish to endanger Jerusalem on his account. He delivered his mother and kindred to the commanders sent by the Babylonian king, accepting their oaths that neither they nor the city would suffer harm. This promise, however, was broken within a single year. The king of Babylon commanded his generals to take all in the city, youths, artisans, and skilled workers, and bring them in chains to Babylon. Their number was 10,832. Among them were Jehoiakim himself, his mother, and his friends. The captives were kept in custody, while the Babylonian king appointed Jehoiakim's uncle, Zedekiah, as king. Zedekiah was instructed to swear that he would faithfully govern the kingdom, make no innovations, and maintain no alliance with Egypt. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he took the throne. His mother was the same as that of his brother Jehoiakim. Yet Zedekiah was not a just ruler. Surrounded by men of wickedness, the entire populace of Judah followed their own corrupt inclinations. For this reason, the prophet Jeremiah frequently approached him, insisting that he abandon his transgressions, act justly, and resist the counsel of wicked rulers and false prophets. These false prophets claimed that the king of Babylon would never wage war against Jerusalem and that the Egyptians would come to aid them. But Jeremiah warned that such promises were deceitful and that calamity would indeed come. Ezekiel, the prophet exiled in Babylon, also sent messages to Jerusalem, confirming the impending disaster. While Jeremiah declared that Zedekiah himself would be captured and carried to Babylon in chains, Ezekiel's words differed slightly, saying that Zedekiah would not see Babylon. Despite hearing these warnings, Zedekiah was swayed by his friends. Though he initially believed Jeremiah's words, he allowed himself to be persuaded to act against the prophet's counsel, choosing instead to follow the advice of those around him. For 8 years, Zedekiah maintained his alliance with Babylon, but eventually he broke it and turned to Egypt for support, hoping that the Egyptian army would help him overcome Babylonian power. When the king of Babylon learned of this betrayal, he waged war against Zedekiah. the Babylonian army ravaged the country, capturing fortified towns and ultimately laying siege to Jerusalem itself. The king of Egypt, hearing of the siege, brought a great army into Judea in an attempt to relieve the city. The king of Babylon departed Jerusalem to meet the Egyptians, engaged them in battle, and defeated them, driving them out of all Syria. Believing the threat was over, Zedekiah and the people of Jerusalem were deceived by false prophets who assured them that the Babylonian king would make no further war and that the captives and sacred vessels of the temple would be returned. But Jeremiah, speaking the truth, prophesied otherwise. The Egyptians would provide no help, Babylon would return and besiege Jerusalem again. Famine would devastate the city, and the remaining inhabitants would be carried into captivity. The riches of the temple would be taken, and the people would serve Babylon for 70 years, until the Persians and the Medes would overthrow the Babylonians, allowing the exiles to return and rebuild Jerusalem and its temple. Though most of the populace believed Jeremiah, the rulers and the wicked despised him, calling him mad. He resolved to go to his own country, Anathoth, 20 furlongs from Jerusalem. As he journeyed, a ruler intercepted him, falsely accusing him of intending to defect to the Babylonians. Jeremiah protested his innocence, declaring that he sought only to return home. The ruler did not believe him and seized him, bringing him before the authorities, who subjected him to various torments and unjust treatment. Thus the prophet endured suffering while remaining faithful to the message he had received from God. In the 9th year of the reign of Zedekiah, who was the last king of the kingdom of Judah, on the 10th day of the 10th month, according to the ancient Hebrew calendar, a decisive and tragic event unfolded. Babylon, the great imperial power of Mesopotamia, ruled at that time by a king whose authority extended across much of the Near East, launched a second full military campaign against Jerusalem, the fortified capital city of Judah. The Babylonian army surrounded the city completely and began a strict and relentless siege, which continued without interruption for 18 months. Every road was cut off, all supplies were blocked, and no aid was permitted to enter. While the city was under siege, 2 devastating calamities struck Jerusalem at the same time. The first was a severe famine caused by the long blockade, which deprived the population of food and weakened both civilians and soldiers alike. The second was a deadly pestilential disease, a widespread epidemic that spread rapidly among the crowded population. These twin disasters worked together to destroy the strength of the city and brought widespread death and suffering among its inhabitants. At this time, the prophet Jeremiah, a religious figure believed to speak the will of the God of Israel, was being held in prison by the authorities of Judah. Even while confined, he did not remain silent. He continued to proclaim his message publicly, speaking with urgency and persistence. He urged the people of Jerusalem to open their city gates and surrender to the king of Babylon. He declared that if they did so, their lives would be spared and their families would be preserved. But if they refused, he warned that complete destruction would follow. Jeremiah announced that anyone who remained inside the city would surely die, either through starvation caused by the famine, through disease brought by the pestilence, or by the sword of the invading Babylonian army. He insisted that the only way to escape death was to leave the city and submit to the Babylonians. Despite the terrible conditions already unfolding around them, the rulers of Judah refused to believe him. Instead, they became enraged by his words. These rulers went to King Zedekiah and accused Jeremiah. They portrayed him as a madman and a traitor who weakened the morale of the people. They claimed that by predicting disaster, he discouraged the population from defending the king and the nation, even though many were still willing to risk their lives for the city and its leadership. They argued that his warnings, which urged surrender to the enemy and foretold the inevitable capture and destruction of Jerusalem, undermined the stability of the state. King Zedekiah himself was not angered by Jeremiah. He was known for having a mild and conscientious character. However, unwilling to provoke conflict with the powerful rulers during such a dangerous crisis, he chose not to oppose them. He granted them permission to deal with the prophet as they wished. Once they received this authority, the rulers went directly to the prison, seized Jeremiah, and lowered him with ropes into a deep pit filled with thick mud. Their intention was that he would slowly suffocate and die without a formal execution. Jeremiah sank into the mire until it reached his neck, and there he remained, trapped and helpless. At this moment, an official of the royal court intervened. This man was an Ethiopian by descent, meaning he came from the region south of Egypt, and he was a servant of the king who enjoyed royal favor and respect. When he learned of Jeremiah's condition, he went directly to King Zedekiah and reported what had been done. He accused the rulers and the prophet's enemies of committing a grave injustice by condemning Jeremiah to a death more cruel than imprisonment alone. Upon hearing this, King Zedekiah regretted his decision to hand Jeremiah over to the rulers. He immediately ordered the Ethiopian official to take 30 soldiers from the royal guard, along with ropes and whatever tools were necessary, and to rescue the prophet at once. The Ethiopian obeyed, gathered the men, and carefully lifted Jeremiah out of the pit. The prophet was then returned to custody, but no longer left to die. Later, King Zedekiah sent for Jeremiah privately. In secret, away from the rulers, the king asked whether the prophet had a message from God that might guide him in his present crisis. Jeremiah replied cautiously. He said that he did have something to say, but he feared it would not be believed. He reminded the king that previous warnings had been ignored and that powerful men wished to kill him, as if he were a criminal. He pointed out that those who had promised that Babylon would never return to attack had proven false. He confessed that he feared speaking the truth, lest he be condemned to death. The king then swore an oath, promising that he would neither kill Jeremiah nor deliver him again to the rulers. Reassured by this solemn guarantee, Jeremiah spoke plainly. He advised the king to surrender Jerusalem to the Babylonians. He declared that this command came from God himself. If the king obeyed, his life would be spared, and he would escape the destruction surrounding him. The city would not be razed, and the sacred temple in Jerusalem, the central place of worship for the people of Judah, would not be burned. But if the king refused, Jeremiah warned that he would bring disaster upon the citizens and calamity upon his own household. King Zedekiah admitted that he wished to follow this advice, knowing it would be to his advantage. However, he feared those among his own people who had already defected to the Babylonians. He worried that they might accuse him before the Babylonian king and cause him to be punished. Jeremiah reassured him, insisting that no harm would come to him, to his children, or to his wives if he surrendered, and that the temple would remain unharmed. After this exchange, the king dismissed Jeremiah and instructed him to reveal nothing of their conversation to the rulers or to the people. If questioned, Jeremiah was to say only that he had begged the king not to be returned to harsher imprisonment. He persuaded them to abandon the worship of foreign gods and return to the worship of the Almighty God of Israel. Suspicion that idols might be hidden in private houses led the king to conduct a thorough search throughout the land. He inspected villages, towns, and individual households. Even the royal palace was not exempt. He removed the chariots dedicated to the worship of the sun, which had been placed by earlier rulers as objects of veneration, and destroyed any other objects treated as divine. After purifying the country, Josiah called the people together in Jerusalem to celebrate the feast known as the Passover, which commemorated the ancient liberation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. He provided large numbers of animals for sacrifice. For the Passover offerings, he supplied 30,000 young goats and lambs, and 3,000 oxen for burnt offerings. The leading priests contributed 2,600 lambs for the priests themselves, while the chief officials among the Levites contributed 5,000 lambs and 500 oxen for the service of the Levites. Because of this great abundance of sacrificial animals, the religious ceremonies were carried out fully according to the law given through Moses. During the celebration, every priest explained the meaning of the law to the people as they ministered. It was recorded that no festival of this magnitude and strict observance had been celebrated among the Hebrews since the days of Samuel. who had lived in earlier centuries as a judge and prophet of Israel. After these events, Josiah lived in peace and gained great wealth and honor among surrounding nations. His reputation was respected by both his own people and foreign observers. In those days, Necho II, king of Egypt, raised a powerful army and marched toward the river Euphrates. His purpose was to wage war against the Medes and the Babylonians, who had overthrown the Assyrian Empire, the great military power that had previously dominated the region. Necho desired to extend Egyptian authority over parts of Asia. When Necho reached the city of Mendes, which belonged to the territory under Josiah's influence, he sent a herald to King Josiah. The Egyptian king declared that he was not marching against Judah, but was in great haste to reach the Euphrates River to confront his enemies. He requested that Josiah allow him to pass through the land without obstruction, warning that resistance would provoke war unnecessarily. Josiah rejected this request. He prepared his army and positioned it to block the Egyptian advance. It is recorded that fate or divine providence directed the events that followed. As Josiah rode in his war chariot and moved from one wing of his army to another to organize his soldiers, an Egyptian archer released an arrow. The arrow struck Josiah and caused a severe wound. Recognizing the seriousness of his injury, Josiah ordered a retreat to be sounded so that his army would withdraw from battle. He returned to Jerusalem suffering from the wound. Shortly afterward, he died. At the time of his death, he was 39 years old. He had reigned as king for 31 years. His burial was conducted with great honor in the sepulchres of his royal ancestors. The people of a nation mourned deeply for him. They lamented and grieved for many days because Josiah had been regarded as a righteous ruler. The prophet Jeremiah composed a lamentation song in memory of Josiah, an elegy expressing sorrow for the fallen king. This lament was preserved among the writings associated with the prophet. Jeremiah also delivered warnings concerning the future destruction that would come upon the city of Jerusalem. He left written accounts describing the calamities that would later befall the nation, and also recorded prophecies concerning the conquest of Babylon. Another prophet, Ezekiel, also delivered predictions about future events. Ezekiel was a priest by birth, as was Jeremiah. Jeremiah lived in Jerusalem beginning from the 13th year of Josiah's reign and remained there until the destruction of the city and the temple itself. The historian notes that further details concerning the later life and fate of Jeremiah would be related in their proper place in the narrative of history. The king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar II, pressed his siege upon Jerusalem with the utmost intensity and determination. He constructed towering fortifications upon great banks of earth, from which his soldiers could attack those defending the city walls. Around the entire city, he raised additional embankments equal in height to Jerusalem's walls. Yet those within the city endured the siege with remarkable courage and determination. Despite the famine that gripped the city and the pestilential diseases that afflicted the people, they remained steadfast. The defenders devised engines of war to counter the assaults from the Babylonian towers, and thus there unfolded a long and bitter struggle, a contest of ingenuity and endurance between the Babylonian army and the people of Jerusalem. For 18 months, the city held, resisting the siege, though famine and the continual attacks began to sap the strength of its defenders. On the 9th day of the 4th month, in the 11th year of the reign of Zedekiah, the last king of Judah, the city was finally breached. The siege was executed by generals under Nebuchadnezzar's command, for the king himself resided at Riblah, a fortified city in the land of Aram, to oversee the campaign. The names of these generals were Nergal-Sharezer, Samgar-Nebo, Rabsaris, Sorsakim, and Rabmag. Around midnight, the city fell, and the Babylonian generals entered the temple precincts. Realizing the city was lost, King Zedekiah attempted to flee, taking with him his wives, his children, his captains, and a few loyal friends, escaping through the fortified ditch and into the surrounding desert. Certain deserters, however, alerted the pursuing Babylonians at dawn, who quickly overtook Zedekiah near the city of Jericho and surrounded him. The captains and friends who had fled with him abandoned the king, to save themselves, leaving Zedekiah and a few companions to be captured. Brought before Nebuchadnezzar, Zedekiah faced the full weight of the king's wrath. Nebuchadnezzar denounced him as a wicked covenant breaker who had forgotten his promises, highlighting his ingratitude for the kingdom bestowed upon him in place of Jehoiakim, Zedekiah's predecessor. Nebuchadnezzar then commanded the execution of Zedekiah's sons and close companions in his presence, after which he blinded Zedekiah, bound him in chains, and took him to Babylon. These events fulfilled the prophecies of Jeremiah and Ezekiel, who had foretold that Zedekiah would be captured, brought before the king of Babylon, and that he would witness his own family slain. Following this, the Babylonian king sent Nebuzaradan, commander of his forces, to Jerusalem with explicit orders to pillage the temple, burn the royal palace, destroy the city, and deport the inhabitants to Babylon. Nebuzaradan arrived in the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, seizing the treasures of the temple, including the gold and silver vessels, the great laver dedicated by King Solomon, the brass pillars and their capitals, the golden tables, and the sacred candlesticks. On the first day of the 5th month, he set fire to the temple, destroyed the royal palace, and leveled the city. The temple had stood for 470 years, 6 months, and 10 days from its dedication, and from the exodus from Egypt, it had been 1,062 years, 6 months, and 10 days. From the deluge to the temple's destruction, 1,957 years, 6 months, and 10 days had passed, and from the creation of Adam to this calamity, 3,513 years, 6 months, and 10 days had elapsed. Nebuzaradan captured the high priest Sariah, Zephaniah the priest next in rank, the 3 rulers who guarded the temple, the eunuch over the armed men, 7 of Zedekiah's closest companions, his scribe, and 60 other leaders of the city. All the captives, along with the plundered temple vessels, were taken to Nebuchadnezzar at Riblah. There, the heads of the high priest and the rulers were executed, while Zedekiah and the remaining captives, including Josdek the high priest, son of Sariah, were bound and led to Babylon, marking the definitive end of Jerusalem's independence and the Davidic kingship in the city. And now, after setting forth the line of kings, their names, their reigns, and the measure of their years, it becomes necessary to recount another sacred succession. The line of the high priests, those who stood at the altar, who entered the holy place, and who bore the spiritual authority of the nation under the rule of the kings. The first high priest to serve in the temple built by King Solomon, the son of King David and ruler of the United Kingdom of Israel in the 10th century before the Common Era, was Zadok. This temple in Jerusalem was the central sanctuary of the Israelite people, regarded as the dwelling place of the Most High God. Zadok had supported King David during times of rebellion and had remained faithful during political upheaval. Because of his loyalty and lineage, he was appointed high priest when Solomon completed the temple. After Zadok, the dignity of the high priesthood passed to his son Achimaas, continuing the sacred office from father to son. After Achimaas came Azarias. Azarias was succeeded by his son Joram. Joram's son was Isis. After Isis came Axioramus. His son was Phiden's. Phiden's son was Sadeas. Sadea's son was Julius. Julius' son was Jotham. Jotham's son was Urias. Urias' son was Nereus. Nereus' son was Odes. Odes' son was Salumus. Salumus' son was Elshas. Elshas' son was Azarias. Azarias' son was Sarias. Sarias' son was Hosedek. This Hosedek lived at the time when the kingdom of Judah fell to the rising power of the Babylonian Empire in the early 6th century before the Common Era. When King Nebuchadnezzar II, ruler of Babylon, conquered Jerusalem, he carried many captives away to his capital city of Babylon, located along the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. Among those taken into exile was Hosedek, the high priest. Thus ended, for a time, the unbroken line of high priests serving in the temple at Jerusalem. Each of these men had received the office by succession, son following father, preserving both lineage and sacred duty. When King Nebuchadnezzar II arrived in Babylon with his captives, he kept Zedekiah, the last king of Judah, imprisoned until the day of his death. Zedekiah had been placed on the throne as a vassal king under Babylonian authority, but later rebelled. After the fall of Jerusalem, he was captured and brought to Babylon. Though he had been a defeated ruler, Nebuchadnezzar buried him with magnificence, granting him honors in death. Yet the conqueror also displayed his triumph in another way. He dedicated to his own gods the sacred vessels he had plundered from the temple in Jerusalem. These vessels, once used in worship to the God of Israel, were placed in the temples of Babylon as symbols of conquest. The people of Judah were planted in the land of Babylon, settled there under imperial control. However, the high priest was released from his bonds. After these events, a new chapter unfolded in the devastated land of Judea. Nebuzaradan, the general of the Babylonian army and a chief officer under King Nebuchadnezzar II, had overseen the destruction of Jerusalem and the deportation of its people. When he carried the majority of the Jewish population into captivity, he left behind the poorest of the land and those who had surrendered during the siege. Over this small and fragile remnant, he appointed a governor, Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam. Gedaliah came from a noble family. His father, Ahikam, had once protected the prophet Jeremiah from execution. Gedaliah himself was known for his gentle character and righteous conduct. Nebuzaradan entrusted him with civil authority in the land that had once been a kingdom. He commanded the remaining people to cultivate the fields and vineyards and to pay a fixed tribute to the king of Babylon, acknowledging imperial rule while allowing them a measure of stability. At this time, Jeremiah the prophet, a man who had long warned Jerusalem of impending judgment and had urged submission to Babylon as divine punishment, had been imprisoned during the turmoil. Nebuzaradan ordered him released. The Babylonian general even offered Jeremiah protection and provision in Babylon, explaining that the king himself had given instructions that the prophet should be supplied with whatever he required. If Jeremiah preferred another place of residence, he was invited to declare it, and the general would report it to the king. But Jeremiah refused to go to Babylon. He chose instead to remain in the ruins of his homeland, among its broken walls and scattered survivors. He preferred to dwell in the desolation of his own country rather than seek comfort in a foreign empire. Understanding his resolve, Nebuzaradan instructed Gedaliah to care for him and to provide whatever he needed. The general presented Jeremiah with rich gifts and dismissed him with honor. Jeremiah settled in a city called Mizpah, a town in the territory of Benjamin that now served as the administrative center under Gedaliah's rule. The prophet also requested that his disciple Baruch, the son of Neriah, be set free. Baruch was from an eminent family and was highly skilled in the language and learning of his people. Nebuzaradan granted this request. Having completed his arrangements, Nebuzaradan departed quickly for Babylon. Meanwhile, those Jews who had fled during the siege of Jerusalem and had scattered across the countryside began to hear that the Babylonians had withdrawn and had left a remnant in the land under Gedaliah's authority. From every direction they returned to Mizpah, gathering around the new governor. Among their leaders were Johanan, the son of Kareah, Jezaniah, Sariah, and others. There was also Ishmael, a man of the royal family, meaning he was descended from the line of David. Ishmael had fled during the siege to Baalis, king of the Ammonites. The Ammonites were a neighboring people east of the Jordan River, often in conflict with Israel and Judah. Ishmael had remained there during Jerusalem's fall. Gedaliah addressed the assembled leaders and urged them not to fear the Babylonians. If they cultivated the land and accepted Babylonian authority, he assured them they would suffer no harm. He swore an oath, pledging his protection. He promised that if any disturbance arose, he would stand as their defender. He invited them to dwell in whatever city they preferred and encouraged them to rebuild their homes upon their old foundations. He advised them to prepare stores of grain, wine, and oil during the season, so that they might survive the winter. Encouraged by his words, they dispersed throughout the land, each settling where he chose. News of Gedaliah's generosity spread even to the surrounding nations that border Judea. They heard that he welcomed refugees on the single condition that they pay tribute to the king of Babylon. Many returned and inhabited the land once more. Johanan and the other rulers observed both the renewed cultivation of the countryside and the kindness of Gedaliah. They grew deeply attached to him, yet they brought troubling news. They warned him that Baalis, king of the Ammonites, had sent Ishmael to assassinate him secretly and by treachery. Ishmael, being of royal blood, might seek to claim dominion over the remaining Israelites once Gedaliah was removed. They urged Gedaliah to permit them to kill Ishmael quietly, without public knowledge. They feared that if Gedaliah were murdered, the fragile remnant of Israel would be utterly ruined. But Gedaliah refused to believe their report. He would not accept that a man whom he had treated with generosity could repay him with betrayal. It seemed improbable to him that someone who had lacked nothing under his care would prove so wicked and ungrateful. He declared that even if such information were true, it would be better for him to die than to shed the blood of a man who had sought refuge with him and entrusted his safety to his protection. He would not stain his hands with the death of one who had committed himself to his authority. Johanan, the son of Kareah, and the other rulers who were with him, were unable to persuade Gedaliah, who had been appointed governor over the remaining people of Judah by the authority of the Babylonian administration after the destruction of Jerusalem. Gedaliah was the man entrusted to oversee the small remnant of Jews who were left in the land after the great calamity that had fallen upon the kingdom. After Johanan and the rulers departed, a period of 30 days passed. Then Ishmael returned to Gedaliah at the city of Mizpah, which was a town in the territory of Judah, used at that time as a center of administration under Gedaliah's authority. Ishmael came accompanied by 10 men. Gedaliah received Ishmael and his companions with great hospitality. He prepared a feast for them at his table and treated them with honor, giving them gifts. But during the banquet, Ishmael drank wine in abundance and became intoxicated. While attempting to appear joyful, he fell into deep drunkenness and lost his ability to remain conscious. Seeing that Gedaliah was overcome by drink and had fallen into a state of sleep, Ishmael acted suddenly. With the 10 men who were with him, he rose and attacked Gedaliah and those who were attending the feast. They killed Gedaliah, the governor appointed by the Babylonian authorities, and all the men who were present at the banquet. After committing this murder, Ishmael went out during the night and killed all the Jews who were living in the city of Mizpah, as well as the Babylonian soldiers who had been left there as a garrison by the army of the empire of Neo-Babylonian Empire. The following day, 80 men came from the countryside carrying gifts intended for Gedaliah. These men were unaware that he had been killed. When Ishmael saw them, he invited them into the residence of Gedaliah under the pretense of hospitality. After they entered, he shut the courtyard gate and killed them as well, throwing their dead bodies into a deep pit so that the crime might remain concealed. Among these 80 men, Ishmael spared the lives of those who pleaded for mercy. He agreed not to kill them immediately, but only after they surrendered to him the wealth they had hidden in the fields, including clothing, household furnishings, and stored grain. Ishmael then took captive the people who were living in Mizpah, including their wives and children. Among the captives were the daughters of King Zedekiah, who had been left under the care of Gedaliah by Nebuzaradan, the general of the Babylonian army. Johanan then gathered the people he had rescued, including the eunuchs, their wives, and their children. He brought them to a place called Mandra, where they stayed for that day. During this time, they discussed their future, fearing that the Babylonians might punish them because of the assassination of Gedaliah, who had been appointed governor of the land by Babylon. The people considered leaving Judah and traveling into Egypt, believing that if they remained in the country, the Babylonians might kill them out of anger for the murder of their governor. While they were struggling with this decision, Johanan, son of Kareah, and the other rulers went to the prophet Jeremiah and asked him to pray to God on their behalf. They confessed that they were completely uncertain about what they should do. They swore an oath that they would obey whatever instruction Jeremiah would bring to them. The prophet agreed to intercede before God. After 10 days, a message was given to Jeremiah. The divine instruction was that the people should remain in the land of Judah. If they stayed in that country, God promised that he would be with them, protect them from the Babylonians, and keep them from harm. However, the warning was also given that if they went into Egypt, the same punishments that had already destroyed their brethren would fall upon them again in divine anger. Jeremiah delivered this message to Johanan and to all the people, but they refused to believe him. They accused him of speaking not the word of God, but the desire of his own disciple, Baruch son of Neriah. They claimed that Jeremiah was persuading them to remain in the land so that the Babylonians might destroy them. Therefore, both Johanan and the people disobeyed the counsel that was delivered through the prophet. They departed from Judah and traveled into Egypt, taking with them Jeremiah and Baruch. While they were in Egypt, another revelation was given to Jeremiah. He was told that the king of Nebuchadnezzar II was preparing a military expedition against the Egyptians. Jeremiah was commanded to warn the people that Egypt would be conquered. Some of the Jews who had taken refuge in Egypt would be killed, and others would be taken captive and brought to Babylon. These events came to pass in the following years. 5 years after the destruction of Jerusalem, which occurred in the 23rd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian king launched a campaign against regions including Kuil Syria. After conquering that territory, he continued his wars against the Ammonites and the Moabites, bringing those nations under his control. Finally, he attacked Egypt itself. In that campaign, he killed the reigning Egyptian king and installed another ruler in his place. The Jews who were living in Egypt were taken captive and transported to Babylon. Such was the historical end of the Hebrew nation as it had been recorded in this tradition. The people of Israel had been carried beyond the river Euphrates twice in their history. First, the 10 tribes were removed from Samaria by the Assyrians during the reign of Hosea. This occurred under the power of Shalmaneser V, who transported the people from their homeland and settled in their former territory a population originating from the inner regions of Persia and Media. These transplanted people became known as the Samaritans, named after the region of Samaria where they were settled. Later, when the kingdom of Judah was conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon carried away the remaining 2 tribes. Unlike the Assyrians, the Babylonian conqueror did not settle another nation in the land of Judah. As a result, Jerusalem, Judea, and the temple area remained desolate for 70 years. The total interval between the captivity of the northern tribes and the later captivity of the southern kingdom was 130 years, 6 months, and 10 days. When Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, carried out his campaigns of conquest, he selected from the most noble families among the Hebrews, those of royal blood and distinction, youths remarkable for their physical beauty, their health, and the grace of their countenances. Among these were young men of the family of Zedekiah, the last king of Judah, who had been taken captive after the fall of Jerusalem. The king placed these youths under the care of tutors, tasked with their education in Babylonian knowledge, law, and the customs of the Chaldeans. Some of them were made eunuchs, as was customary for those destined to serve in royal courts. They were fed from the king's own table and instructed carefully in the learning of the Babylonians. Among these youths, stood out for their excellence of character and keen intelligence. Their Hebrew names were Daniel, Ananias, Misael, and Azarias. Nebuchadnezzar, following his practice of renaming those in his service, gave them new names. Daniel was called Balthasar, Ananias was called Shadrach, Misael became Meshach, and Azarias was known as Abednego. The king esteemed them highly, valuing their dedication to study, their wisdom, and the exemplary disposition of their characters. These 4 young men resolved to follow a strict and disciplined diet, abstaining from the royal delicacies and entirely foregoing meat from living creatures. They approached Ashpenaz, the chief eunuch in charge of their training, and requested that, instead of the king's lavish provisions, they be given pulses, dates, and such other plant-based food as suited their practice, avoiding the indulgences of the royal table. Ashpenaz hesitated, fearing that the young men's physical appearance might reveal their diet to the king. He worried their pallor or difference from the other youths might bring punishment upon him. Yet, persuaded by their arguments, he agreed to a trial period of 10 days. At the conclusion of this trial, it became evident that the youths had thrived. Their bodies were healthier, fuller, and more robust than those who consumed the king's meats, whose indulgence had left them less vigorous. From that time, Ashpenaz freely allowed Daniel and his companions to follow their diet, observing that it maintained their strength, clarity of mind, and readiness for learning. They studied diligently, mastering both Hebrew and Babylonian knowledge, and Daniel in particular showed exceptional skill in understanding dreams and visions, as God manifested wisdom to him. 2 years after Nebuchadnezzar had subdued Egypt, the king experienced a troubling dream, the meaning of which was revealed to him only in sleep, but upon awakening, he had forgotten its content. Alarmed, he summoned the magicians, the Chaldean astrologers, and the prophets of Babylon, demanding that they both recount the dream and explain its meaning. The wise men protested that no human could perform such a feat, but promised to interpret it if the king revealed the dream itself. Nebuchadnezzar, enraged at their inability, ordered that all the wise men of Babylon be executed, for he viewed their failure as a defiance of his royal authority. Daniel, aware that he and his 3 companions faced imminent death, approached Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, and inquired why the king had commanded the execution of all the magicians, astrologers, and wise men. When he understood that the decree was due to the king's forgotten dream and the failure of the wise men to recount it, Daniel requested a delay of 1 night, asking that the execution be postponed while he prayed to God for the revelation of the dream. Arioch conveyed this request to the king, who granted the temporary reprieve, curious to see what Daniel might achieve. That night, Daniel and his companions earnestly entreated God for guidance, praying for insight into the king's vision and its interpretation. In response to their prayers, God, in his mercy and regard for Daniel's faith and wisdom, revealed the dream and its meaning to him. This revelation would enable Daniel to not only save the lives of the wise men and magicians of Babylon, but also to convey to King Nebuchadnezzar the significance of the vision, demonstrating both divine wisdom and the sovereignty of God over the affairs of men. When Daniel received the knowledge from God, the God of Israel worshipped by the Jewish people, he rose filled with joy. Daniel was one of the young men of Judah who had been taken captive to Babylon after the conquest of Jerusalem by King Nebuchadnezzar II in the early 6th century before the Common Era. He had prayed for understanding when the king demanded that his dream be revealed and interpreted, under threat of death to all the wise men of Babylon. Daniel went at once to his companions, young men of his own nation who had been taken into the service of the Babylonian court. He told them that God had revealed the mystery. Their despair, which had been heavy upon them when they believed execution was certain, was turned into hope. Together they gave thanks to God, who had shown compassion on their youth and delivered them from the sentence of death. When morning came, Daniel went to Arioch, the officer appointed by the king, to execute the wise men of Babylon. Arioch was a captain in the royal service of King Nebuchadnezzar II, ruler of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, whose capital city was Babylon on the Euphrates River. Daniel requested that Arioch bring him before the king, declaring that he would reveal the dream that the king had seen during the night. When Daniel stood before the king, he first spoke with humility. He said that he did not claim to be wiser than the Chaldeans and magicians. The Chaldeans were a learned class within Babylon, skilled in astrology, divination, and the interpretation of signs. The magicians were royal advisors who claimed secret knowledge. They had all failed to recount the king's dream or explain it. Daniel declared that his ability did not come from personal wisdom or superior training. It was not because he had cultivated his understanding more than others. Rather, he said, God had shown mercy when they were in danger of death. When he prayed for his own life and for the lives of those of his nation, God revealed both the dream and its meaning. Daniel explained that he had been concerned not only for his own survival, that of his companions, but also for the king's honor. He said that the king had unjustly commanded the death of good and capable men by demanding what no human wisdom could achieve. To require men to declare a dream they had not heard was beyond human power. Such knowledge belonged to God alone. Daniel then spoke of the king's thoughts. While the king slept, he had been troubled about who would succeed him, And what would happen to the vast dominion he ruled, an empire that stretched across much of the ancient Near East? God, Daniel said, desired to show him the future succession of kingdoms. In the dream, the king had seen a great image standing before him. Its head was made of gold. Its shoulders and arms were made of silver. Its belly and thighs were made of brass, meaning bronze. Its legs and feet were made of iron. After this, the king saw a stone cut from a mountain without human hands. The stone struck the image, shattered it, and broke it into pieces. The gold, silver, bronze, and iron were crushed until they became like fine meal. A violent wind carried the fragments away so that nothing remained. But the stone grew larger and filled the whole earth. Daniel declared that this was the dream. Then he gave the interpretation. The head of gold represented the king himself, Nebuchadnezzar II, and the Babylonian kings who had preceded him. The silver arms signified that the Babylonian government would be dissolved by two kings, indicating a divided power that would overthrow Babylon. After them would arise another king from the west, whose kingdom would be symbolized by bronze. This kingdom would destroy the preceding power. After that would come another dominion, strong like iron, which would crush and subdue the former kingdoms. Iron, being stronger than gold, silver, and bronze, represented a rule that would extend widely and exercise dominion over the earth. Daniel also declared the meaning of the stone to the king. Yet the writer, who records these events from the ancient Hebrew books, states that he does not consider it proper to relate that part in detail, since his purpose is to describe past and present events, not future ones. He directs those who desire to know more about these matters to read the book of Daniel among the sacred writings of the Jewish people. When King Nebuchadnezzar II heard Daniel's words and remembered his dream, he was astonished at Daniel. He fell upon his knees and honored him in the manner by which people worship God. He even commanded that sacrifice should be offered to Daniel as though he were divine. Moreover, the king gave Daniel the name Balthasar, a name connected with the king's own god, reflecting the Babylonian custom of renaming foreign captives in honor of their deities. He appointed Daniel ruler over his whole kingdom and elevated his kinsmen to positions of authority as well. These kinsmen, also young Jewish men serving in Babylon, later faced grave danger because of envy and malice from others at court. The occasion arose when the king made an enormous image of gold. Its height was 60 cubits and its breadth 6 cubits, a cubit being an ancient measure of length roughly equivalent to the distance from the elbow to the tip of the fingers. The image was set up in the great plain of Babylon. When the king prepared to dedicate the image, he summoned the principal men from all the lands under his dominion. These included governors, officials, and leaders of provinces within the empire. He commanded that when they heard the sound of the trumpet, they must fall down and worship the golden image. Whoever refused would be cast into a fiery furnace, a structure used for burning materials at high heat. At the appointed sound, all the assembled officials fell down and worshipped the image. But Daniel's kinsmen refused. They would not transgress the laws of their country, meaning the commandments of the God of Israel, which forbade the worship of idols. They were accused before the king, convicted, and immediately thrown into the furnace. Yet they were preserved by divine providence. The fire did not harm them. It did not consume their bodies. It was as though the fire itself could not overcome them, because they had been cast into it without fault. This deliverance was attributed to the power of God, who made their bodies superior to the flames so that they were not destroyed. This event caused the king to regard them as righteous men, beloved by God. They continued in high esteem in his court. Some time later, the king experienced another dream. In this vision, he saw that he would fall from his dominion and live among wild beasts. He would dwell in the wilderness for 7 years, and after that period he would recover his kingdom. Troubled by this vision, he again summoned the magicians and wise men of Babylon and asked them to interpret it. None could discover its meaning. Daniel alone explained the dream. As he foretold, so it happened. The king was removed from his throne and lived in the wilderness for the period of 7 years. During that time, no one dared seize his kingdom. After the completion of those 7 years, he prayed to God to restore him. His dominion was returned to him, and he resumed his rule. The writer affirms that he records these matters exactly as they are found in the ancient Hebrew books. He reminds his readers that he has undertaken only to translate those Hebrew writings into the Greek language and to explain the facts as they are written, without adding anything of his own or taking anything away. When Nebuchadnezzar II, king of Babylon, had ruled for 43 complete years, his life came to an end. He was remembered as an energetic and forceful ruler, and as one who enjoyed greater success than the kings who ruled before him. His deeds were recorded by Berosus, a priest and historian of Babylon, in the 3rd book of his History of the Chaldeans, the ancient people of southern Mesopotamia. According to Berosus, when Nebuchadnezzar's father, Nabopolassar, learned that the governor whom he had appointed over Egypt and the neighboring regions of Kuil Syria and Phoenicia had rebelled, he found himself too old and weakened to endure the hardships of war. Therefore, he entrusted part of his army to his son Nebuchadnezzar, who was still young, and sent him to suppress the revolt. Nebuchadnezzar engaged the rebel governor in battle, defeated him, and brought the rebellious territories back under Babylonian control, incorporating them firmly into his own growing dominion. Around this same time, Nabopolassar fell gravely ill and died in the city of Babylon, having ruled for 21 years. When Nebuchadnezzar learned of his father's death, he first secured the administration of Egypt and the other conquered regions. He also arranged matters concerning the captives taken from Judea, Phoenicia, Syria, and the territories connected with Egypt. He entrusted the transport of these captives, along with the main body of the army and its supplies, to trusted companions, while he himself crossed the desert with only a small escort and hurried to Babylon. Upon his arrival, Nebuchadnezzar assumed full control of public affairs and of the kingdom, which had been preserved for him by a leading noble of the Chaldeans. He inherited all the dominions of his father. He ordered that the captives brought to Babylon should be settled as colonies in suitable regions of Babylonia, where they could be controlled and made useful to the state. He then devoted great effort to the religious and architectural splendor of the empire. He magnificently adorned the temple of Belus, the chief god of Babylon, and the other temples, using the spoils he had taken in war. Nebuchadnezzar also expanded the city of Babylon itself. He added a new city to the old one and rebuilt it in such a way that future enemies would no longer be able to divert the course of the river to breach its defenses. He constructed 3 massive walls around the inner city and 3 more around the outer city, all built of fired brick. After fortifying the city and decorating its gates with great magnificence, he built a new royal palace in front of his father's palace, connecting the 2 structures. The scale and richness of this palace were immense, and despite its size, it was completed in 15 days. He also constructed elevated stone terraces designed for walking, shaped to resemble mountains, and planted them with all kinds of trees. These structures became known as a hanging or suspended paradise because they were built to please his wife, who longed for the landscapes of her homeland. She had been raised among the royal palaces of Media, a mountainous land east of Mesopotamia. Other ancient historians also wrote about Nebuchadnezzar. Megasthenes, in the 4th book of his account of India, claimed that Nebuchadnezzar surpassed the legendary hero Hercules in courage and greatness of deeds, stating that he conquered large parts of Libya in North Africa and Iberia in the far west. Diocles also mentioned him in his writings on Persia. Philostratus, in his histories of India and Phoenicia, recorded that Nebuchadnezzar besieged the city of Tyre for 13 years, during the reign of Ethbal, the king of Tyre. These accounts together preserve what is known of Nebuchadnezzar's reign. After Nebuchadnezzar's death, his son Evil-Merodach succeeded him as king. One of his first actions was to release Jeconiah, also known as Jehoiakim, the former king of Judah, who had been held in captivity. Evil-Merodach treated him with honor and friendship, giving him gifts and ranking him above the other captive kings who lived in Babylon. This act was meant to correct the injustice done by Nebuchadnezzar, who had not kept faith with Jeconiah, even though Jeconiah had surrendered voluntarily with his family to save his country from destruction by siege. Evil Merodach ruled for 18 years before his death. He was succeeded by his son Neglicer, who ruled for 40 years and then died. After him came his son Labasordicus, whose reign lasted less than 9 months. When Labasordicus died, the kingdom passed to Belshazzar, who was called Nabonidus by the Babylonians. Against Belshazzar rose Cyrus the Great, ruler of the Persian Empire, together with Darius the Mede, king of Media. They waged war against Babylon, and while Belshazzar was besieged within the city, an extraordinary and fearful event took place. Belshazzar was seated at a banquet in a large hall, surrounded by vessels of silver used for royal feasts. His concubines and his companions were present with him. In a moment of arrogance, he commanded that the sacred vessels taken by Nebuchadnezzar from the temple of Jerusalem be brought out. These vessels had been dedicated to the God of Israel and stored in a Babylonian temple. Belshazzar used them for drinking and spoke words of blasphemy against God. At that moment, he saw a human hand appear and write mysterious words upon the wall. Terrified by this sight, he summoned the magicians, the Chaldeans, and all the interpreters of signs and dreams in Babylon, asking them to explain the writing. None of them could understand it. The king's fear increased, and he proclaimed throughout the kingdom that whoever could interpret the writing would receive a golden chain, royal purple garments, and authority over a third of the kingdom. Despite their eagerness, the wise men could not explain the message. When the king's grandmother saw his distress, she reminded him of Daniel, a Jewish captive taken from Judea when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem. She described Daniel as a man of exceptional wisdom, able to reveal what others could not, and one who had previously explained divine mysteries to Nebuchadnezzar. She urged Belshazzar to summon Daniel and inquire of him concerning the writing, even if the message should prove sorrowful in its meaning. When the king named Belshazzar heard about the mysterious writing that had appeared upon the wall of his palace, he immediately sent for Daniel, the man renowned for possessing extraordinary wisdom and a spirit believed to be given by God. The king spoke with Daniel about the reports he had heard concerning his insight and understanding, and how divine guidance was said to accompany him in interpreting hidden mysteries that other men could never solve. Belshazzar promised Daniel great honors if he could explain the meaning of the writing. He offered that Daniel would be permitted to wear royal purple garments, which were symbols of high authority and nobility in ancient royal courts. He also promised a chain of gold around Daniel's neck, another sign of royal favor and prestige. Furthermore, the king promised to grant Daniel the third highest position within the government of the kingdom, placing him among the principal rulers of Babylon so that his wisdom would be publicly recognized. But Daniel refused the king's gifts. He declared that wisdom and revelation granted by God cannot be purchased by wealth or rewarded as though they were commercial possessions. Divine knowledge, he said, is given freely to those who seek it with humility, and therefore he asked the king to keep his rewards. Nevertheless, Daniel agreed to explain the writing. He reminded Belshazzar that the meaning of the writing was a declaration that the king's life and reign were approaching their end. This judgment, Daniel said, came because the king had failed to honor God and had dared to treat sacred matters as though they were ordinary human possessions. Envy grew among those who saw others elevated above themselves in royal favor. Yet they could find no fault in Daniel's conduct. He was not driven by greed, nor did he accept bribes. Even when gifts might have been lawfully offered to him, he regarded the acceptance of such rewards as base and dishonorable. Because of this integrity, his enemies were unable to discover any crime or disgraceful act by which they could accuse him. Therefore, they devised another plan. Knowing that Daniel prayed to God 3 times each day, they sought to use his devotion against him. They approached King Darius and proposed that a royal decree be issued that for 30 days no person should present petitions either to the king or to any god other than the king himself. They added that anyone who violated this decree should be thrown into a den of lions and left to perish among the wild beasts. The king, unaware that this proposal was designed specifically to trap Daniel, approved the decree and published it throughout the kingdom. The other officials obeyed the decree and remained quiet. But Daniel did not change his behavior. As was his custom, he continued to pray to God 3 times daily, standing openly so that all could see him. The jealous officials watched him and seized the opportunity they had sought. They went to the king and accused Daniel, declaring that he alone had violated the decree, since no other person dared to pray during the 30-day restriction. They pressed the accusation not out of concern for royal law, but out of envy. They hoped that Darius would not pardon Daniel because of his great affection for him, and therefore they insisted that Daniel be punished according to the established law. King Darius, however, hoped that God would deliver Daniel from danger. He believed that Daniel would suffer no harm from the lions. Yet the law could not be changed once it had been declared. Daniel was therefore thrown into the den of lions. The king ordered a stone placed over the entrance of the den and sealed it with his royal seal to ensure that no one would interfere. Darius left the place, but he spent the night without eating or sleeping, filled with anxiety and sorrow for Daniel. At dawn, the king rose quickly and went to the den. He found that the seal on the stone remained unbroken. When the stone was opened, the king called out loudly to Daniel, asking whether he was still alive. Daniel answered that he had suffered no harm. Hearing this, the king ordered that Daniel be lifted out of the lion's den, thus demonstrating that divine protection had preserved him through the danger. When Daniel's enemies saw that he had suffered no harm from the lions, they refused to acknowledge that his preservation was due to God and his divine providence. Instead, they argued before King Darius of Persia that the lions must have been full from food, and that was why they did not attack Daniel. The king, abhorring the wickedness of these men, commanded that the lions be given a large amount of meat. Once the lions had eaten their fill, he ordered that Daniel's accusers be cast into the den. When the men were thrown in, the lions, in contrast to their restraint with Daniel, devoured them immediately and without mercy. King Darius saw clearly that it was the hand of God, not mere chance, that had preserved Daniel, for the lions spared none of those men who had acted with malice and treachery. In response to this miraculous deliverance, King Darius sent letters throughout his entire kingdom, proclaiming that the God whom Daniel worshipped was the one true God, possessing all power. He elevated Daniel to the highest esteem, making him the principal among his advisors and closest companions. As Daniel's fame and renown grew, men marveled at the wisdom and divine favor that accompanied him. In honor of his status, he constructed a magnificent tower in Ecbatana, the capital city of Media. This tower was built with extraordinary elegance and craftsmanship, so well preserved that even in the generations that followed, it appeared as fresh and splendid as on the day it was completed. It became the burial site for the kings of Media, Persia, and Parthia, and the care of the tombs was entrusted to a Jewish priest, a practice observed for centuries. Daniel continued to receive remarkable revelations from God, making him one of the greatest of the prophets. While he lived, both kings and common people held him in high esteem. His writings, which remain to this day, attest to his conversations with God. Unlike many prophets who primarily foretold misfortune, Daniel also predicted events of hope and justice, earning the goodwill of kings and the trust of the people. His prophecies were not vague. He recorded the exact timing and details of future events. While in Susa, the capital of Persia, Daniel experienced a profound vision in the field with his companions. Suddenly, the ground quaked and shook beneath him, and his companions fled in fear. Alone, Daniel fell to the ground, touching it with his face and hands. A divine messenger came to him, instructing him to rise and observe what would befall his people in future generations. Daniel saw a ram with 2 horns, one higher than the other, and a he-goat that struck the ram violently, breaking its horns. From the he-goat grew a great horn, which later fractured into 4 horns directed toward the 4 winds. Out of these arose another lesser horn that would oppress Daniel's nation, seize the city by force, and disrupt the temple worship for 1296 days. God revealed to Daniel that the ram represented the kingdoms of the Medes and Persians, with the horns signifying the kings who would reign over them. The last horn of the ram indicated the final king of that line, surpassing the others in wealth and glory. The he-goat represented a Greek ruler who would defeat the Persian king twice and claim dominion over his empire. The smaller horns represented successors who would govern different territories, not from the same lineage as the first king. From among these successors, a king would arise who would subjugate Daniel's nation, seize the city, and forbid temple sacrifices for 3 years. In time, these events came to pass under Antiochus 4 Epiphanes, fulfilling Daniel's vision decades before they occurred. Daniel also wrote of the Roman dominion and the devastation it would bring upon his homeland. Through all these writings, the accuracy and divine insight of Daniel's prophecies were evident. Those who read his accounts and saw their fulfillment recognized the extraordinary honor that God bestowed upon Daniel. These prophecies demonstrated that God governs the affairs of the world and exercises providence over human life, refuting those, like the Epicureans, who denied divine oversight and claimed that the universe operates without guidance. Without God's providence, the world would be like ships without pilots or chariots without drivers, inevitably dashed and destroyed. Daniel's visions and predictions prove that every event occurs in accordance with God's plan and timing, confirming the presence of divine guidance in the unfolding of history. In the ancient records, there is mention of a title given to a powerful ruler, described as a great king. This same title appears in the sacred writings of the Hebrew Scriptures, in the second book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 19, and in the book of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 36, verse 4. It is also preserved in the historical account written by Flavius Josephus, the Jewish historian of the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ. The Greek historian Herodotus, who lived in the 5th century before the Common Era, likewise refers to this ruler, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, with the same designation of greatness. Scholars such as Spanheim have noted this agreement between the Hebrew Scriptures, Josephus, and Herodotus, showing that the title was widely recognized in the ancient world. Another important matter concerns the prophet Isaiah and his message to King Hezekiah of Judah. Hezekiah reigned in Jerusalem in the late 8th century before the Common Era. When the Assyrian Empire, under King Sennacherib, threatened Jerusalem, Isaiah assured Hezekiah that at that time the city would not be besieged by the king of Assyria. He further declared that in the future Hezekiah could remain secure, undisturbed by that enemy, and that the people would continue peacefully in their agriculture and daily labors. This assurance is expressed even more clearly in other copies of the sacred texts, in the second book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 29, and in the book of Isaiah, chapter 37, verse 30. The words of the sign given to Hezekiah were these: that in the first year, the people would eat what grew of itself from the land. In the second year, they would eat what sprang again from that same ground. And in the third year, they would sow, reap, plant vineyards, and eat their fruit. These words appear to refer to the observance of a sabbatic year, a year in which, according to the law of Moses, the land was to rest and not be sown, followed by a year of jubilee, and then a return to ordinary agricultural labor in the third and subsequent years. This interpretation connects the historical deliverance of Jerusalem with the religious calendar established in the law given to the people of Israel. There is also the record of a terrible calamity that befell the Assyrian army. 185,000 Assyrian soldiers were destroyed in a single event. This account is said to be preserved in the words of Berosus the Chaldean, a Babylonian priest and historian who wrote about the history of Mesopotamia. The destruction of this vast army had been foretold by the Jewish prophets and was regarded as certainly and undeniably accomplished. The magnitude of the loss demonstrated the sudden reversal of Assyrian power at that moment. It is further noted that 2 sons of King Sennacherib, after the death of their father, fled into Armenia, a region to the north of Mesopotamia. There they became the founders of 2 distinguished Armenian families, known as the Arzarunii and the Genunii. The Armenian historian Moses of Chorene, who wrote in late antiquity, records detailed accounts of these families, preserving the memory of their origin from the Assyrian royal house. Another matter concerns the illness of King Hezekiah. In the writings of Josephus and in the traditional copies of the Hebrew Scriptures, the sickness of Hezekiah is placed after the destruction of the Assyrian army. However, most copies of the sacred text state only that his illness occurred in those days, meaning around that period of his life, without specifying that it followed the destruction of the army. This distinction is important because of the chronology of Hezekiah's reign. Hezekiah ruled for 29 years and a few additional months. After his sickness, his life was prolonged by 15 years. Since the first invasion of Sennacherib occurred in the 14th year of Hezekiah's reign, and the destruction of the Assyrian army did not occur until the 18th year, the illness must have taken place earlier than the latter event, if the 15 added years are to fit within the total length of his reign. Thus, careful calculation of dates shows the tension between the sequence of events and the limited span of Hezekiah's rule. There is also the account of the sign involving the shadow, associated with King Hezekiah's recovery. The narrative describes how the shadow moved backward, either upon a sundial or upon the steps of the royal palace built by King Ahaz, the father of Hezekiah. The precise nature of this event has been debated. One explanation suggests that the earth itself miraculously reversed its daily rotation for a short time and then returned to its normal motion. Another explanation proposes that the effect was only apparent, perhaps produced by an unusual atmospheric phenomenon, such as a luminous appearance in the air that imitated the backward movement of the sun, while clouds concealed the true position of the sun. Philosophers and astronomers have generally preferred the latter explanation. Josephus appears to have understood the event in a particular way. He suggests that the shadow was first accelerated forward and then moved backward by the same measure, so that the total length of the day remained unchanged. This interpretation would mean that the miracle did not alter the overall duration of the day. Such an understanding aligns more closely with astronomical records, since eclipses observed in later generations occurred at the expected times of day, as though no permanent alteration in the Earth's motion had taken place. Finally, this extraordinary sign was not confined to the kingdom of Judah. It was either observed directly or at least reported as far away as Babylon. In the second book of Chronicles, chapter 32, verse 31, it is recorded that ambassadors from Babylon were sent to King Hezekiah. Among their purposes was to inquire about the wonder that had been done in the land. Thus, the event gained international attention, linking the court of Jerusalem with the distant power of Babylon and demonstrating how a sign granted to one king became a matter of interest among empires. The historian Flavius Josephus records that after the destruction of the Assyrian army, the people known as the Medes were said to have overthrown the Assyrian Empire. However, this expression must be understood carefully. The Medes did indeed cast off the Assyrian domination and freed themselves from Assyrian control. They then established their own independent rule and appointed Deoses as their first king. Yet the complete overthrow of the Assyrian imperial power did not happen immediately. It took additional time before the combined forces of the Medes and the Babylonians captured Nineveh, the chief city of the Assyrian Empire. Even after that, several generations passed before the Medes and the Persians, under Cyaxares and Cyrus the Great, finally overthrew the remaining Assyrian and Babylonian imperial power and took Babylon itself. There is also difficulty in reconciling one account in the second book of Kings with the account given by Josephus, partly because some copies of Josephus appear to be incomplete. Nevertheless, the general meaning of both accounts is understood to be the same. There existed certain ceremonial chariots, together with horses, which had been dedicated to the worship of the sun, or to the idol known as Moloch. This idol was believed to be carried in processions and worshipped publicly by the people. According to Josephus, these chariots were taken away, while the second book of Kings states that they were burned with fire by Josiah, the reforming king of Judah. Though the wording differs, both accounts describe the same act of abolishing idolatrous worship. Josephus also provides a significant chronological observation. Toward the latter part of the reign of King Josiah, the Medes and Babylonians overthrew the Assyrian Empire. This agrees with another ancient tradition, preserved in the continuation of the Book of Tobit, which states that before Tobias died, he heard of the destruction of Nineveh. According to that account, Nineveh was taken by Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon and by Osiris, identified as a ruler of the Medes. Later historians, such as Dean Prideaux, placed this decisive event around the year 612 before the birth of Jesus Christ. Josephus also refers to a battle that is widely recognized as the same conflict described by Herodotus, the ancient Greek writer of histories. Herodotus records that Necho II, king of Egypt, fought against the Syrians or Jews at the place called Magdalum, also known as Megiddo, and defeated them. This corresponds with the battle in which King Josiah was mortally wounded, confirming that both historians describe the same historical event from different perspectives. Josephus further mentions that Jeremiah composed Lamentations for Josiah. It remains uncertain whether Josephus refers to the Book of Lamentations attributed to Jeremiah, which survives to this day and is mainly associated with the later destruction of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, or whether he refers to another sorrowful composition specifically written for Josiah that has since been lost. The exact identification of this writing cannot now be determined. Josephus also refers to the ancient city of Hamath, which is mentioned together with Arpad and Damascus in the Hebrew Scriptures. These cities were located in Syria and Phoenicia, near the borders of the Kingdom of Judah. Hamath itself was evidently situated close to the same frontier region, although it was completely destroyed in very ancient times and no longer existed by the time of later historians. In another observation, Josephus states that Jeremiah prophesied not only about the return of the Jewish people from their captivity in Babylon, which would occur under the rule of the Persians and the Medes, but also about other events that are not preserved in the surviving copies of Jeremiah's writings. Josephus notes that although some people disbelieved Jeremiah and condemned him as untruthful, every event he foretold came to pass exactly as prophesied. These included the rebuilding of the temple and even the restoration of the city of Jerusalem, matters that Josephus promises to explain more fully at a later point. Finally, Josephus makes a striking observation concerning what appeared to be a contradiction between the prophecies of Jeremiah and Ezekiel regarding the fate of Zedekiah, but which in the end proved to be a true and remarkable agreement. Jeremiah foretold that Zedekiah would see the king of Babylon, while Ezekiel prophesied that Zedekiah would be brought to Babylon, yet would not see it. Both statements were fulfilled when Zedekiah was captured, blinded, and then taken to Babylon. Josephus suggests that this apparent contradiction may have been exploited by royal courtiers and false prophets to discourage Zedekiah from believing either prophet, contributing to his tragic downfall. Some later Jewish chronicles, including the work known as the Order of the World or the historical compilation called the Seder Olam Rabbah, mention a high priest named Azariah, the high priest, during the interval discussed. This name is inserted here, although it is omitted in some copies of the writings of Flavius Josephus. The reason for the insertion is that Josephus himself records that the number of high priests who served during this historical period was 18, while certain manuscript copies preserved only 17. Therefore, this additional name is preserved by some chroniclers to complete the count. During this same historical tradition, attention is also given to the figure of Baruch son of Neriah, who was the disciple and secretary of the prophet Jeremiah. The book attributed to Baruch is preserved among the writings later classified as the Apocrypha, meaning those religious writings that are not universally included within the canonical Hebrew Scriptures. Some scholars have argued concerning whether this book should be considered fully canonical, describing it as an appendix to the prophetic writings of Jeremiah, though such judgments vary among different traditions. In another historical account concerning the fate of the Egyptian monarch known as Pharaoh Hafra, who is also called Apries in Greek historical sources, such as the writings of Herodotus, it is recorded that this king was slain by his own Egyptian subjects. This event was said to fulfill the earlier prophecy of Jeremiah that Hophra would fall by the hands of his enemies as a sign of the coming destruction of Egypt. Some historical traditions state that the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II himself was responsible for the death of the Egyptian ruler, though other sources attribute the killing to internal Egyptian rebellion. After the great captivity of the two tribes of Israel, the land of Judea was left largely desolate. Foreign nations did not immediately settle in the territory. This absence of foreign colonization has been interpreted by some writers as a sign of providential intention, suggesting that the Jewish people themselves would later return and repopulate the land without external opposition. Some later interpreters even viewed the continued desolation of the region as pointing toward a future restoration of the people to their ancestral territory. There is also a tradition concerning the youth named Daniel and his companions. According to certain interpretations of the prophetic writings found in the book of Isaiah, particularly the passage in chapter 39, verse 7, these young men were taken into the Babylonian royal court and may have been placed among the group of royal servants known in general usage as eunuchs. In ancient royal courts, the term eunuch did not always strictly mean a man physically deprived of the ability to have children, but was sometimes used to describe high officials or court attendants, since many palace administrators were historically chosen from among such persons. There is also a significant historical and prophetic reference concerning the vision of the stone cut from the mountain, which destroys a great statue, a passage preserved in the prophetic book of the book of Daniel. The historian would not provide a detailed explanation of this vision, but hinted that it may concern future events. Some later interpreters believed this prophecy referred to the eventual destruction of imperial powers, including what was later called the Eternal City of Rome during the time associated with the coming of the Messiah. Concerning the prophetic interpretation of time given in the visions of King Nebuchadnezzar II, it was explained that the 7 times during which the king lived among wild beasts represented 7 years of banishment from human society. The historian notes that expressions such as a time, times, and half a time were also understood in a similar prophetic reckoning. According to this chronological interpretation, prophetic years were sometimes counted in symbolic form, where days represented years. Using such calculation, 70 prophetic weeks, which equal 490 days in symbolic interpretation, could extend over long historical periods reaching even into the lifetime of the historian himself. Although the historical record of the later years of Nebuchadnezzar is incomplete, other sources, such as the royal chronology preserved in the canon of Ptolemy, confirm that Nebuchadnezzar ruled for 43 years in total. After approximately 8 years, during which little is recorded about his political actions, it is believed that he experienced a period of 7 years living in a bestial condition among wild animals, after which his reason returned, and he was restored to royal authority for at least 1 additional year before his death. Among his most notable military achievements was the prolonged siege of the city of Tyre, which lasted approximately 13 years, according to some accounts, though other Latin historical manuscripts report a shorter duration of 3 years and 10 months. Despite the uncertainty of exact numbers, it is agreed that the king's career contained a long period of inactivity or unexplained absence near the end of his reign, during which the prophetic narrative of Daniel's account may be understood to fit the historical chronology preserved in ancient records. The reign of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, is recorded to have lasted 43 years, a duration confirmed in the canon of Ptolemy, the famous Alexandrian astronomer and historian who compiled lists of kings and their reigns. Moses Kornensis, the Armenian historian, also affirms this captivity of the Jewish people under Nebuchadnezzar, adding a remarkable note that some of those Jews, carried into exile, escaped to Armenia and there established the great and illustrious Bagratid dynasty, which would rule in that region for generations. The 21 years ascribed to Nabopolassar, father of Nebuchadnezzar, are likewise consistent with Ptolemy's records. Some modern chronologers, including Dr. Prideaux, have speculated that the name Nebuchadnezzar might have been common among other Babylonian kings, but such conjecture lacks support from original historical sources and is therefore unreliable. Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, reports that the completion of certain vast edifices in Babylon took only 15 days, according to his copy of Berosus, the Chaldean chronicler. While this seems an implausibly short time for such monumental construction, Josephus's account is confirmed elsewhere in his writings, in the first book against Apian. It is reasonable to doubt that such a feat could truly be accomplished in so brief a period. For comparison, Josephus notes that even a much smaller project, the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem under Nehemiah, required 2 years and 4 months, despite all possible haste. A construction period of 115 days, or a year and 15 days, would appear far more realistic for the massive works of Babylon. Josephus also demonstrates remarkable consistency in naming the last king of Babylon. In various texts, including Baruch chapter 1, section 11, and the book of Daniel, this king is called Belshazzar, or Belteshazzar, a name derived from the Babylonian god Bel. Other sources, such as the first book against Apian, refer to him as Nabonidus, from the Babylonian god Nebo or Nebo. In Ptolemy's canon, this same king appears as Nabonidus, confirming that all references point to one historical figure, the final ruler of Babylon, whose reign lasted 17 years. Josephus further notes that Darius, the co-ruler with Cyrus, was the son of Astyages, although he did not have access to Xenophon's histories and therefore did not know the Greek name by which he was called. Josephus's accounts also state that Belshazzar was slain shortly after the mysterious handwriting appeared on the wall, an account that aligns with the biblical book of Daniel, which records that the event occurred on the very same night. The Queen Dowager of Babylon, the grandmother or mother of Belshazzar, is likely the famous Nitocris, celebrated for her fortifications of Babylon against the Medes and Persians. She is believed to have exercised governance under Belshazzar, who appears to have been a weak and indulgent prince, dependent upon her counsel and authority. It is also recorded that Daniel's adversaries sought to cast doubt upon his divine protection, suggesting to the king that the lions in the den had been filled with food beforehand, and therefore would not harm him. King Darius, observing this, tested their assertion by casting the accusers themselves into the den. The lions, contrary to the argument of Daniel's enemies, devoured all of them, confirming that Daniel had been preserved not by chance, nor by the king's kindness, but by the providence of God. This extraordinary episode served as both vindication for Daniel and a demonstration of divine justice against those who acted with malice. There is a record concerning the tombs of the kings of Persia, located near a great tower, and possibly referring to the monumental ruins that later generations have called Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the Persian Empire. The historian relates that in his own time, during the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ, the stones of those royal sepulchres remained so firm and unaltered that they appeared as though they had only recently been placed. A scholar named Reland affirmed the truth of this observation, stating that stones taken from the Persian mausoleum and given to him by a traveler named Comenius Brunius demonstrated the same extraordinary durability. The hardness of these stones was such that they scarcely yielded to iron tools. Often they resisted the chisel and even broke it. This enduring strength of the material preserved the memory of the Persian kings long after their dominion had passed. The narrative then advances into a new period of history, covering an interval of 253 years and 5 months. This span extends from the first year of Cyrus, king of the Persians, to the death of Alexander the Great, the Macedonian conqueror who reshaped the ancient world in the 4th century before the Common Era. In the first year of the reign of Cyrus, king of Persia, which was the 70th year from the day when the people of Judah had been removed from their land and carried into Babylon, a decisive change occurred. The Babylonian captivity had begun when King Nebuchadnezzar II conquered Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. 70 years had now passed, fulfilling the period spoken of by the prophet Jeremiah before the destruction of the city. Jeremiah had warned that the people would serve the king of Babylon and his successors for 70 years, and that afterward God would restore them to the land of their fathers. Cyrus, founder of the Persian Empire and conqueror of Babylon in the year 539 before the Common Era, became the instrument of this restoration. God stirred his mind, and Cyrus issued a proclamation throughout Asia, the vast territories under his control. In this proclamation, he declared that God Almighty had appointed him to be king over the inhabited earth. He acknowledged that the God worshipped by the nation of the Israelites had foretold his name through the prophets and had declared that he would build a house for him at Jerusalem in the land of Judea. This knowledge came to Cyrus through reading the book of the prophet Isaiah, one of the sacred writings of the Hebrew people. Isaiah had written, approximately 140 years before the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, that God had chosen Cyrus to rule over many nations and to send his people back to their own land to rebuild the temple. When Cyrus read these words and saw his own name recorded in ancient prophecy, he was moved with admiration for the divine power. A strong desire arose in him to fulfill what had been written. He summoned the most eminent Jews residing in Babylon. To them he granted permission to return to their homeland, to rebuild the city of Jerusalem, and to construct again the temple of their God. He promised to assist them. He further declared that he would write to the rulers and governors in the neighboring regions of Judea, instructing them to contribute gold and silver for the building of the temple, and also livestock for sacrifices according to the Jewish law. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, together with the Levites and the priests, prepared to depart for Jerusalem. The tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin were the principal tribes of the former kingdom of Judah. The Levites were members of the tribes set apart for religious service, and the priests were descendants of Aaron, entrusted with offering sacrifices. Many others, however, chose to remain in Babylon, unwilling to abandon the possessions they had acquired during their years in exile. Those who returned journeyed to Jerusalem. The friends of King Cyrus supported them generously. Some contributed gold, others silver, and others livestock and horses for the work ahead. The returning exiles fulfilled their vows to God and restored the ancient sacrifices that had been practiced before the destruction of the temple. This marked not only the rebuilding of the city, but the revival of their traditional worship. Cyrus also ordered that the sacred vessels taken from the temple by King Nebuchadnezzar II be returned. These vessels, once used in the worship of the God of Israel, had been carried to Babylon as spoils of conquest. Cyrus entrusted them to Mithridates, the royal treasurer, with instructions to deliver them to a leader named Sanabassar. Sanabassar was to safeguard these holy objects until the temple was rebuilt. When the construction was completed, the vessels were to be handed over to the priests and the leaders of the people so that they might be restored to their proper place in the temple. In addition to these actions, Cyrus sent a formal letter to the governors of Syria, the region west of the Euphrates River that included Judea. The letter began with a royal greeting from King Cyrus to Cizins and Sathrabuzanes, officials appointed over those territories. Through this correspondence, the authority of the Persian crown was extended in support of the rebuilding of Jerusalem and its temple, setting in motion a transformation that would reshape the history of the Jewish people under Persian rule. The decree declared that permission was granted to all the people of the Jews who lived within the Persian dominions and desired to return to their own land. They were authorized to go back to their ancestral country and to rebuild their city, Jerusalem, and to restore the temple of God at Jerusalem upon the very site where it had formerly stood before its destruction. The king further stated that he had appointed Mithridates, who held the office of royal treasurer, together with Zerubbabel, a leader appointed over the Jewish people, to supervise the laying of the foundations of the temple. The structure was to be built 60 cubits in height and 60 cubits in breadth, according to the ancient sacred measurements. It was to consist of 3 courses of polished stone and 1 course of timber, taken from the land itself. The same prescribed order was to apply to the altar upon which sacrifices would be offered to God. The decree further commanded that all the expenses required for these works were to be paid directly from the revenues of the king. In addition, the sacred vessels that Nebuchadnezzar II, king of Babylon, had earlier taken from the temple in Jerusalem were to be returned. These vessels were entrusted to Mithridates, the treasurer, and to Zerubbabel the governor, so that they might be carried back to Jerusalem and restored to the temple of God. The decree carefully listed these items. There were 50 large chargers made of gold and 500 chargers made of silver. There were 40 Thericlean cups of gold and 500 of silver. There were 50 basins of gold and 500 of silver. There were 30 vessels used for pouring drink offerings made of gold and 300 of silver. There were 30 vials of gold and 2,400 vials of silver, together with 1,000 other large vessels of various kinds. The decree continued by granting the Jewish people the same religious privileges and honors that had been practiced by their forefathers. Provision was also made for the regular offerings required for worship, for small livestock, and for wine and oil. An allocation of 205,500 silver drachmae was ordered. For wheat flour, 20,500 artabi were assigned. The king commanded that all these expenses were to be paid from the tributes collected from Samaria, the province neighboring Judea. The priests were instructed to offer sacrifices in Jerusalem according to the laws given by Moses, the ancient leader and lawgiver of the Israelites. When these sacrifices were offered, the priests were to pray to God for the preservation of the king and of his family, and for the continuance of the Persian Empire. The decree ended with a severe warning. Any person who disobeyed these commands or attempted to annul them was to be executed by hanging, and all his property was to be confiscated and placed into the royal treasury. Such was when Cambyses read the letter. His temperament inclined him toward anger. He ordered that the royal archives be searched, and upon reviewing them, he concluded that Jerusalem had indeed been hostile to kings and prone to rebellion. He also noted that its former kings had exercised power over surrounding regions and had exacted tribute from Kuil, Syria, and Phoenicia. On this basis, Cambyses issued a command that the Jews were not to be permitted to rebuild their city, fearing that the troubles they had caused in the past would increase once again. As soon as this royal decree was received, Rahumus, Semelius the scribe, and their associates mounted horses and traveled swiftly to Jerusalem. They arrived with a large force and formally forbade the Jews from continuing the work on the city and the temple. As a result, construction was halted. The work remained suspended until the second year of the reign of Darius I, for an additional 9 years. Cambyses reigned for 6 years in total. During that time, he conquered Egypt, and after returning from that campaign, he died in the city of Damascus. After the violent overthrow of the Magi, the priestly class of Median Persian religious officials who had briefly seized political control after the death of the Persian king Cambyses II, the political power of the Persian Empire passed into a new phase. Those Magi, who were associated with religious administration and court influence, ruled the empire for approximately 1 year before they were destroyed in a rebellion. Following their slaughter, the 7 great noble families of the Persian people, which were powerful aristocratic houses that held military and political authority within the empire, selected Darius I as their monarch. Darius was the son of Hystaspes, a noble Persian commander. Before ascending the throne, Darius had made a solemn vow before God that if he should become king, he would send all sacred vessels belonging to the worship of the God of Israel, which were stored in the city of Babylon, back to the temple located in the city of Jerusalem. At this same time, Zerubbabel came from the city of Jerusalem to meet Darius. Zerubbabel was a leader appointed over the Jewish people who had been held in captivity in the Babylonian region after the destruction of their kingdom. There had been a long-standing friendship between Zerubbabel and the Persian king. Because of his wisdom and loyalty, Zerubbabel, together with 2 other men, was appointed as one of the royal bodyguards who were responsible for protecting the king's person. This position was regarded as a great honor within the Persian royal court. In the first year of the reign of Darius over the Persian Empire, the king held a great royal feast. He invited the nobles of the empire, including the leaders of the Medes, who were the people inhabiting the region west of the Caspian Sea and who had once formed a powerful kingdom before being united with Persia. He also summoned the princes of the Persian aristocracy, the regional governors known as toparchs who ruled districts in distant lands such as the territories of India and the lands of Ethiopia, and the generals who commanded the armies distributed across 127 imperial provinces under Persian administration. When the feast had reached the state of abundance, where all present had eaten and drunk until they were satisfied, the guests retired to their homes. The king himself went to his chamber to rest. Yet after sleeping only a short part of the night, King Darius awoke and found that sleep would not return to him. In his wakefulness, the king began to converse with the 3 royal guards who were appointed to protect him. Darius promised that he would grant extraordinary honors to the man among them who could speak most wisely concerning certain questions that he would propose. The rewards would be symbols of royal favor. The victor would be permitted to wear garments dyed in purple, which was the royal color associated with authority. He would be allowed to drink from cups made of gold, to rest upon bedding decorated with gold ornaments, and to ride in a chariot fitted with golden bridles. He would wear a head covering made of fine linen and would carry a golden chain around his neck. Furthermore, he would be seated beside the king himself as a mark of royal honor and would be called the king's relative as a symbol of intimate royal friendship. After making these promises, the king posed 3 questions for the guards to debate. The first question was whether wine was the strongest substance in the world. The second question was whether kings possessed the greatest strength among human authorities. The third question was whether women were the strongest influence among human beings, or whether truth should be regarded as the most powerful force of all. Having proposed these philosophical problems, the king retired to rest for the remainder of the night. In the morning, Darius summoned the great men of the empire, including the princes of Persia and Media and the regional rulers who governed various provinces. He seated himself in the royal judgment hall, the place where he normally heard petitions and delivered official decisions. The king then ordered each of the royal guards to present their arguments concerning the questions that had been asked. The first guard spoke concerning the power of wine. He argued that wine was superior to many other forces because of its ability to dominate human judgment. When a man drinks wine, the substance acts upon the mind and changes the state of thought. Wine can reduce the intellect of a king to the weakness of an orphan child who requires guidance and protection. At the same time, it can raise the spirit of a slave to the boldness of a free man. Wine alters the character of both rich and poor. It causes sorrow to be forgotten and allows men suffering under misfortune to lose remembrance of their troubles. It makes men speak of wealth as though they possessed great riches, using the language of the powerful rather than that of the poor. Wine can even cause a man to forget his commander, his king, and even his closest friends. It can transform the feelings of friendship into unfamiliarity. After sleep follows intoxication, men often awaken without remembering the actions they performed while under the influence of wine. Because of these effects, the guard concluded that wine should be regarded as one of the strongest influences over human behavior. After he finished speaking, the second guard rose and presented his argument concerning the power of kings. He declared that kings were stronger than all other human forces because they govern the collective activity of mankind. Kings command the earth and the sea to serve their purposes through the labor of their subjects. Soldiers obey royal orders and risk their lives in battle when commanded to do so. Kings may order mountains to be leveled or city walls and towers to be destroyed. Men will fight and even accept death if their king commands it, believing that disobedience would be dishonorable. When soldiers conquer enemy lands, they deliver the spoils of war to the royal treasury. Those who are farmers also serve the king. After enduring the hardships of cultivation, they bring their harvests as tribute. Every command issued by the king is executed because of the authority of the crown. The king is surrounded by guards who remain fixed in their posts out of fear and duty. Even when the king sleeps, no guard dares leave his position to pursue personal matters. Their primary responsibility is the protection of the royal person. Therefore, the second guard argued, royal authority surpasses all other forms of power because of the universal obedience given to kings by the population of the empire. Now when Zerubbabel, the grandson of Jehoiakim and governor of Judah, had taken his turn to speak before the assembly, he addressed the princes, rulers, and elders on the topic of women and on the nature of truth. He began with a bold declaration, Wine, he said, is strong, and so too is the king, whom all men obey. Yet women, he argued, are superior in power to them both. For it is a woman who brings the king into the world, giving him life, and women are the laborers who plant the vines and cultivate the grapes that become wine. They are the ones who weave garments, manage households, and preserve life itself. Indeed, he said, men cannot live separate from women. Zorobabel continued, observing the human inclination toward beauty and desire. Even when men possess gold, silver, and treasures of great value, the sight of a beautiful woman draws their attention, making them willing to forsake all that they hold dear. Men abandon fathers, mothers, and even the land that nourishes them, sometimes forgetting their closest friends for the sake of women. They are so devoted that they will lay down their very lives. He illustrated his point with the story of a king, the lord over many peoples, who was struck on the face by a Pame, daughter of Rabsaces Thaumasis, his concubine, and whose diadem was taken and placed upon her head. The king bore it patiently, smiling when she smiled, and saddened when she was displeased. By these actions, he flattered and reconciled himself to her, demonstrating the great influence women can exercise over even the mightiest of men. Turning then to a loftier subject, Zorobabel spoke of truth, which he proclaimed stronger than both kings and women. He explained that although the earth is vast and the heavens high, and the sun moves swiftly across the sky, all these are governed by the will of God, who is true and righteous. Truth, he said, is immortal and eternal, in contrast to wealth, beauty, and power, all of which are mortal and fleeting. Truth provides just and righteous rules and laws, distinguishes justice from injustice, and rebukes unrighteousness wherever it arises. When Zorobabel concluded his discourse, the assembly erupted in acclaim, declaring that he had spoken with unmatched wisdom. The king, greatly impressed by his prudence and understanding, commanded that Zorobabel be granted any reward he wished, saying, "Thou shalt sit with me, and shalt be called my cousin." Zorobabel, mindful of a vow he had made when he anticipated possessing authority, requested that he be permitted to rebuild Jerusalem, reconstruct the temple of God, and restore the sacred vessels which Nebuchadnezzar had plundered and carried to Babylon. The king, Darius, was pleased and embraced Zorobabel. He sent letters to the toparchs and governors, instructing them to assist Zorobabel and his companions in building the temple. He also wrote to the rulers of Syria and Phoenicia, commanding them to cut down and transport cedar trees from Lebanon to Jerusalem to aid in the construction of the city. The king decreed that all captives returning to Judea would be free, prohibited any taxation upon them, and allowed them to possess as much land as they could cultivate. He commanded the Idumeans, Samaritans, and inhabitants of Celesyria to return villages taken from the Jews, and provided 50 talents of silver for the temple's construction. The high priest and priests were to receive sacred garments and provisions at the king's expense, and the Levites were to have musical instruments for hymns to God. Land and annual stipends were granted to those guarding the city and the temple, along with the return of the sacred vessels. All the measures that Cyrus had previously intended for the restoration of Jerusalem were confirmed and enacted by Darius. Having secured these grants, Zorobabel left the palace and looked toward heaven, giving thanks to God for the wisdom and favor that had guided him. He prayed that God would continue to grant him such blessings in the future. Returning to Babylon, he delivered the good news to his fellow Jews, who rejoiced that the land of their forefathers was restored. They celebrated for 7 days with feasting, song, and thanksgiving. After the festival, they chose leaders from among the tribes of their forefathers, and with their wives, children, and cattle, traveled joyfully to Jerusalem under the guidance of those Darius had sent. The returning Jewish multitude sang with pipes and cymbals, accompanied by cries of rejoicing, as they journeyed home to rebuild their city and their temple. Thus they departed from Babylon in an ordered and deliberate manner. A fixed and determined number went out from every family. The historian chooses not to recite each family by name, so that the flow of the history may remain clear and connected, and not burden the listener with an interruption of long genealogies. The total number of those who went up, counting only those above 12 years of age from the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, was 462 myriads and 8,000. A myriad in ancient reckoning signified 10,000. So this figure represented a vast body of people returning from exile. Of the Levites, the tribes set apart for sacred service in the temple, there were 74. The women and children together numbered 40,742. Among them were 128 singers from the Levites, trained to chant hymns in the worship of God. There were 110 porters, gatekeepers appointed to guard the entrances of the temple. Of the sacred ministers, servants assigned to assist in the religious duties, there were 392. There were also 662 who claimed to be Israelites but could not demonstrate their genealogies. In Jewish society, lineage was essential, especially for those connected with priestly or tribal identity. Some were excluded from the honor of the priesthood because they had married wives whose genealogies could not be produced, and their names were not found in the official records of the Levites and priests. These numbered about 525. The servants who accompanied those returning to Jerusalem were 7,337. There were also 245 singing men and singing women. Their camels numbered 435. The beasts used for labor under the yoke, such as oxen, were 5,525. Over this entire multitude were appointed leaders. One was Zorobabel, also known as Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel. He was of the posterity of King David and belonged to the tribe of Judah, the royal tribe of the former kingdom. Another leader was Jeshua, the son of Josedek, who served as high priest. Alongside them were Mordecai and Sarebias, distinguished among the people and acting as rulers. These leaders themselves contributed generously to the sacred cause, giving 100 pounds of gold and 5,000 of silver. In this way, the priests, the Levites, and a significant portion of the Jewish people who had been living in Babylon came and settled in Jerusalem. The remainder of the multitude returned to various regions and towns within their ancestral lands. In the 7th month after their departure from Babylon, Jeshua the high priest and Zorobabel the governor sent messengers throughout the surrounding countryside. They summoned all who were scattered in the region to gather in Jerusalem. The people responded willingly and came with readiness. The first task was to rebuild the altar. They erected it on the very site where it had formerly stood before the destruction of the city. Upon this altar, they offered the appointed sacrifices to God, following the laws given by Moses, the lawgiver of Israel. Yet their actions stirred hostility among the neighboring nations, who bore ill will toward them and resented their restoration. At that time, they also celebrated the Feast of Tabernacles, a sacred festival commanded in the law of Moses, during which the people dwelt in temporary shelters to remember their ancestors' journey through the wilderness. They offered the daily sacrifices prescribed for each day, as well as the offerings required for the Sabbaths and all the holy festivals. Those who had made vows fulfilled them, presenting their offerings beginning on the first day of the 7th month. Soon afterward, they began the work of rebuilding the temple itself. They gave substantial sums of money to masons and carpenters and provided what was necessary for the maintenance and wages of the laborers. The Sidonians, inhabitants of Sidon in Phoenicia, were willing to assist. They brought cedar trees from Mount Lebanon, binding the logs together into rafts and floating them by sea to the port of Joppa on the coast of Judea. This arrangement had first been commanded by King Cyrus of Persia and was now carried out again under the authority of King Darius, successor within the Persian Empire. In the 2nd year after their arrival in Jerusalem, in the 2nd month of that year, the building advanced rapidly. On the first day of the 2nd month, they laid the foundations of the temple. As overseers of the work, they appointed Levites who were at least 20 years of age, mature enough for responsibility. Jeshua, together with his sons and his brethren, and Kadmiel the brother of Judas the son of Amminadab, along with their sons, supervised the labor. Through their diligence the temple was completed sooner than many had expected. When it was finished, The priests stood clothed in their customary sacred garments, holding trumpets. The Levites, including the sons of Asaph, stood ready to sing hymns of praise to God. This order of worship had been first appointed centuries earlier by King David, the second king of Israel and ancestor of Zerubbabel. Yet amid the celebration, there arose a profound tension. The older priests, Levites, and heads of families remembered the former temple built by King Solomon in the 10th century before the Common Era. That earlier sanctuary had been magnificent and richly adorned. Now, seeing the new structure, built under conditions of poverty and after long exile, they perceived how greatly their national glory had diminished. They reflected on the difference between their former prosperity and their present reduced state. Overcome with sorrow, they could not restrain themselves. They lamented and wept because the new temple seemed inferior to the one that had been destroyed. But the people in general were content. They rejoiced that they were permitted to build again a house for their God. They did not dwell on comparisons with the past. They did not torment themselves by measuring the new temple against the old. For them, the privilege of restoration was enough. Thus the sound of the trumpets and the rejoicing of the multitude rose together with the wailing of the elders and priests. The grief over what had been lost mingled with gratitude for what had been regained, and the voices of lamentation were so strong that they overpowered the sounds of celebration. When the people known as the Samaritans, who had long remained hostile to the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, heard the sound of the trumpets, they gathered quickly and came together in haste. They sought to learn the cause of this sudden public activity. When they discovered that the sound came from the Jews who had once been carried away as captives to Babylon and had now returned to rebuild their temple, they approached Zerubbabel, Jeshua, and the heads of the families of Israel. They requested permission to join in the construction of the temple and to become partners in the work. They claimed that they worshiped the same God and regularly prayed to him. They asserted that they had been devoted to this form of worship ever since Shalmaneser V, king of Assyria, had relocated them from the regions of Cutha and Media and settled them in the land of Samaria. Zerubbabel, Jeshua the high priest, and the leaders of the Israelite families answered firmly. They declared that it was not permitted for the Samaritans to take part in building the temple, because the task had been entrusted exclusively to the Jews by Cyrus the Great, and that authority had now been confirmed again under Darius I. They explained that while the Samaritans were free to come and worship God at the temple if they wished, they could not share in its construction. Beyond the common rite of worship, which was open to all people, no further participation could be granted. When the Samaritans, who were also called Cuthians, heard this response, they became deeply offended. In their anger, they persuaded the surrounding nations of Syria to approach the Persian governors in the same manner as they had done previously during the reigns of Cyrus and later of Cambyses II. Their goal was to stop the construction of the temple and to weaken the resolve of the Jews by delaying and obstructing their work. At this time, Sazenes, who governed Syria and Phoenicia on behalf of the Persian king, together with Sathrabuzanes and several others, traveled to Jerusalem. They questioned the Jewish leaders and demanded to know by whose authority the temple was being built in such a strong and fortified manner, resembling a fortress rather than a place of worship. They also asked why cloisters and massive defensive walls were being constructed around the city. Zerubbabel and Jeshua the high priest replied that they were servants of God Almighty. They explained that the temple had originally been built for God by one of their former kings, a ruler who had lived in great prosperity and had surpassed other men in virtue. That temple had stood for a long time. However, because their ancestors had acted impiously toward God, Nebuchadnezzar II, king of the Babylonians and ruler of the Chaldeans, had captured Jerusalem by force. He destroyed the city, pillaged the temple, burned it down, and carried the people away as captives to Babylon. They continued by explaining that Cyrus, who later ruled as king over both Babylonia and Persia, issued a decree commanding that the temple should be rebuilt. He entrusted the sacred gifts and vessels that Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple to Zerubbabel and to Mithridates, ordering that they be returned to Jerusalem and restored to the temple once it was rebuilt. Cyrus had also commanded Sanabassar, the governor of Syria and Phoenicia, to go to Jerusalem and oversee the construction. Upon receiving the royal decree, Sanabassar went up to Jerusalem and immediately laid the foundations of the temple. The leaders explained that the work had continued from that time onward, but had not yet been completed because of persistent hostility from their enemies. They concluded by inviting the Persian officials to write to King Darius so that he might consult the royal records and confirm that nothing false had been reported. After hearing this explanation, Cezannes and the officials with him decided not to stop the construction immediately. Instead, they resolved to inform King Darius of the entire matter and sent a written report. Meanwhile, the Jews were filled with fear, concerned that the king might reverse his earlier decision regarding the rebuilding of Jerusalem and the temple. At that critical moment, two prophets were present among the Jewish people, Haggai and Zechariah. These men encouraged the people, urging them to remain confident and not to fear opposition from the Persians. They assured them that God himself had foretold these events. Trusting in the words of the prophets, the Jews continued the work with renewed determination and did not cease their labor, even for a single day. When King Darius received the letters from the Samaritans, which accused the Jews of fortifying Jerusalem and building the temple in a manner resembling a military stronghold, he also read the copy of the earlier decree issued by Cambyses that forbade the construction. The Samaritans argued that these actions were harmful to the interests of the Persian Empire. After reviewing the letters sent by Cezannes and his associates, Darius ordered that the royal archives be searched to determine the truth of the matter. During this search, a scroll was discovered at Ecbatana in the fortified tower located in the region of Media. In that record was written a decree issued by Cyrus the Great in the first year of his reign. It stated that the temple in Jerusalem was to be rebuilt, with the altars standing 60 cubits high and 60 cubits wide, constructed with 3 layers of polished stone and 1 layer of stone from the local land. The decree ordered that all expenses be paid from the royal treasury. It further commanded that the sacred vessels taken by Nebuchadnezzar and carried to Babylon be restored to the people of Jerusalem. Responsibility for enforcing these commands was assigned to Sanabassar, the governor of Syria and Phoenicia, and his associates, with explicit instructions that they were not to interfere but were to permit the Jews and their leaders to build the temple. The decree also ordered these governors to assist the Jews by providing, from the regional tribute, everything necessary for sacrifices, including bulls, rams, lambs, young goats, fine flour, oil, and wine, as requested by the priests. The priests were to pray for the preservation of the king and the Persian people. The decree concluded with a stern warning. Any person who violated or opposed these commands was to be seized, executed by hanging, and have all his property confiscated for the royal treasury. Cyrus also invoked God, declaring that if anyone attempted to hinder the rebuilding of the temple, God himself would strike that person down and restrain such wickedness. When King Darius I of the Persian Empire examined the royal archives that had been preserved from the reign of Cyrus II the Great, he discovered the copy of the decree that concerned the rebuilding of the sacred temple of the people of Israel. Upon reading the document, Darius prepared a written reply and sent it to the Persian officials who were administering the western provinces of the empire. The letter was addressed to Cezannes, who was the governor responsible for the region, and to Sathrabuzanes, another high official who assisted in imperial administration. The message of King Darius of Persia declared that he had found the record of the earlier command written during the reign of Cyrus the Great, and that the same order should be obeyed exactly as it had been recorded. The king's epistle said, King Darius of the Persian Empire sends greetings to Cezannes the provincial governor and to Sathrabuzanes the royal officer. Having discovered the copy of the decree of Cyrus preserved among the imperial archives, I send it to you, and I command that all matters written therein shall be performed exactly according to the royal instruction. Fare you well. When Cezannes and the officials who were with him understood the intention of the king, they resolved to obey the royal command without resistance. They therefore assisted the Jewish elders and the members of the governing council known among the Jews as the Assembly of Wise Rulers, which was similar in function to a senate of priests, scribes, and principal citizens. This body was sometimes associated with the term Sanhedrin, a high judicial council composed of priests, Levites, and learned elders who interpreted the laws of the people. Through this cooperation, the construction of the sacred temple dedicated to the worship of the God of Israel advanced with great diligence. The work was also encouraged by the prophetic messages of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the prophet, who spoke by divine command to urge the people to complete the restoration of their sanctuary. According to the decree of the Persian kings Cyrus and Darius, and according to the divine law that governed the people of Israel, the temple was finally completed after 7 years of labor. In the 9th year of the reign of Darius the Persian king, on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, which was called the month of Adar by the Jewish calendar and was known among the Macedonian Greek peoples as the month of Distress, the priests and the Levites gathered with the multitude of the Israelites. They offered sacrifices as a sign of the restoration of their national prosperity after the period of captivity that had followed the destruction of their former kingdom. The offerings were made according to the number associated with the 12 tribes of the people of Israel. 100 bulls were sacrificed as burnt offerings. 200 rams were presented as offerings of dedication. 400 young lambs were sacrificed in the same solemn ceremony. In addition, 12 young goats were offered as atonement sacrifices, one animal representing the sin offerings associated with each of the 12 tribes of Israel. The priests and the Levites also established gatekeepers at every entrance of the temple complex, according to the regulations attributed to the law given through Moses. Within the sacred precincts, they built cloistered walkways surrounding the inner temple structure, forming covered passages where priests and worshippers could move in order to perform religious duties according to ancestral custom. As the season of the Feast of Unleavened Bread approached, which was celebrated in the first lunar month called Nisan by the Jews and Xanthicus by the Macedonian Greeks, the people gathered from their villages and countryside settlements into the city of Jerusalem. Men, women, and children purified themselves according to the religious laws of their nation, preparing for the sacred celebration of the Passover. On the 14th day of the month, they offered the Passover sacrifice. The Passover ceremony commemorated the ancient deliverance of the Israelites from bondage in Egypt during the era associated with the Exodus tradition of their nation. The people continued the festival for 7 days, sparing no expense in honoring God. They performed whole burnt offerings, meaning that the entire animal was consumed upon the altar as a sign of complete dedication. The people gave thanksgiving because they believed that God had returned them to the land that had belonged to their ancestors and had inclined the heart of the Persian king toward favoring them. After these events, the Jewish people settled in the city of Jerusalem and maintained a form of government that was not purely monarchic, but rather combined aristocratic and oligarchic principles. The leadership of the community was placed mainly in the hands of the high priests, who exercised authority in religious and civil matters. This form of administration continued until the rise of the dynasty known as the Hasmonean dynasty, which later established independent kingship over the Jewish people. Before the Babylonian captivity, the Hebrew people had been ruled by kings beginning with the reigns of Saul and David, whose combined royal rule lasted approximately 532 years, 6 months, and 10 days according to historical calculation. Prior to the age of kings, the Hebrew people were governed by judges and military leaders who functioned as national rulers after the death of the prophet and commander Esdras. The priest and scribe, well-versed in the laws of God, had resolved to journey up to Jerusalem, taking with him a portion of the Jewish exiles who were dwelling in Babylon. Knowing that he would need authority to act openly, he requested that the king of Persia provide him with a formal letter to the governors of Syria, so that they would recognize him and the purpose of his mission. In accordance with this request, the king, Xerxes, sovereign over all Persia and Median territories, composed an epistle which he addressed to Esdras. In this letter, Xerxes expressed his goodwill toward humanity, granting permission for any Jews who wished, including priests and Levites residing within the Persian Empire, to travel together to Jerusalem. He commanded that the travelers carry with them all offerings of silver and gold dedicated to God, as well as any vessels necessary for temple service. The king instructed that Esdras should oversee the creation of as many holy vessels as he deemed necessary, using the king's treasury to defray expenses. Xerxes also issued directions to the treasurers of Syria and Phoenicia, ordering them to provide all assistance to Esdras in the execution of his duties. The king further specified that up to 100 kori of wheat should be supplied for sacrifices, and that no taxes, levies, or impositions should be laid upon the priests, Levites, singers, porters, or scribes of the temple. He empowered Esdras to appoint judges of wisdom who understood the law of God, so that any transgressions committed knowingly by the people might be duly punished, whether by death or fines, while acts of ignorance would be treated differently. Upon receiving this epistle, Esdras rejoiced greatly and offered praise to God, acknowledging that the favor granted by the king had been secured only through divine providence. He read the letter aloud to the Jewish community in Babylon, kept the original epistle, and sent copies to his compatriots in Media. When the exiles learned of the king's piety toward God and his kindness toward Esdras, they were filled with joy. Many chose to gather their possessions and journey to Jerusalem, though the bulk of the Israelites remained scattered in Babylon and throughout Asia Minor. Esdras assembled all those who were willing to go: priests, Levites, porters, singers, and sacred servants, beyond the banks of the Euphrates River. For 3 days he led them in fasting and prayer, petitioning God for protection from misfortunes along the journey, whether from enemies or accidents, for Esdras had judged it unnecessary to request an armed escort from a king. On the 12th day of the first month of the 7th year of the reign of Xerxes, the company departed from the Euphrates. They arrived in Jerusalem in the 5th month of the same year. There, Esdras presented the sacred offerings to the treasurers, who were from the family of the priests: 650 talents of silver, 100 talents of silver vessels, 20 talents of gold vessels, and 12 talents of brass vessels, which were considered more precious than gold. These contributions had been made by the king, his counselors, and the Jewish exiles who had remained in Babylon. Esdras then offered sacrifices to God as whole burnt offerings, including 12 bulls for the common preservation of the people, 90 rams, 72 lambs, and 12 goats, all in atonement for sins. He also delivered the king's epistle to the royal officers and governors of Celesyria and Phoenicia, who, bound by their duty, assisted the Jewish people in all necessary matters. Under the guidance of Esdras, the mission was accomplished with success, for God had deemed him worthy due to his righteousness and goodness. Yet not long afterward, certain individuals came forward to accuse some among the returning multitude, including priests and Levites, of transgressing the settlements and defiling the laws of their forefathers by marrying foreign women. This act, they said, had brought confusion to the priestly families and threatened the welfare of the nation. Hearing of these offenses, Esdras tore his garments in grief, pulled out the hair of his head and beard, and fell upon the ground in despair, for the guilt extended to the principal men of the people. Fearing that he could not enforce the expulsion of the foreign wives, he remained prostrate. Yet those of higher character, who shared his sorrow, came running to him, weeping alongside him and joining in mourning over the sins committed. Rising from the ground, Esdras lifted his hands toward heaven and confessed that he was ashamed to look upon God, because the people had forgotten the sufferings and lessons of their forefathers. He prayed fervently that God, who had preserved a remnant and restored them to Jerusalem after the calamity of captivity, would also forgive these new transgressions. Though the people deserved punishment for their actions, he beseeched God, in mercy, to spare them the full measure of judgment and to grant forgiveness even in the face of their wrongdoing. After Esdras, known in the Hebrew language as Ezra, had finished his prayer before God, he ceased speaking. Around him stood men who had come with their wives and children. They were overcome with sorrow and lamentation because of their disobedience to the law of Moses, the sacred law given to the people of Israel centuries earlier. Their grief was public and intense, for they understood that their actions had endangered the purity of their community. At that moment, a leading man of Jerusalem approached Esdras. His name was Jeconias. He was regarded as a principal man, meaning a person of influence and authority among the returned exiles. Jeconias openly confessed that they had sinned by marrying wives from foreign nations, women who were not of the people of Israel. According to the law of Moses, the Israelites were forbidden to intermarry with surrounding nations, lest they adopt foreign customs and religious practices. Jeconias urged Esdras to require an oath from the people that they would put away these foreign wives and the children born from those unions. He further proposed that those who refused to obey the law should be punished according to the judgment of the community. Esdras accepted this counsel. He summoned the heads of the priests, the Levites, and the leading Israelites, and made them swear that they would dismiss the foreign wives and the children born to them, according to the advice of Jeconias. After receiving their solemn oath, Esdras left the temple in haste and withdrew into the chamber of Johanan, the son of Eliasib. Eliasib had served as high priest. Esdras, in his grief, had neither eaten nor drunk. He remained in that chamber the entire day, fasting and mourning. A proclamation was then issued. All who had returned from captivity were commanded to assemble in Jerusalem. Those who failed to appear within 2 or 3 days would be expelled from the community, and their property would be taken and devoted to the service of the temple, according to the decision of the elders, who were the recognized leaders and judges of the people. Within 3 days, the members of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin gathered together. This assembly took place on the 20th day of the 9th month. In the Hebrew calendar, this month was called Tevath. Among the Macedonians, it was known as Apoleus. The people gathered in the upper court of the temple, where the elders were also present. It was winter, and they were uneasy because of the cold season, yet they remained assembled. Esdras stood up before them and accused them of their sin in marrying women who were not of their own nation. He declared that they would act in a manner pleasing to God and beneficial to themselves if they would separate from those wives. The people cried out together that they would obey. Yet they pointed out that the multitude was large and the season was winter. The matter could not be settled in 1 or 2 days. They proposed that their rulers should oversee the process, and that those who had married foreign wives should appear at appointed times, together with the elders of their respective towns, so that a careful inquiry might be made. This plan was accepted. The investigation began on the first day of the 10th month and continued until the first day of the following month. Many were found to have taken foreign wives, including members of the family of Jeshua the high priest, as well as other priests, Levites, and Israelites. Those who valued obedience to the law above their natural affection immediately dismissed their wives and the children born to them. To seek reconciliation with God, they offered sacrifices and presented rams as offerings. The historian does not record the names of these men, considering it unnecessary. Through this action, Esdras corrected the transgression concerning mixed marriages and restored the community to conformity with the law. From that time forward, this matter remained in order. Later, in the 7th month, when the Feast of Tabernacles was observed, nearly all the people gathered again in Jerusalem. The Feast of Tabernacles was a festival commanded in the law of Moses, commemorating the time when the Israelites dwelt in temporary shelters during their journey through the wilderness after leaving Egypt. The people assembled in the open court of the temple, near the gate that faced east. They requested that Esdras read to them the law of Moses. Esdras stood in the midst of the multitude and read from morning until noon. As they listened, they were instructed in righteousness for both the present and the future. Yet when they heard the commandments, they were deeply troubled about their past failures. They wept, reflecting that if they had kept the law faithfully, they might have avoided the calamities that had overtaken them, including exile and suffering. When Esdras saw their tears, he told them to return home and not to weep. It was a festival, and mourning was not fitting on such a day. The law did not permit sorrow to overshadow the appointed feast. Instead, he urged them to celebrate, to prepare food and drink appropriate for rejoicing, and to treat the day as one of gladness. Their repentance and sorrow for past sins, he said, should serve as a safeguard for the future, preventing them from repeating their offenses. Encouraged by Esdras, they kept the feast for 8 days, dwelling in their tabernacles as commanded. Afterward they returned to their homes, singing hymns to God and giving thanks to Esdras for reforming the corruptions that had entered their community. After gaining such honor among the people, Esdras died at an advanced age. He was buried with magnificence in Jerusalem. Around the same time, Joachim, who had been high priest, also died. His son Eliasib succeeded him in the high priesthood, continuing the sacred line. In those days, there was a Jewish man named Nehemiah who had been carried into captivity. He served as cupbearer to King Xerxes, ruler of the Persian Empire in the 5th century before the Common Era. The cupbearer was a trusted royal official responsible for presenting wine to the king and ensuring his safety. One day, as Nehemiah was walking near Susa, the principal city of the Persian Empire, he heard strangers entering the city speaking in the Hebrew language. He approached them and asked for where they had come. They answered that they had come from Judea. Nehemiah questioned them further about the condition of the people and of Jerusalem. They replied that matters were in a miserable state. The walls of Jerusalem had been broken down. The neighboring nations harassed the Jews continually. By day, they raided the countryside and plundered it. By night, they carried out further attacks. Many people were taken captive from the land and even from Jerusalem itself. The roads were found filled with the bodies of the slain. When Nehemiah heard this, he wept for the sufferings of his countrymen. Looking toward heaven, he cried out, asking how long God would allow the nation to endure such misery, becoming prey to every aggressor. While he remained at the gate in sorrow, he was informed that the king was about to sit down to supper. Nehemiah quickly went to fulfill his duty as cupbearer, without pausing to compose himself. After supper, the king was cheerful and in good spirits. Observing Nehemiah's sadness, he asked why he appeared troubled. Nehemiah prayed silently for favor and the ability to speak persuasively. Then he answered that he could not be otherwise than sorrowful while he knew that the walls of Jerusalem, the city where his ancestors were buried, lay in ruins and its gates had been consumed by fire. He asked the king to grant him permission to go and rebuild the walls of Jerusalem and to complete the temple. King Xerxes gave him a sign that his request was granted. He authorized Nehemiah to carry letters to the governors of the provinces, commanding them to show him honor and to provide whatever assistance he required, according to his need and discretion. "Set aside your sorrow," said the king, "and be cheerful as you continue in the duties of your office from this time forward." When these words were spoken, Nehemiah bowed in reverence to God and offered thanks to the king for his promise. The heaviness that had rested upon his face was removed, and his expression was cleared by the hope he had received through the royal favor. On the following day, the king summoned Nehemiah again and handed to him a written decree. This letter was addressed to Adius, who governed the regions of Syria, Phoenicia, and Samaria on behalf of the Persian Empire. In this royal message, the king commanded Adius to treat Nehemiah with honor and to provide him with all that was necessary for the rebuilding work he intended to carry out. Afterward, Nehemiah traveled to Babylon and gathered with him many men of his own nation, who freely chose to accompany him. From there, he journeyed to Jerusalem, arriving in the 25th year of the reign of Xerxes I, ruler of the Persian Empire. When Nehemiah reached Jerusalem, he presented the royal letters to the governors, including Adius, so that they might know the authority under which he acted. He then summoned all the people to assemble in Jerusalem. Standing in the midst of the temple, he addressed them and spoke openly. He reminded them that God had always remembered their ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that because of their righteousness God had never withdrawn his care from their descendants. Nehemiah declared that God had also helped him obtain authority from the Persian king, so that the wall of Jerusalem might be raised and what remained unfinished in the temple might be completed. He urged the people to remember the hostility of the neighboring nations, warning them that once those enemies realized how determined the Jews were to rebuild, they would attempt to interfere and devise many obstacles. Therefore, he called upon the people first to place their trust in God, who would support them against hatred and opposition. He encouraged them not to pause in their labor either by night or by day, but to work diligently and quickly, making use of the favorable opportunity that had now been granted to them. After speaking these words, Nehemiah ordered the rulers to measure the wall and divide the labor among the people according to their villages and cities, assigning each portion according to the strength and ability of those who would work on it. He promised that he himself and his own servants would take part in the labor alongside them. When he had given these instructions, he dismissed the assembly. The people prepared themselves for the work. From the time they had returned from Babylon, they were called Jews, a name derived from the tribe of Judah, which had been the first to settle in these regions. From that tribe, both the people and the land came to bear this name. When the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Samaritans, and all who lived in Kuil, Syria learned that the building was advancing rapidly, they were deeply angered. They began to set traps and schemes to hinder the work. Many Jews were killed during these troubles, and efforts were made to assassinate Nehemiah himself by hiring foreigners to murder him. The enemies also sought to frighten the people, spreading rumors that many nations were preparing to attack. Through these reports, the workers were troubled and almost ceased from building. Yet none of these threats caused Nehemiah to abandon the work. He appointed a number of men to serve as guards around his own person and continued tirelessly, driven by his determination to complete the task. He took careful measures for his safety, not because he feared death, but because he believed that if he were removed, the walls of Jerusalem would never be finished for the benefit of his people. Nehemiah ordered that the builders remain in their assigned ranks and wear their armor while they worked. The mason labored with his sword at his side, and the one who carried materials did the same. Shields were kept close at hand, and trumpeters were stationed at intervals of 500 feet along the wall. These trumpeters were instructed to sound the alarm if enemies appeared, so that the people could take up their armor and defend themselves without being caught unprepared. Nehemiah himself continued to inspect the city by night, remaining steadfast and undiscouraged. He gave little attention to comfort, food, or rest, using such things only as necessity required. This burden he carried for 2 years and 4 months. In that time, the wall was completed in the 28th year of the reign of Xerxes, in the 9th month. When the wall was finished, Nehemiah and the people offered sacrifices to God in thanksgiving for its completion, and they observed a period of celebration lasting 8 days. When the nations dwelling in Syria heard that the wall of Jerusalem was finished, they were again filled with resentment. Seeing that the city was still sparsely populated, Nehemiah urged the priests and the Levites to leave the countryside and settle within the city, where they could continue their sacred duties. He built houses for them at his own expense. He also commanded that those who worked the land should bring the tithes of their produce to Jerusalem, so that the priests and Levites would always have the means to live and would not abandon the worship of God. The people willingly obeyed these regulations, and as a result, the population of Jerusalem increased beyond what it had been before. After accomplishing many other worthy and commendable deeds for his nation, Nehemiah reached old age and died. He was a man of upright and just character, devoted to the well-being of his people. The walls of Jerusalem stood as a lasting memorial to his leadership. All these events took place during the reign of Xerxes, king of Persia. After the death of Xerxes I, the throne of the Persian Empire passed to his son, who was called by the Greeks Artaxerxes I, although some historical records mention that he was also known by the name Cyrus among certain Greek writers. When this king assumed authority over the vast dominion of the Persians, the entire nation of the Jews, including their women and children, stood in great danger of destruction. The cause of this peril arose from political and courtly intrigues, which would soon be revealed. It is first necessary to recount how the king came to marry a woman of Jewish descent who belonged also to the royal lineage of her own people, and how this marriage became instrumental in the preservation of the Hebrew nation. In the 3rd year of the reign of Artaxerxes over the Persian Empire, the king arranged a magnificent public feast intended to display the wealth and glory of his monarchy before his friends, the Persian nobility, and the governors who ruled the 127 provinces stretching from the lands of India in the east to the regions of Ethiopia in the south. This great celebration lasted 180 days, nearly half a year, during which the king exhibited the riches of his treasury, the splendor of his administration, and the strength of his empire. After this long demonstration of imperial magnificence, the king arranged another festival lasting 7 days within the royal city of Shushan, which was the capital palace city of Persia. For this banquet, he caused a royal pavilion to be constructed. The pavilion was supported by pillars made of gold and silver, and the walls were adorned with linen and purple curtains, purple being a dye associated with royalty because it was obtained through costly and laborious production from sea creatures. The guests were seated in great numbers within this royal tent, and they were served from golden drinking cups that were decorated with precious stones. Unlike the common Persian custom in which servants continually urged guests to drink wine, the king commanded that each guest should drink according to his own preference and freedom. At the same time, Queen Vashti held a separate banquet for the women of the palace. The king desired to display the extraordinary beauty of his queen before the assembled nobles and foreign ambassadors, and therefore sent eunuchs, who were palace servants castrated according to ancient Eastern court customs, to command her to appear at the king's feast. However, Vashti refused to come. Her refusal was not necessarily motivated by rebellion alone, but was also explained by the Persian royal law, which discouraged wives from being publicly exhibited before strangers. The king repeatedly sent the eunuch messengers, but she continued to remain absent. This refusal angered Artaxerxes greatly, and in his indignation, he terminated the banquet and summoned 7 royal counselors who were experts in the interpretation of Persian law. The king accused Vashti of dishonoring his authority because she had not obeyed his summons even after repeated royal commands. Among the counselors was a man named Memucan, who argued that the queen's conduct was not merely a personal insult to the king, but a public danger to Persian social order. Memucan reasoned that if the queen's disobedience were allowed to stand without punishment, other Persian women would imitate her example and begin to despise the authority of their husbands. He warned that the domestic structure of Persian society might collapse if royal authority over the household was weakened. Therefore, the council advised the king to separate Vashti from the royal dignity. The king, although still emotionally attached to his queen, found himself constrained by the law of the empire, which made reconciliation legally difficult once royal judgment had been pronounced. His friends advised him to dismiss the memory of Vashti and seek another queen from among the most beautiful virgins throughout the empire, believing that new affection would replace his former sorrow. Accordingly, royal officers were sent throughout the inhabited world under Persian dominion to gather young women renowned for their beauty. Among the many virgins brought to the royal selection was a young woman living in Babylon who had lost both her parents and was raised by her uncle. Her uncle was Mordecai, a respected Jewish leader belonging to the tribe of Benjamin, one of the 12 traditional tribes of Israel. The maiden was Esther, whose Hebrew name was associated with the Jewish people, although she concealed her ethnic origin during this period. Esther was considered the most beautiful among all the women assembled. The grace of her face and the dignity of her appearance drew the attention of every observer. She was entrusted to a royal eunuch who supervised the purification and preparation of the virgins selected for presentation to the king. For 6 months, Esther and approximately 400 other virgins were treated with aromatic oils, perfumes, and cosmetic ointments according to the customs of the Persian court, which believed that bodily preparation increased royal favor. After this period of preparation, each virgin was taken to the king one by one. When Esther was brought before Artaxerxes, the king was pleased beyond all others and felt deep affection for her. He therefore made her his lawful queen and celebrated her marriage during the 12th month of the 7th year of his reign, which was called the month of Adar in the Hebrew calendar. The king placed a royal diadem upon her head as a sign of authority and honor. In celebration of this marriage, the king sent imperial messengers across every nation of the Persian Empire commanding public festivities. The Persians, The Medes and the principal leaders of the subject nations were invited to rejoice for 1 full month in honor of the royal union. Esther therefore entered the royal palace as queen, although she did not reveal to the king the nationality and origin of her people. Meanwhile, her uncle Mordecai remained in the city of Shushan, the Persian royal capital, where he daily visited the palace grounds and inquired about the welfare of Esther, loving her as if she had been his own daughter. The king of Persia, sovereign over all lands under his dominion, had decreed a law that no one of his subjects might approach him unless he were formally summoned, and this law was enforced with deadly seriousness. Around the throne, men stood armed with axes, ready to execute any who dared draw near without permission. Yet the king himself held a golden scepter in his hand, a symbol of mercy. Anyone who touched it was granted safety, spared from the executioner's wrath. Some time later, two of the king's eunuchs, Bigthan and Teresh, conspired to assassinate him. The plot came to light through Barnabas, a servant of one of the eunuchs who was by birth a Jew. Barnabas disclosed the conspiracy to the queen's uncle, and through the influence of Mordecai, the cousin and guardian of Queen Esther, the plan was revealed to the king. The king, though troubled, acted decisively, discovering the truth of the matter, and had the eunuchs executed upon a cross. Yet Mordecai, who had been instrumental in saving the king's life, received no immediate reward. The king commanded that Mordecai's name be inscribed in the royal records and that he remain in the palace, recognized as a trusted and intimate associate of the monarch. Into this tense court entered Haman, the son of Ammedatha, an Amalekite by lineage. Haman had attained great influence and was honored by both Persians and foreigners, following the king's command that such homage be paid to him. Yet Mordecai, steadfast in his devotion to the laws of his ancestors, refused to bow or show obeisance to Haman. When Haman discovered Mordecai's refusal and learned that he was a Jew, he was filled with indignation, thinking that one so low in status should not dare defy him while other Persians obeyed. Haman's anger was not satisfied with punishing Mordecai alone. He resolved to annihilate the entire Jewish nation. The Amalekites, from whom Haman descended, had long been enemies of the Jews, and he seized this as the justification for his vengeance. Haman approached King Artaxerxes, claiming that a certain people, a nation scattered throughout the dominions of the Persian Empire, refused to follow the royal laws, were separate from others, unsociable, and hostile to the customs of other nations. He demanded their complete destruction, including women and children, leaving not a single survivor, and offered 40,000 talents of silver from his own wealth to compensate the king for any loss of tribute. The king, persuaded by Haman's words and promise, granted him full authority to carry out his plan. Haman immediately issued a royal decree to the governors of the 127 provinces, extending from India to Ethiopia, commanding the annihilation of the Jewish people. The decree ordered that men, women, and children be destroyed, sparing none, and that obedience to this law take precedence over any pity. The date fixed for this extermination was the 14th day of the 12th month of that year. The edict spread rapidly to all cities, and particularly in Shushan, the capital. Preparations for destruction created widespread disorder, while the king and Haman feasted in apparent revelry, drinking wine and enjoying themselves as the city trembled. When Mordecai learned of this decree, he tore his garments, donned sackcloth, and sprinkled ashes upon his head. He went through the streets of Shushan, crying aloud that an innocent nation faced total destruction. He pressed on to the palace gates, though it was against the law for one in mourning attire to approach the king. His grief was echoed by Jews throughout the provinces where the decree had been proclaimed, all lamenting the impending calamity. Upon hearing of Mordecai's actions, Queen Esther, troubled, sent eunuchs to persuade him to remove his sackcloth. Mordecai refused, for the danger to his people was not yet over. Esther then dispatched the eunuch Acratheus to learn the cause of his mourning. Mordecai explained the decree, the threat posed by Haman, and the peril of the Jewish nation. He charged Esther not to ignore the moment, emphasizing that her influence as queen was now the opportunity to save her people. He instructed her to gather all Jews in Shushan to fast and pray, and assured her that he and his maidens would fast as well. Despite the peril, Esther resolved to approach the king, acknowledging that she might face death, yet pledging that she would not shirk her duty to her nation. Mordecai obeyed the command that had been sent to him by Esther. Mordecai was a Jew living in the capital of the Persian Empire, and Esther was the Jewish queen of King Ahasuerus, who was identified with Xerxes, ruler of the vast Persian dominion that stretched across many lands in the 5th century before the Common Era. When Esther instructed him, he gathered the Jewish people and proclaimed a fast. To fast meant that they would abstain from food and drink for a set period of time as a sign of repentance and urgent prayer. Together with the people, Mordecai pleaded before God. He begged that God would not overlook his nation at this critical hour, when destruction had been declared against them. A royal decree, influenced by Haman, the chief minister of the king, had ordered that the Jews throughout the empire were to be slain on a fixed day. Mordecai prayed that as God had often preserved the nation in former generations, and forgiven them when they had sinned, he would now deliver them from the ruin that had been proclaimed. He confessed openly that he himself had become the cause of Haman's fury. Haman, a high official of Agagite descent, had demanded public honor from all who passed before him. Mordecai had refused to bow down in reverence, because he would not give to a man the honor that belonged to God alone. For this reason Haman had conceived anger, not only against Mordecai, but against the entire Jewish people. Mordecai declared in his prayer that although not all the nation had offended, yet they were all appointed to die in disgrace. He reminded God that he had refused to worship Haman because he could not transfer to a human being the reverence he offered to the Lord. The Jewish multitude throughout the empire joined in these same petitions. They cried out that God would provide deliverance and rescue the Israelites scattered in every province. The threat was not distant or uncertain. It stood before them plainly, and they expected its fulfillment unless divine intervention prevented it.